Hi everybody, I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, I'm looking back on the history of our channel. It's like all of our stuff is really old news. Hawkeye, Book of Boba Fett, all this old stuff. We decided to come out with something brand new, and that is the 1966 Star Trek, the original series TV show. And I thought that'd be a really good, fresh idea for the channel. But in all seriousness, as a lifelong Star Wars fan, Star Trek has just always avoided me. It's like I didn't even realize that Star Trek came out like almost, I think, more than 10 years before Star Wars even came out. And from what I've heard, Star Trek is one of those shows that it's not just dumb action sci-fi. It's smart, idealistic, type real-life problems put into this futuristic 24th century world, and I've always been interested in it, but I've never watched it. And I thought, hey, since we've started this channel, what if we just started watching it together? I feel like that'd be very fun, and it's something I've always wanted to dive into, so I feel like we should do it. How about you?
Yeah, basically the same page. I have never seen anything Star Trek related outside of the new J.J. Abrams trilogy from the last decade or so with Chris Pine. I watched those three movies just because, there were new movies at the time, so I watched them. And I, for the most part, enjoyed them. But I could tell watching them, I was like, there's a lot going on here that I just don't get, or there's Easter eggs or callbacks that it's not for me, but I still enjoyed the main story of the movies. And there's just so much in this world between the original series, the films, the Next Generation, those films, all the new shows now that are either streaming on Paramount Plus or are, have been on TV over the last 20 years. There's just so much with this property, and it's very interesting to me how there's obviously a huge diehard fan base for Star Trek, but they're not really as vocal or as toxic or any of those things, I would say, at least from my experience, compared to other big fandoms. I mean, I'm not just talking about Star Wars. I mean, Marvel, DC, whatever the case is. Star Trek seems to be that fan base that exists, but at least me personally, maybe just because I'm not involved in the space, I don't hear a lot about it. So I'm just so completely blind. I know almost no spoilers or next to nothing about any of it, that I'm excited to just dive headfirst right into it.
Absolutely. I just know that most Star Trek fans aren't fans of the newer Star Trek shows, but even before those shows came out, and even before the movies, there's this whole vast of content, and I'm just excited to dive in and to see what they're all about.
Absolutely. Well, today we're going to be starting with Season 1, Episode 1, which is entitled The Man Trap. We are going to be watching this just in release order, how it came out as it released. So if you're typing up any comments right now about how to watch it in the chronological, we don't really do it that way here. Nothing against people who watch it that way. We just watch things the way they originally intended or they originally were released. So we're going to be starting with Episode 1. We'll be watching the first season here in the coming week. If you're new here, subscribe so you can watch along with us, whether you've never seen Star Trek as well, or maybe you just want to come back and see our reactions to it. We're also watching Star Wars, The Clone Wars currently on the channel. We're going to be watching Marvel's Moon Knight when that premieres on Disney+. We also react to movie trailers, review movies, so subscribe so you too can be part of the target audience.
Captain's log, stardate 1513.1. Ship Surgeon McCoy and myself are now beaming down to the planet's surface.
Oh yeah, look at these sets. All right, here we go.
Our mission?
I'm bought in.
Routine medical
Just to think, that's Michael Myers right there in the center.
Yes.
Nervous, Dr. McCoy?
Yeah, a little bit, I guess.
Leonard.
Nancy,
Hello.
you haven't aged a day. Oh, this is Captain Jim Kirk of the Enterprise.
This is Crater?
And crewman Darnell.
How do you do, man? Something wrong, Darnell?
There's some sort of weird planet where you see what you want to see.
We were very young. I'd better go get Bob. Every time he starts digging, he forgets time, sleep, food, everything. Be back in a minute.
Wow, that's a really good hook.
Space
when I still think of 1960s, I think of, oh, 40 years ago. Like, no, man. That's like almost 60 plus years ago. Like, oh my God.
It's like triple our lifetimes.
We were totally unaware that each member of the landing party was seeing a different woman.
Go back where you came from and tell whoever issues your orders to leave me and my wife alone.
The set reminds me of like a Nickelodeon 90s game show. Like the
Legends of the Hidden Temple?
Yes, exactly.
Doubtless, the good surgeon will enjoy prodding and poking us with his arcane machinery. Go away, we don't want you.
Like it or not, Professor, as commander of the starship, I'm required
To show your gold braid to everyone. You love it, don't you?
Looks exactly as I knew her 12 years ago. Amazing, Jim. Like a girl of 25.
You've seen my wife with the eyes of your past attachment, Doctor.
Oh, God.
No, what happened?
Oh, man.
It's an everlasting gobstopper.
It's strange. Red modeling all over his face.
I've just lost a crewman, Mrs. Crater. I want to know what happened.
Well, I couldn't find Bob, and I was coming back. I crossed to your crewman. I wanted him to know I wasn't offended by the things he'd said back there. The minute you look at me like you don't believe me.
No. It's not that at all. It's something entirely different.
Perhaps you'd better take your man and...
We're well aware of our next duties, Professor. We'll complete your examinations tomorrow.
Transporter room, Captain.
Lock onto us. 3 beaming up.
Locked onto you, Captain.
That's Scotty from the famous Beam Us Up line.
Why don't you tell me I'm an attractive young lady? Or ask me if I've ever been in love? Tell me how your planet Vulcan looks on a lazy evening when the moon is full.
Vulcan has no moon, Miss Uhura.
I'm not surprised, Mr. Spock.
Nice little character establishment. How like Spock's just like not all about this flirting shit. He's just straight by the book.
This man shouldn't be dead. I can't find anything wrong with him. According to all the tests, he should get up and just walk away from here.
I mean, come on, you know it was a plant. Get it? Because it planted the plant in his mouth. Whatever.
How your lost love affects your vision, Doctor, doesn't interest me. I've lost a man. I want to know what killed him.
Yes, sir.
No nonsense, Captain.
Which is very interesting, because throughout the show, I think he becomes more like suave and very like, ooh, you know. But it's nice to see that he cares about his crew.
I'm waiting to see, why the Family Guy parodies are always him, like, jumping around the room.
Oh, yeah, like, Mr. Spock, I believe, yeah, those parodies.
So improbable, we almost didn't check it.
What?
Sodium chloride. Not a trace of it.
This man has no salt in his body
Can
at all.
you explain that, Doctor?
Die almost instantly.
Oh, there isn't a mark on his body.
Except the red rings on his face.
You call that skin modeling?
I thought it was.
I think she sucked the salt out of him.
I'm just wondering how she's able to convey 3 different appearances to these 3 people.
I don't even think she's a woman. I think she's some kind of creature.
Been here for almost 5 years. If there were anything hostile here, we would know about it, wouldn't we?
Or maybe this is like a Beyond Belief episode. But Kirk, there is no Mrs. Crater.
Yeah.
Could this happen?
You couldn't have seen her. She died 30 years ago.
Could this happen?
And what about the crew member? Did he really just eat a poisonous plant? Then how do you explain the rings on his face?
Could he have really died, or are we just planting ideas?
We'll tell you whether this story is true or false at the end of our show.
This is what we have left. Now, what is so mysterious about that?
Can you imagine having that big of a salt shaker in your house?
Did you get the plant analysis?
It is the Borgia variety, Captain. Could not have caused Darnell's death.
Jim, he's run off.
Oh, no.
I've got salt! Smell it! Smell it, Nancy!
I love how the atmosphere in the background is clearly like a wallpaper.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Brid.
Voice activated elevator. That's cool. So
Salt.
Yeah, the creature obviously craves salt.
They picked the perfect actor to portray that monster because his fucking bright eyes just like are like so creepy. I mean, not.
Why don't you go chase an asteroid?
Hey, Janice. Is that for me?
Nice.
Hey, the great bird of the galaxy.
Hey!
When was Twilight Zone filmed? Like this music and the way this is shot is giving me heavy Twilight Zone vibes.
I think the first season of Twilight Zone was like 59, 60.
Wow. Okay. So yeah.
I love that plan is obviously just like a hand.
Yeah, you can see you can see the fingers. It's like a glove. Yeah.
The plan knew what was up.
Suppose he's going space happy or something?
Space happy? That's funny.
If the door to my quarters still rattles when it opens, would you stop by and see if you can do something about it?
Oh!
Thanks, Bobby.
Come on, lady. You're smart. You know this isn't right.
I better get this tray back. Bye, Beauregard.
Wait a minute. I'll walk along.
I like that. The other actor did the same thing, like right here. And now, nice little detail. I like that. Like they didn't need the zoom, but I like how they did.
Oh.
Salt from his forehead.
Dr. McCoy to the bridge. Dr. McCoy to the bridge.
And now she's gonna change it to Dr. McCoy.
Oh, please be him, please. That'll be a great shot.
Dr. McCoy to the bridge.
Ah, yes, love it. That's great. That is wonderful.
Armed and able-bodied crewmen are not attacked and slaughtered.
How many times are you gonna circle this planet? Just hold still.
Where's your wife, Professor? We're concerned about her.
I'm armed. Go away.
I also love the little detail of how there's like these ruins on this planet. So like there was a civilization there before. It's just like a little detail. That's nice.
Lieutenant, but keep locked in on us. Kirk out. Let's get him.
Also the fact that like that looked exactly like a flip phone, and this is the 60s.
Yeah, before a flip phone was even a thing.
Exactly, yeah.
But I like how every form of like sci-fi always has those full like FaceTime things where it's like not even a cell phone, it's like a computer on the wall or something. It's always just like FaceTime, but not on a phone, but on like a wall or a big computer. It's hilarious.
Or is it just
The Enterprise has been invaded by a creature.
Okay, we know it's a shapeshifter, but that doesn't explain how, like, in the opening scene, all three of them saw a different thing. It can only portray one thing at a time, right?
Maybe it changed its shape really quickly.
Whatever, it's not important.
Accounted for and locked away.
See, like it's always like a FaceTime computer. It's never just a voice message.
Still no lead on intruder.
Like so many
Thank you,
science
Lieutenant.
fiction
Continue the search.
media has this type deal.
What?
Dead.
It killed Crater?
Great transition there. Because now she's gonna think that like Leonard will fill that role.
My guess is she needs more. You want it, Nancy?
Ooh.
I've never seen salt in that form. Like a pill?
That's how all salt is in the future.
Like a pill. Oh.
McCoy, get out of the way. Hey, you want this? Are you out of your mind? Get out of the way.
Do people like freeze when she looks at him?
It's killing the captain. Shoot it, Doctor, quickly. No.
There you go.
Stop it, Spock.
I didn't think Spock would be the first one in the show to throw a punch. Oh, God! You still love me, McCoy?
I guess the creature was like, well, the jig is up. Wow.
Why? Woo!
We're gonna have to implement a new drinking game. Take a shot every time.
It must be a small planet if it can rotate around it that many times.
Warp 1, Mr. Sulu.
Warp 1, sir. Leaving warp.
Finally, quit wasting gas and orbiting this planet.
Let me just check and see if there's a post-credit scene.
Was that even a thing back then?
Wow. Okay. I'll let you go first, but I'll just say that was not at all what I expected.
Okay. Wow, that was incredible. Like, timeless. I mean, a great mystery where, like, us as the watchers, as the fans, are a little bit ahead of the story, but still, like, it still hooked us in, and that final twist of what this thing looks like was great. Like, oh my, like, I didn't that was wonderful.
Yeah.
That was like, that 15 minutes blew by. I'm like, this is a good story. The characters are strong. William Shatner is great. He's handsome as ever. And like all these, the shapeshifter, the shots where it changes from who to who, that was wonderful. I can't believe I've never seen this before. That was that was great.
Yeah, we talked about it off camera before we started recording, but we had no idea that each episode of this show was, almost an hour long. I totally thought it was a 22-minute show, and sure, maybe it felt a little bit long, but it was such like an effective slow burn, like mystery monster movie, kind of like creature feature type thing. I mean, I kind of said a little bit during the episode, but I'm expecting the show starts, we're on the ship, right? Like, we're on the Enterprise. It's introducing all the characters. They go on a mission or whatever. Like, not at all. Like, it starts off on a planet already. It throws you right in with a great hook. We get to the ship eventually. You meet everybody, and then the plot essentially takes place on the ship with a creature on the ship. It just was not at all what I expected. It had heavy vibes of The Thing, which I'm sure probably... Oh, I don't know when the original The Thing was released. I'll have to look that up, but I'm sure there was some inspiration. Looks like 1951. So yeah, I'm sure there was some inspiration there.
It felt so much like a long Twilight Zone episode. Like, so wonderful. Each character had their character traits, and like the way like this monster shapeshifter from actor to actor would act exactly the same. Like, that's credit to the director and also like the actors doing their homework on how, when they're this character, how they act. It would always bite their fingers, and like earlier in the episode they were sweating, and it's like you see the monster like swipe their forehead for salt because it feeds on salt. Like, what a great debut for this kind of show. And us 60 years later after it's come out can still be like, wow, this is timeless.
Absolutely. I mean, I was going into this thinking that we would post these kind of like how we have been with the Clone Wars. If you guys out there are watching that on the channel, we typically do it, in bunches, either 2 or 3 episodes, per video. But with this one, of each of these episodes, with their length, if they're this deep and there's this much to like react to, I mean, I don't know. We may have to react to every single episode individually, because I just feel like it was almost like watching a feature film almost, with how much went on in that. I thought it was really great. And yeah, I'm really excited to continue watching.
Absolutely. Me too.
If you guys are not currently subscribed, make sure to do so. We are currently watching, as I said, Star Wars The Clone Wars. We're going to be watching Moon Knight, the MCU series, when that premieres on Disney+. We'll react to movie trailers, review movies, and if there's anything else you want us to watch, whether it's a movie, series, whatever the case is, comment it down below, and we'll check that out as well, and then go ahead and subscribe so you can catch those videos and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, who we think is specifically made for us. And hopefully, if you guys do well, thanks for joining us along on this ride on the Starship Enterprise, and we'll see you on the next one. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think the content is specifically made for us, and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, we're continuing our watch of the 1960s TV show Star Trek the original series, a series I've always been super interested in but never watched. And then we finally watched it, and I'm like, oh my god, this is great. I mean, in terms, you watch, dude, I've watched movies or TV shows from like the 70s, 80s. I'm like, shit, man, this is dated. But I watched this, and like, I mean, I'm going to speak for myself here, but I was hooked. I'm like, oh my god, what's going to happen? This is wonderful. Like, what a great pilot. And I'm like, I was waiting like all week. I'm like, come on, I can't wait to watch more.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It was something that obviously I was excited to start because, first of all, for anyone who hasn't seen it, you can watch our reaction to the first episode now. Neither of us have seen the show or really mostly anything Star Trek for the most part, and I was excited to get into it, but even my expectations were exceeded, and I was very surprised by how much I really liked that first episode, The Man Trap, and watching it with you, and I'm just hoping that quality is consistent throughout each of these episodes here in the first season, and I'm glad to just continue. But first, if this is your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We just finished up Peacemaker, Book of Boba Fett. You can go check those shows out. We're also watching Star Wars The Clone Wars here on the channel. We've basically finished the first season, so go check that out as well and subscribe so you too can be part of the target audience.
Captain's log, stardate 1533.6. Now maneuvering to come alongside cargo vessel Antares. It's Captain and First...
This is the start I expected in the first episode right here, right on the ship.
This is our young castaway, Charlie. Charlie Evans, his dossier. Mr. Evans. Wonderful boy, Charlie.
Oh!
We felt quite honored being the one
having him aboard with us.
Jesus, not even a minute in, there's already a problem.
Absolutely. To think this boy spent practically his whole life alone on that planet.
That's exciting. Is that the right word?
That's perfect. It's the exact word.
This show wastes no time getting right to the plot of the episode. Are you a girl? Okay, maybe he is just a regular person, but he hasn't been raised near anyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine just being by yourself since age 3? It's like space, the final frontier. It's that same planet. They're gonna keep rotating around. Sir, should we save some gas? Nope.
And you learn to talk by just listening to the ship's tapes?
The memory bank still worked. He's not...
You think this is the 60s? You think they had people behind the walls, pulling the doors at the same time?
Oh, good question.
I'm trying to make people like me. I want them to like me.
Most 17-year-olds do.
Good point. I feel like it's a bad idea just to let him roam around.
You can tell, though, one thing this ship lacks is security.
I really appreciate it, but I have to go. I'm on duty.
Do you like that kind?
Yes, It's my favorite. Where did you get it? They don't have any in the ship's stores.
It's a present.
Look, I'm off duty at 1400. Why don't you join me in Recreation Room 6?
You got a deal, friend.
Charlie! You just don't go around slapping girls on the... Why don't
Where did you learn that
tell
from?
Captain Kirk or Dr. McCoy what you did, and they'll explain it to you, okay?
Well, before he did that, I was going to say, this dude's been on this ship for 15 minutes. He's already got a date.
More than I've done.
He pulls. Interesting shirt he's wearing.
I kind of like this leisure green, not sweater. It's a weird, I like it. I want to get one. I'm sorry. I'm just so fascinated with this show. How there's no previous character development at all. It's it's there's no establishment of how these people got here. It's just guess what? We're going to throw you right in the middle. That is super interesting. It's we're just okay, this is where we are. It's these people are on this ship and they're working. And it's there's no backstory to any of them yet. That's fascinating. And now this woman's singing. Oh no.
Saving it for you.
Jesus.
I know. I'm like, damn. Oh my god.
I love those dramatic zooms. Those are so funny.
Jesus. Okay, so he's clearly has some type of powers.
How did you do that?
I can do a live card face. One of the men on the Antari showed me.
It's like pictures she's never taken.
Oh, there we go. He's got his shirt on.
Say it right now, Charlie. That usually works.
Well, I did that to her.
You smacked his ass. Kirk's a womanizer. He'll explain it.
There are things you can do with a lady. There's no right way to hit a woman. Do you understand?
I don't know.
Captain Kirk.
Excuse me.
Captain Kirk from ship's galley.
Wait a minute. He just changed shirts.
Kirk here.
Sir, I put me on video. Sharpie's in there.
Good catch.
Is that a continuity here?
It's gotta be.
Checkmate.
Your illogical approach to chess does have its advantages on occasion, Captain.
Well, I guess it shows, in character development, like, Spock has a very set way of thinking, but, like, Kirk's the captain, so he thinks in other ways, TV shows back then are obviously very different from today. So it's like, I feel like they made these episodes so it doesn't matter if you're on episode 1 or 2
Yep.
or 20. You can just drop in and enjoy an episode.
Exactly.
Because it's not like on Netflix where they drop the whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
where it's basically like an 8-hour movie. It's like anyone can watch at any time. So you're not, so you don't come into episode 20 like, what's going on? So every episode, anyone can enjoy. So that makes sense.
No, it isn't.
Don't destroy it. Don't do it, Charlie. Did he?
Oh, shit.
He melted the pieces.
If I had the whole universe, I'd give it to you. Do you know how that feels?
Tell him to leave me alone. That wouldn't be good for him right now.
He's like, this really doesn't seem like a captain's problem, but I guess I can deal with it.
You realize I'm running a 400-man ship.
Wait. I don't know what I am or what I'm supposed to be or even who. I don't know why I hurt so much inside all the time.
Well, that's being 17.
But if you care for someone, what do you do?
Anything for you at all. You'll know it.
Hold on, let me find my notepad. I need to be taking this down. These are good notes. Woo! Taking bumps.
Floor to absorb.
Oh, that's a day one bump right there.
That's a day one bump. They're doing rolls. What? That did not just happen.
That was pretty wild.
Don't laugh at me.
Cool off.
Don't laugh at me!
No. What the hell? What the hell?
I'm confining you to quarters. I want you to stay there.
I won't let them hurt me.
Oh, that shot on
Make
the
them go away,
eyes.
too.
They won't hurt you, Charlie.
That's a good lighting shot.
Go to your quarters or I'll pick you up and carry you there.
And they're giving him the same lighting to show his power. Like, hey, kid, I'm in charge here.
So, Spock, you getting...
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. There's a tiger burning bright in the forest of the night.
He reminds me of the Black Mirror episode. You know which one I'm talking about, with Jesse Plemons.
The Star Trek one, yeah.
Yeah.
Not Tina! Oh, no!
What?
She gone! She gone!
Did she do that?
I'm genuinely curious how they resolve this.
This actor, though, that's playing this kid is great.
Dude.
Fucking Black Mirror.
This Black Mirror totally borrowed from this episode.
Dude, this
Holy
ripped off
shit.
Black Mirror. Well, and it even this also kind of reminds me of the Twilight Zone episode with that kid who can, like, do whatever he wants.
Don't make me do it now.
You've got my ship, and I want it back.
The lighting on his eyes again.
I want my crew back, whole.
And the fact that the lighting isn't on Charlie's eyes. Punch him.
Captain.
He was about to. He was about to.
Hey.
She lived.
Don't let them take me. I can't live with them anymore.
I have taken my form centuries ago, so that I may communicate with you.
I'm sorry. Help me.
With training, we can teach him to live in our society. If he can be taught not to use his power.
He will use it. Always.
Is there nothing you can do?
We offer him life.
I want to stay.
Gone.
That's crazy.
Oh.
You can tell they were, like, all shaken at the end there. It's not even really like a happy ending. That's crazy.
No, it's
I
not.
mean, everyone came back on their ship, so that's good. But
yeah, okay, yeah. Just 2 episodes in, we're really learning about this show and how it's more about the villain of the week, really, and like how we're just dropped in to whatever this future space crew is doing. I really like the optimism of the crew. They're like, this kid is fucking terrible, but we can still do something good for him. We have to do the right thing here. When, like, the back of my mind, my primitive human brain, just kill him, shoot him. But even at one point, Kirk goes to fucking punch him, even though he's basically like a god. But it's like, what an interesting episode. I mean, what about you?
yeah, I really loved it. We've said before several times, that it gave us like vibes of the Twilight Zone. I think after these first 2 episodes, it's also giving me vibes of X-Files, just like with a different, creature of the week feel that you get to know in each episode. And I don't know if that'll be the tone throughout the whole season or the whole show, if that'll always be the plot. But I've really enjoyed it so far. And, again, with the episodes being almost an hour long, that's definitely something I wasn't expecting going into it, and a lot of times can turn me off with shows. But I couldn't imagine either of these first 2 episodes only being 22 minutes. Like, there's just no way that they could have done them well. So I think that these longer episodes really give the room to develop these characters that you're only going to see in one episode, give them a whole character arc, and give the whole story, depth. And I've really enjoyed that. So hopefully that doesn't wear on me. Hopefully the quality of the episode stays consistent. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. I've loved each of these first 2 episodes, in for their own reasons.
There are little character moments like Kirk playing Spock in chess and Kirk beating, the mastermind Vulcan in terms of different ways of thinking. Like, I like little things like that. And they give the villain of the week a chance to shine, and it's like, so we really understand what's happening. The show is good, man. The show is good.
And they also give the other characters a lot of screen time as well. So like in the first episode, it was the Dr. McCoy that got a whole bunch of screen time, and then in this one, the woman, her name's escaping me at the moment.
Her name was Janice, I think.
Janice, yeah.
Name? Yeah.
So now in this episode, they give Janice all this screen time and basically her own story with this character. So now moving forward, we know those 2 characters. I'm sure they'll get more depth eventually, but I also feel like with these episodes, they know that you're going to know who Captain Kirk is and Mr. Spock are, probably why they're the ones in the opening credits. But I also like how in addition to these 1-episode villains, we're also getting to know the different main characters on the ship as well.
Yeah, like no Sulu this episode, but we had Janice this episode, and her dealing with this fucking weird kid who knows nothing. Also, pro wrestling training. How crazy was that? That was nuts. Like, they were doing wrestling, like they were taking bumps. Yeah. But I'm already so excited to watch episode 3 because the show is. I can see why people, why it's a cult classic and why it's as big as Star Wars, really.
Well, that'll do it for us on this episode. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't so you can watch along with us on this journey through Star Trek, the original series, as well as Star Wars, The Clone Wars. We also react to movie trailers. We're going to be watching Moon Knight, the new MCU series, when that starts on Disney+, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So make sure to subscribe and you can become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I just saw at the time this is recording, we're up to 180 subscribers. That's nuts. Thank you guys so much for joining us on this ride of the Starship Enterprise, and we hope to see you in the next one. I'm Alex, Josh, with the target audience, where content is made for everybody, but specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for coming along with us, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hey everybody, I'm Josh, this is Alex, we are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today we are watching the third episode of Star Trek, the original series. We are 2 episodes deep, and we recorded those 2 episode reactions pretty simultaneously before we posted anything, so this is our first time watching Star Trek since we posted the first episode, and just want to say definitely thank you to everyone out there who has found it, who's enjoyed it, and let us know that you've really liked our reaction. We're glad that a lot of you guys are along for the ride with us, but if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. We're watching this. We're also watching Star Wars, The Clone Wars, about to finish the first season. We're going to be starting Moon Knight when that comes out, the MCU series, so got a lot going on here. But before we jump in, Episode 3, titled Where No Man Has Gone Before. Now that sounds like a Star Trek title to me. Alex, what are you excited for going into this episode?
I'm excited just to be dropped into a random story with some familiar characters and not having, those episodes the last 2 episodes we watched, super fun. I mean, just like they just drop you in, here's the story, have fun. It's like parents dropping you off at a theme park. Go have fun, kids. And you're like, oh, what's going on? It's like, oh, super fun. And like it's funny watching these. We're like getting little tidbits that other shows have borrowed from that we didn't even realize. Like we're both huge fans of Black Mirror, and the Black Mirror episode USS Callister, with the one woman having her face blurred out, and like seeing that happen in episode 2, we were both like, it's like. So I'm excited for more of that. It's nice, not having a trailer, no teaser, and just going in completely blind.
There's obviously a lot to learn about these characters, but it doesn't spoon feed it to you. It doesn't treat you like you're stupid. And I really appreciated that so far, especially for a show that was made so long ago. So I'm ready to jump right in.
Your move, Captain.
We should have intercepted by now. Bird said they'd call.
Let's wear matching sweaters today. Is it me or is his skin complexion a little different? Spock's?
He looks completely different here. My guess is because of like the environment they're in, like this room maybe just makes him look different than he does in the ship.
Yeah, he usually wears blue, so maybe it's doing something different to him.
Old-style ship recorder. They could be ejected when something threatened the ship.
More like destroyed the ship in this case. Look at it. Burnt, pitted.
Looks like my old AC unit. I'm really digging how everyone's wearing like this casual uniform all of a sudden. Can't tell if it's like their outfits this episode or the lighting or what, but it almost feels like this one is lower budget than the first couple. I know someone commented that they filmed them all like maybe in a different order. Maybe they didn't have as much for this episode. I don't know. It's just very different looking.
I must have read it wrong. It sounded like the captain giving an order to destroy his own ship.
Ooh. Oh no! No wonder they used a cheap set. They blew it up.
Oh, what the? Oh, God.
Sounds like lightsaber crackling.
He's alive. Appears to be in shock.
Main engines are out, sir. We're on emergency power cells. Casualties 9 dead.
What?
Why out of our whole crew, only certain people were affected?
I think we found that answer, Doctor.
The tests show that you have a high degree of extrasensory perception. So do the records of the others.
Espers are simply people with flashes of insight.
Oh my God. That is creepy.
Didn't I say you'd better be good to me?
It's like trying to mind control him.
He's reading faster now than just a few moments ago.
Oh, he's reading all those. Jeez.
Is that Gary Mitchell, the one you used to know?
The one you used to know. Oh, God!
Turn it off, turn it off!
He knows they're watching him.
But didn't she also get flashed in that thing? So...
Yeah, and a bunch of other people. It was saying that the people that got flashed had, like, the highest ESPs, and this guy had the highest of all of them, so maybe it, like, affected him differently.
I was on my coffee break. I thought I'd check up on...
Yeah!
I'm glad coffee's still around in the 23rd century.
Yep.
Don't you understand? A mutated superior man could also be a wonderful thing. A new and better kind of human being.
It's never a good sign when someone says that.
That is like having a penny, doubling it every day. In a month, you'll be a millionaire.
Soon, we'll be not only useless to him, but actually an annoyance.
Yeah, I know we discussed this before, but I'm guessing they cycle through crew members, but keep, like, these two as the main guys, maybe someone else. But a lot of the footage is mostly in the villain of the week.
Kill Mitchell while you still can.
Damn, Spock, ruthless.
What are you gonna do, Cap?
Our task: transport down a man I've known for 15 years. Maroon him there.
Just gonna leave him there?
Nice.
It's like a man who has been blind all of his life, suddenly being given sight.
Oh,
Stop it, Gary.
I also know we're orbiting Delta Vega, Jim. I can't let you force me down there. Like maybe a god could do.
There you go.
If we can't use reason, we'll beat his ass.
Men cannot survive of a race of true espers is more. In time, you'll understand that.
What?
Jim.
His eyes went back to normal.
Oh, shit.
I like how for that moment when his eyes went back to normal, he was like, Jim, like, obviously he's not in control when he's, he's like basically under a spell or something.
No.
I'm kind of proud
Get
of
off
the
your
job
phone!
we've done. Are we gonna be ready to transport him?
Oh! That's what happens when you use your phone at work.
A brand new malevolent god will choke you to death. Just gonna let him out. Oh no!
Oh shit.
I literally have no idea how they're gonna resolve this.
It's like every time.
Can you hear me, James? You cannot see me, I'm not there. You follow the right path, James. You'll come to me soon.
Yes, it just took a little longer for it to happen to me.
You're still human.
No,
At least partly you are.
Before long, we'll be where it would have taken mankind millions of years of learning to reach.
And what will Mitchell learn on getting there?
What do you know about gods?
Then let's talk about humans. About our frailties. As powerful as he gets, he'll still have all that inside him.
Go back.
What do you see happening to him? What's your prognosis, Doctor?
I'm disappointed in you, Elizabeth.
Oh! I ain't doing shit. Oh.
Hurry.
Oh! Wait. Oh!
Hey!
You gotta bury him.
Oh no, he's getting beat up.
Oh, look at his shirt.
Gary.
Oh god, the Rock.
For a moment,
Oh.
James. But your moment is fading.
Whoa! Nice bump. Oh, what?
Enterprise. From Captain Kirk. Come in.
Nice little bandage.
Captain's log. Stardate 1313.8. Be it noted she gave her life in performance of her duty. Lieutenant Commander Gary Mitchell. Same notation. I want his service record to end that way. He didn't ask for what happened to him.
Good for you, Kirk.
I felt for him, too.
Hey!
I believe there's some hope for you after all, Mr. Spock.
All right, so yeah, all these episodes are, because they're almost a full hour long, the stakes get built up throughout them, and it almost feels like each one is near cinematic in like the stakes and how well the story is built throughout. That by the end, you mentioned it during the episode, you're like, I don't know how they're going to get out of this. It's like by the end, you won't start to buy into the fact that they're not going to be able to get out of it because it's built so well, to the point where I don't even know if I potentially buy into, how they defeated him in the end, but we'll get to that. Overall, what'd you enjoy most about the episode?
Overall, just that first quarter, like, me wondering, like, what's happening, what's going on, like, what's the gimmick gonna be, and not being able to figure it out right away. That was nice. And like you said, like, every time as it kept going, I literally thought, I don't know how they're gonna end this. This might be a part 1 and part 2 episode. I was thinking that the entire time. I'm like, we've been going for like 40 minutes, and I'm like, I don't see this ending. But they found a way that was interesting. Yeah, like that final battle and like the bumps they were taking, and like, you can obviously tell like a punch, but like he did like a flip bump on his side. I'm like, oh man, they're really going at this. He like dove across the set, like that was awesome. The little character development, the entire time. Spock's like, I don't feel. That's what, I go by logistics. And by the end, it's like, oh, I felt something for him. It's like, nice. Nice. Even though these episodes feel like we're just dropped in the middle of a story on a random planet, it's nice to have those little waves of character development that make you feel good. And I do feel like it's going to be like that, where it's like, no Dr. McCoy this episode, but we had Sulu and another doc. We had Scotty, Mr. Scott. So maybe next one, sub someone else in, whoever's available. So yeah, solid, very solid.
Yeah, through the first 3 episodes, none of the villains that have been portrayed were weak, in my opinion. And I feel like, at least so far, the show understands that we're going to see, Mr. Spock, Captain Kirk, in all of these episodes. So it spends a lot of the time in each one building up the villain for that episode. Even though so far, they eventually all end up dying by the end. You might think, well, what's the point of like spending all that time on them? But it's because you make them all so strong, so then when they're defeated, it just makes Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock and everybody just look even better, even stronger, and more interesting as characters through building up the villains. So I've really appreciated that so far, and I'm excited to see it. I mean, if this is what every episode is, at least for the first season or whatever, of just like a different badass villain every episode that he has to kill, I think that's pretty cool. Not at all really what I expected, but that would be cool. I like the other 2 episodes a little bit more, I would say, so far, but no, yeah, still really good episode. And if we weren't watching this, to record them, I could see myself sitting here watching 3 or 4 more, if I was binging it, because I'm really interested in it. But that will be it for this video.
Yeah, really quick. The 2 villains in the last 2 episodes have been like god complexes, so I'm curious what route they're going to take next. Because if it's another god type character, the next episode will be like, all right, come on. But
that'll be it. So make sure, like I said earlier, if it's your first time here, subscribe, watch all these episodes with us. We've had some comments asking, and yes, we will be watching every single episode of this series. We're also watching Star Wars The Clone Wars. Like I said, most of the first season of our watch-alongs is available right now, and we're going to be finishing that up. We're going to be watching Moon Knight, the MCU series. We also occasionally react to movie trailers, review movies, and watch full-length movies as well. So subscribe so you can be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. That'll do it for us here. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. Once again, we are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Welcome everybody, I'm Josh, this is Alex, we are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's especially made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today, we are continuing our watch-along of Star Trek, the original series, a show that neither of us has ever seen. Our reactions to the first 3 episodes are up right now, and we're going to be jumping into the 4th episode today, titled The Naked Time. Alex, I know you've enjoyed the series so far, I've definitely enjoyed it as well. How you feeling going into this episode today?
I'm excited. I'm excited for hopefully something a little different, because the last 2 episodes both had odd god complexes, in terms of one like a Twilight Zone episode and one like a guy who's literally God. And by the Twilight Zone episode, I mean like the bratty kid who like took control of his house. But in this one, yeah, like it's nice not to know what to expect, because like we've talked about, this is like a singular episode type of show where you can just jump in and it's like anything can happen. It's like you have your cast, and it like for the minor characters it kind of revolves around on who's going to be in it, but it's like the villain of the week, who's it going to be? And like every episode it's like, how are they going to get out of this? And it's like, if a TV show were to do that today, it'd be like so stressful, and it'd be so different, because so many TV shows today it's like just an 8-hour movie broken into 8 episodes. But with this, it's like it's a 50-minute movie, and it's like it's the biggest villain ever, but it's just for that one episode. It's super weird, but it's like that's the way things were back then, and it's nice to watch something from that point of view for the first time. It's different. It's like a switch, because I can't think of any other TV show out there right now besides like something like Black Mirror, which isn't even playing any. Which isn't even being made anymore, I guess, or the new Twilight Zone, which I haven't seen. But yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. For me, I didn't want to just touch on one thing from our last episode. We had made comments about how the set looked different, the characters looked different. We have gotten some comments, and I guess the 3rd episode that aired was actually one of the pilots that was filmed, so that's why like things look different. It was out of, a different order in the way that they aired than the way they were produced. So, obviously we've said this before, but we are watching it in release order, but it is nice to know that is why things were so different in the last episode from a look perspective, so I am expecting it to go back to what we were more used to in those first 2 episodes here. But beyond that, I'm really, like you said, I really have nothing to go off of. I'm just ready to jump in and have a new adventure with this one.
Exactly. Let's do it.
All right, and if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. In addition to this, we're also watching Star Wars The Clone Wars, just finishing up the first season of that, and we're going to be watching Moon Knight, the MCU series, once that starts later in the month on Disney+. We also review movies, react to movie trailers, so subscribe so you can become part of the target audience.
Captain's log. Our position, orbiting Psi 2000, an ancient world, now a frozen wasteland.
Ooh.
Disintegration of the planet.
A snow episode.
It's been all like deserts for the most part, right? Ah!
This is what it's been like in Ohio the past few months. That's great. They teleport down in like hazmat suits.
The other 4 are back there.
Dead?
Right, sir. Better look for yourself, Mr. Spock. One man was taking a shower, fully clothed.
I like how they could have taken the easy route and just had regular looking hazmat suits, but no, they had these weird details on there. What? He just took it off? What? Oh no. Whoa! Of course, as soon as you take your glove off, he goes, right to your face.
Someone also commented that I guess the version available on Paramount Plus is remastered when it comes to some of the effects. So, that's good to know also.
But yeah, this looks very nice compared to last week.
Your pulse is 242. Your blood pressure is practically non-existent.
The readings are perfectly normal for me, Doctor. Thank you.
Guy took dead-end job a little bit too literally.
An engineer sitting there apparently oblivious to everything. A woman strangled, a crewman with a phaser pistol in his hand. Not even a theory, gentlemen?
Definitely not drugs or intoxication.
Could what happened down there to those people create any unusual danger to this vessel and crew?
Too late for that question.
Yeah.
Hey, Joey. You feeling all right?
Get off me. You don't rank me and you don't have pointed ears, so just get off my neck.
Damn. Looks like he's gonna start scratching his own skin off.
I was thinking that same thing. Is he gonna start like? Ugh.
We're all a bunch of hypocrites. Stick our noses into something that we've got no business.
Now calm down.
If a man was, we don't belong here. It's not ours.
Oh no, the virus! It's making him a hippie. Get him!
We don't belong.
Oh God.
No.
I don't belong.
Look at that pink blood. Oh no. So it's just like The Happening? Is this where The Happening got their inspiration from?
What? No.
Oh no, he's on the bridge.
From Mullen's record.
Not Sulu. Oh, there's that beat again. Oh, is that supposed to be the pulse? Is that why it's happening in this? Oh, okay.
He's dead, Doctor.
The wounds were not that severe.
Damn.
Why don't you come down to the gym with me, Kevin, my lad?
Now?
Why not?
This is like the first time he's actually being used in the show.
Where is Mr. Sulu?
Have no fear, O'Reilly's here. And one Irishman is worth 10,000.
You, Mr. O'Reilly. Lieutenant Uhura, take over this station.
Very interesting reaction to this virus.
It affects everyone a little differently. The first guy turned into a total doomer. This guy is just like aloof, and the other guy, and Sulu just wanted to go to the gym.
He's like, let's go work out.
Hey, let's go work out.
Have such lovely eyes, pretty lady.
Oh no, she's got it.
Transfers that easily, huh?
Ah!
Richelieu, beware.
What?
You either leave this war bloodied, or with my blood on your swords.
He must have had so much fun in this episode.
Like he went to the writers. Can I do something, please? All right. Oh, the Vulcan neck grip.
I'd like you to teach me that sometime.
I totally forgot that was a thing that's been referenced in so much media until he did it. He finally did it.
In the future, all female crew members will wear their hair loosely about their shoulders.
Besides, like, the main few people who obviously we know who survive a bit, but it's nice with these other characters like Riley. It's like, I don't know, is he gonna die? Yeah. Who knows? Same with the God character last week. I'm like, there's no way to tell if this guy's gonna last or not.
At least try cutting him off.
Sir, if I could cut him off, don't you think
Please, sir, keep trying.
Sorry.
Nice little moment there.
Thought the same thing.
Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock. The men from Vulcan treat their women strangely.
Not Spock, man.
If they get Spock, we're done, man. Episode over.
No dance tonight.
Get him out of here.
Experiencing emotions for the first time ever? Oh man, he's probably losing his mind. I'm thinking maybe we should stop this trip and go home. Nothing but bad things seem to happen.
Mr. Spock is not on the bridge, Captain.
Jesus, what a cut.
That's how we missed it. It passed from man to man through perspiration. Once in the bloodstream, it acts like alcohol.
It's an alcoholic virus.
So they were all drunk.
And alcohol affects everyone in different ways. Ah, look at that.
Spent a whole lifetime learning to hide my feelings.
Ah!
His face, he's like, what the fuck?
Bridge to Captain. Engineer asked, did you find...
Yes, I found the spot!
He slapped the mic! He slapped the mic!
It's a theoretical relationship between time and antimatter.
Flesh woman, the
touch, to hold. Held them. Clear the corridors. The turbo lift.
Goddamn, Shatner gave his all in that scene. Good lord.
I love that he just rips his shirt open.
Direction, sir. Direction. It doesn't matter. The way we came.
Captain, my velocity gauge is off the scale.
Engine power went off the scale as well.
My chronometer's running backwards, sir.
We're going backward in time.
What?
Wow.
We're back to normal time, Captain.
How far back did they go? Like 7-8 days?
We've regressed in time 71 hours. It is now 3 days ago, Captain. This does open some intriguing prospects, Captain. We can go back in time.
We may risk it someday, Mr. Spock. Resume course to our next destination, Mr. Sulu.
Course laid in, sir.
That was really like, oh, damn, that's crazy. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. It's like, even back then in the 60s, I'm sure, they didn't know how long this was going to go or if they'd make movies or anything. But the fact that it's a 4th episode and they're like, by the way, we can travel back in time, just in case we ever want to do that.
Yeah, just to set up any possible future episodes. We can go back in time. Wow, what a... I was looking for something different, and I got it. I totally got it. And figuring out what was going on, the actors were given a lot of room to play. It's like, hey, I don't know if they were informed whether they were drunk or not, but they all acted drunk in their own way, and figuring out what was the problem and like what is happening to them was super interesting. And the fact that it ended up being like kind of a simple answer, like, oh, they're all drunk, because we were figuring out, like, oh, does it bring out some internal repressed? No, they're just fucking wasted.
Yeah, the idea of it I really like, and I like that twist. It was a little bit confusing as to, like, okay, so why did the first guy die? Like, when he stabbed himself, the doctor said that the stabs weren't that severe, the wounds weren't that severe, so not sure why he died. And then like the physics at the end of how they were trying to fix it, I wasn't really following along with, so that type of stuff is whatever, I can let that go. But the actual idea of the twist and the plot I enjoyed, and I liked that it wasn't just like another villain, like you said, like just another god villain or something like that. It was something much different. It wasn't even an on-screen villain. It was something that went through the crew on the ship. Really enjoyed that. And also just the acting, probably my 2 favorite scenes were back to back. The one with Spock where he's dealing with his emotions after he gets infected, and he walks into the one room by himself. There's no music. It's one camera cut, one shot the whole time of him just dealing with the emotions. Probably one of my favorite scenes in the show thus far. And then right after that, Captain Kirk coming in and them having that confrontation. Yeah, really enjoyed that.
Yeah, and I liked how it affected everyone differently. Like, some people were flirty, some people were just aloof, some people were just depressed, like the suicidal guy, or Spock, dealing with emotions and depression and love, and then like how it affected the captain, where he was like able to fight it because he's the captain for a reason, and he's and I don't know if all these things are intentional, but like the lower crew members playing checkers instead of chess, or whenever like they're trying to figure things out, they're like half lit, it's not really specific in terms of up or down, but just like part of their face is shadowed, and like when a character's not dealing with anything, it's kind of just they're fully lit. But whenever like Kirk's trying to figure something out, he's always like half lit. Very, very interesting choices there. But yeah, I guess they figured out some formula. If you implode the engines, it'll like reverse they go back in time. Whatever, that's science stuff. That's fine. But yeah, and they went through it so fast. McCoy's like, "Oh, it's alcohol. It's water." Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Wait, what?" It's like,
yeah.
And like Sulu was just fine. I'm like, "What happened?" And but whatever. They figured it out. It was just it was like a quick answer to like a mystery episode, which is it's okay. It's a one-off. It's not like it's fine. Time travel's possible now, and hopefully that'll come in a little later.
And also knowing with Spock, I didn't even know that he was half human. So finding that out, that his mom was a human and that he does have emotion, it's just he lived on a planet where you weren't allowed to show them, and he always has to constantly keep them in check. And this virus kind of like exposed, that side of him. I'm excited for if that'll ever come into play in the future, and that's something that I didn't know about the character. So yeah, a character-driven episode for sure, and I really enjoyed it.
Well, yeah, I think that's it. I got nothing else. How about you?
That's it. Well, if this is your first time here and you enjoyed this, make sure to subscribe as we watch through the rest of the first season and beyond of Star Trek, the original series. We are also watching Star Wars, The Clone Wars. We'll be watching Moon Knight, the MCU series. We also review movies, react to movie trailers occasionally, so subscribe so you can be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, give us your opinions, tell us how dumb we are. But that'll do it for us here in the target audience. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, I'm Josh, this is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today we are continuing our watch along of the first season of Star Trek, the original series. This is our 5th episode that we're doing. This one is titled The Enemy Within. We've had huge response, a lot of comments to our first 4 episodes, which are all available here on the channel if you haven't seen them. Alex, what are you excited for in this episode?
It's tough because it's not. I got my wish last week where I'm like, I want something that isn't a god complex, and we got something completely mysterious and new to us, and it was like, wow, and it was like just them being drunk, something simple, but us trying to figure out what's wrong with them was super fun. I love mystery episodes like that where you just can't figure out what's going on until they tell you. I mean, if you figure it out beforehand, it's no fun, but it's like. And when they reveal it to you, and it's something simple like that, it's like it's great. Yeah, I'm really surprised in the traction this series has got for a show that came out in the 60s. I mean, to non-current stuff, this is second only to our Zack Stone series, which I think got a lot of traction, which is great. I love it. It's reintroducing some people to it, and it's introducing some new people to it. It's great. It's wonderful. But what I'm looking for in this one is, I don't know. That's the fun part. It's just jumping into a new adventure and not knowing what to expect.
Absolutely. I'm ready to get back into it. And in the meantime, if this is your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. In addition to this, we are also watching Star Wars, The Clone Wars. We're going to be watching Moon Knight when this comes up and starts in just a little bit here on Disney Plus, the MCU series. And we also review movies, react to movie trailers and series trailers. And yeah, subscribe so you too can be part of the target audience.
Look at that thing.
Oh, what a dog.
Yeah. At night it gets down to 120 degrees below zero.
What happened? Got off that bank, sir. Cut my hand.
Let's see.
Fisher, ready to beam up.
They did that for a reason. What happened?
I took a flop.
Scotty's got to do something about that haircut. That's not doing it. Those bangs are just not doing it.
The coconut head?
Woo! What if the show was a sitcom, and it's every time like a main character came on screen, they cheered?
Studio audience?
Yeah.
Are you all right, Captain? All right. Just a little dizzy. Here, let me give you a hand. I can't get through there.
Oh, God!
That dramatic shot was great.
All right, we're going to do an evil clone episode, I guess.
That was hilarious.
His performance is already so great in this.
Yeah, man. He's really good.
Sorry, I'm brandy. What can I do for you, Jim? I said give me the brandy!
Oh, God. Well, he's not trying to hide it.
I mean, obviously he's acting, but it's amazing what a couple different camera angles and lighting situations can do to just completely change who you are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh, this is the real
What's
one
he doing? Oh.
Well, Dr. McCoy seemed to think that I should check on you.
That's nice.
Good doctor said that you were acting like a wild man, demanded brandy. If you'll excuse the intrusion, Captain, I'll get back to my work.
I'll tell him you were properly annoyed.
This poor dog.
I know, it just like does not look happy to be there at all.
We beamed up this animal, and well, look for yourself. It's in this specimen case.
Oh, God!
Two of the same animal, but different. One gentle, this. One mean and fierce, that. Some kind of savage ferocious.
I was gonna say, I thought it was gonna like take a bulk of the episode for them to find out, but it seems like they're gonna get right to it.
Yeah, like they already got it.
Oh, there he is.
It's like Shatner said, you know what? I want to be the villain of the week.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But you mentioned it before, like the lighting has been such like a strength of this show. Like the production and the lighting is always great.
He looks completely different as this version.
Can I help you, Captain?
Jim will do here, Janice.
I like how every time a villain wants to like come on to a girl on the ship, it's always Janice. She's the only one.
Stop pretending.
Oh, God.
Let's stop pretending. Just a minute, Janice.
Just a minute. Jesus Christ.
Just a minute.
If this is going to end up in a fist fight, how is Kirk going to fight himself? In terms of filmmaking. Oh, he's marked.
And that got uncomfortable quick.
Me.
Captain, Dr. McCoy reports that you demanded this brandy and
The return of the green sweater.
I found this bottle in Yeoman Rand's quarters.
How many takes do you think happened where they just walked into the door when the guys didn't pull it fast enough?
Oh,
that little cut. I like that.
You mentioned the feelings we've been hiding, and you started talking about us.
Us?
Come on.
You started hurting me.
He's wearing a different
I had
sweater.
to fight you, scratch your face.
Look at me.
His face isn't scratched.
Look at my face.
she's doing a great job though playing like Disturbed.
Are there any scratches? I was in my room. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It was you, sir.
Oh God, he's alive. She tells him he like came on to her, and he's like, "It's my opposite. In real life, I find you grotesque."
I was wondering about that. So, does he not find her attractive at all? Does he not drink at all?
Does the transporter work at all?
Yes, sir. But we don't dare bring up the landing party. It might be duplicated like this animal.
It's getting dark. They'll die. The surface temperature of that planet goes down to 120 degrees below zero at night.
That's why they brought up the temperature.
I mean, if they're all standing there, couldn't they just like bring him up, and then if an imposter comes up, they all just grab him immediately?
Just shoot him.
Can't take a chance on killing it. We have no previous experience, no way of knowing what would happen to you.
That's right, we don't know. And more difficult. This is the captain speaking. This is imposter voice. Man who looks exactly like me and is pretending to be me. The imposter may be identified by scratches on his face. Repeat.
He's definitely wearing eyeliner. He has to be.
Scratches on his face.
He should be wearing the Batman type eyeliner, like the cloud all over.
The imposter is not to be injured. Use minimum force. Repeat. The imposter is not to be injured.
I'm Captain Kirk!
Oh, he's gonna hide the scratches.
I just like how there's just makeup sitting there. Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Matches my complexion completely.
Just what I needed.
Well, that's how good makeup foundation is in the future.
Wilson, give me your phaser.
Yes, sir.
How you been?
Fine, sir.
He doesn't even face him. He just hits him.
Yeah, because that's what I thought he was just going to take it and just immediately shoot him.
But no, he just...
Knowing how the ship is laid out, where would you go to elude a mass search?
The lower levels.
I got kind of freaked out there for a second. Like he was looking right at me. As if I knew. I don't know.
It turns into like one of those Netflix interactive things. Like, where would you go? Like 2 options pop up.
the little time bar going down.
You can't kill me. You need me. I don't need you.
Ah!
Nice, nice.
Wow. They did pretty good, you know, like, make them look pretty seamless that it's not 2 different people. They did a pretty good job.
The main circuits have been burned through. The abort control circuit is gone altogether.
Temperature's still dropping. Now 41 degrees below zero.
Yeah.
Do you think you might be able to find a long rope somewhere and lower us down a pot of hot coffee?
That was the best joke so far of the whole show. What a cut. Oh, they're gonna send them both down?
If this doesn't work, I don't know.
It's going to combine them.
Oh.
I think.
He's dead, Jim.
Oh!
170 below. Can't last much longer. Can't wait. No time.
That's just sad.
I won't fight you anymore.
Oh, God!
Bastard.
Yeoman, I owe you an explanation.
No.
Yes, I do. The transporter.
He switched the shirt.
malfunctioned, divided me, created a duplicate.
Oh, well, that didn't take long.
Mr. Spock, you know who I am. You know what that is.
Mr. Spock, which one? What do we do?
He wants you to think that he's Captain Kirk. You know who I am. I'm the captain. Don't you understand? I'm captain of the ship. It's my ship. Please. I don't want to. Don't make me. Don't make me. Please. I want to live. You will. Both of us. If this doesn't work.
Understood, Captain.
Didn't even have to say it.
Well, Mr. Spock.
He's going to be sitting off to the side as an old man.
Hi, Spock.
Get those men aboard fast.
Right away, Captain.
Well, we know he's alive.
Severe exposure, frostbite. I think they'll make it. I've seen a part of myself no man should ever see.
Captain? Well, sir, what I'd like to say is that...
Thank you, Yeoman.
The posture had some interesting qualities, wouldn't you say, Yeoman?
That was fun. A little different on this side where we talked about it briefly in the watch, but how we're a little bit more ahead of the curve than they are in terms of that we know what's going on because they didn't know there was an imposter and they're trying to figure out, oh, I didn't have this conversation. Who had this conversation? So we were a little bit ahead of the curve. Something happened with the transporter where it split them in two. What really caused it? The first guy with the yellow dirt on him, maybe, but
yeah, never explained. Yeah,
wasn't brought up again. They just fixed it and they just sent everyone back. But whatever. Yeah, neat little episode. Different, very different.
I think that was probably my favorite episode so far for one reason, and that is just William Shatner's performance as the other half of Captain Kirk. That was both hilarious, but also at times tense. I really love how this show will put you through a situation. So like in this episode, examples would be like when he forces himself onto Janice, or when Sulu is calling Captain Kirk towards the end of the episode to report, when they're almost nearly dead. And it's a very dramatic situation, and they don't ham it up with like a bunch of, music in the background, or, they just kind of let you sit in it for a while, and these scenes will go on for, a long time, to the point where it's a little bit uncomfortable. But I think I really like that because it makes you like face the situation. Like, these guys are really going through this tough situation. It makes you buy it, and buy the stakes a little bit more. Because we know at the end of the episode they're going to be fine. Like, we don't know how, right? But, like, we know they'll figure it out. But it forces you in that moment to buy, like, oh, man, this really sucks.
Every time I'm like, how are they going to fix this? And in terms of, like, lessons underneath what's happening, like, hey, you need the both good and the bad in you, to be whole. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't just be goody two-shoes. You got to have that strict, and you got to have that evil side with you a little bit. And yeah, the piggyback of what you saw of William Shatner, like, they just like, it's like they just said, hey man, go crazy. It's like, show us your chops, show us your versatility. And they did it, man. And like the lighting and the editing, and just like, for the 60s, the convincing shots of both of them, of both Kirks in the same frame, it's just like wonderful, really well done.
Yeah, definitely really well done. Really liked the episode, and that theme they brought up of like the darkness inside you. This is actually already the second time they brought it up in Where No Man Has Gone Before, when towards the end on that planet, when he's talking to the woman, he brings it up then, Captain Kirk, when he's like, the dark things deep inside us that we would never let out. So it's been like a recurring theme already, and I like it. Well, that'll be it for this episode. We're going to be continuing this series. I'm trying to get 2 episodes a week up. We're trying our best. It's a little bit more difficult with a 50-minute show, but we're trying. In the meantime, make sure to subscribe and join us for this, as well as all the other shows I mentioned earlier. Leave comments down below if you're a fan of Star Trek and you're enjoying this. In the meantime, what other shows in this same realm but not Star Trek also would you want us to watch? Shows, movies, anything sci-fi out there. We're open to anything, so leave that down in the comments below. And if it's your first time here, subscribe so you can be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. If you want us to watch Chicago Med from 2012, we'll do a season of that. Why not? Chicago Med, season 8, episode 13 reaction. But that'll do it for us here on the Target Audience. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the Target Audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think specifically made for us, and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. Hi everybody, I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the Target Audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today we're continuing our watch of the brand new series, Star Trek, the original series, new as of sometime in the 1960s. We're on episode 6, and it's getting a lot of traction on the channel. People are liking it, a lot of comments, a lot of Trek fans coming back from, maybe they're not liking the new stuff and they're happy to see some newer people watching the old stuff. And we're here for it, and we're glad you're here for it too.
Well, the last episode we watched, Enemy Within, was my favorite so far in the series. So I'm excited to, keep going. I feel like the show has just been getting, better and better. It's hard to pick out like a weak episode or anything so far. And I'm just really excited to continue on with this first season and see what we have next. We've had the last 2 episodes, kind of like when we had the 2 God Complex episodes back-to-back. The last 2 have been kind of similar as well, one with a virus and then one with kind of like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde scenario, except being separated instead of being the same person. So, I'm wondering if we'll actually introduce, a new villain this week. If this is your first time here, make sure to subscribe and give the video a like. It really helps other people who like Star Trek find the video. And subscribe. We're also watching Star Wars The Clone Wars. We're going to be watching the MCU series Moon Knight when that starts at the end of the month. We also review movies, react to movie trailers, a bunch of other stuff. So join the target audience. Subscribe to the channel.
Still trying to run away from us, sir.
So what do you think the show's about?
Sir, he's pushing his engines too hard.
Changing course again.
And his engines are superheating.
Try to warn him. If he loses power now...
There go his engines.
They're dropping many he, him, his
That's
pronouns.
exactly what I was going to say.
To explore strange new worlds.
What are they doing? The 5 years is up. Do they just go home?
I guess.
Well, that was fun. Literally, we had a problem every single week. It sucked. So I'm done.
Life-threatening issue.
Every week.
What the fuck?
Just where is it I find myself?
You're aboard the USS Enterprise.
The name, gentlemen, is Walsh. Captain Leo Walsh.
Oh!
Asteroid. Hidden dead center.
Nice.
The Powerpuff Girls?
That does look like them.
It's all right, darling.
You can tell Dr. McCoy likes
We're in
this.
good hands.
Oh my god, I was joking, but he really does.
He's really into this. Spock's going to be the voice of reason of this episode. Because he's a virgin.
No one tell Janice.
But men will always be men no matter where they are.
This guy gives a new definition of neckbeard.
I was about to say, there's a patch on his neck.
You're part Vulcanian, aren't you? Ah, well then, a pretty face doesn't affect you at all, does it? That is, not unless you want it to.
I apologize for what he said, sir. He's so used to buying and selling people.
I'll handle the conversation.
Jeez. Buying and selling people?
Whoa. Stay strong, Kirk. Stay strong, brother.
So his crew's dead, I guess. He doesn't seem too bothered by that.
These women have a mysterious magnetic effect on the male members of my crew, including myself.
That is, being so healthy, they've no need for a medical exam, have they? Have you no place to go, lads?
Notice we're
No.
Have you no place to go?
I love this guy. He's super refreshing.
Not only wrecked his own vessel, but in saving his skin. It makes you feel any better, engineer? That's one jackass we're going to see skinned.
Whoa!
It's frustrating. What?
There's a lithium mining operation on.
Why does he look like such a smart ass in that shot right there?
like all the way like this.
Yeah, he's like.
Start computer.
They're gonna test to see if they're replicant.
State your name for the record. Leo Francis Walsh.
Incorrect.
Gentlemen, surely you're not going to take the word of a soulless mechanical device over that of a real flesh and blood man.
Of course not. Gentlemen, I'm simply an honest businessman.
Incorrect.
Charged with galaxy travel without a flight plan, without an identification beam, and the failure to answer a starship signal. You're also charged with operation of a vessel without a master's license.
Untrue. I have a master's ticket.
Incorrect. No decipherable reading on females. However, unusual reading on male board members. Detecting high respiration patterns.
Strike that from the record, Mrs. Spock.
Strike it from. Jesus. Talk about a mustache twirling villain.
Connors, are you finished?
What's happening?
Oh!
Look at my face. Someone sees us like this.
I didn't hide them, girl. I put them in a safe place in case I was searched.
Are they just now wearing makeup?
It must be like some kind of pill that makes them look better.
Transporting down to surface of planet Rigel 12 to acquire replacement lithium crystals.
Why are they bringing him? Come on, Henry, you're coming with me.
Childers, we're busy, Mr. Kirk.
No. I'm sorry. I guess it must be the dust.
Time.
Why does he just run a raffle and the loser gets me?
From the beginning, she seems a little bit separate from the other two, but as terms of why, I don't know. What are you gonna do? They left her there?
I think they lost her in the storm. That's what they were looking for.
So they gave up. Then this guy found her.
Everything's where I wanted them.
I ate some of your food, so I paid with some chores.
I guess I'm supposed to sit, taste it, roll my eyes. Ooh, female cooking again. I've tasted better.
Why don't you hang your pan out in the wind and let the sand blast it clean? Well, hadn't you thought about that?
They've known each other less than a day. They're already arguing like a married couple.
Yeah, exactly.
They're perfect for each other.
Well, I think her whole point, like, throughout the episode was like, oh, like, he shouldn't fall in love with me because of my looks. It should be because, you know, of other stuff, whatever. But it's like, okay. So it's kind of a weird way of representing it, though.
Oh, I like that. Playing cards, but they're circles instead of
future.
Because it's the future.
I didn't touch her.
Thank heaven you found her. What it does is give you more of whatever you have. Men more aggressive, women more feminine, and...
He gave it to the women before you met them.
They really look like she does?
Mr. Childress,
Is that what it means?
Jesus Christ,
Yes,
dude.
that's what it means. This is what you want, Mr. Childress.
Quite a woman, eh, Childers? She took no drug.
I swallowed it.
Colored gelatin.
Yes, they took away my drug and substituted that.
There's only one kind of woman.
Or man, for that matter.
You either believe in yourself, or you don't.
What a lesson!
Where evil stay.
Two of us, Mr. Spark. Come on, Mr. Mudd. But I will appear as a character witness at your trial. If you think that'll help.
They'll throw away the key.
Mac, right in the old eye. Oh, I'm sorry. In your case, it would be about here. The fact that my internal arrangement differs from yours, Doctor, pleases me no end.
So that's why Spock wasn't involved. He doesn't care. It's just like, you fucking losers.
Well, I said I wanted a new villain of the week. I definitely got one with Harry Mudd here. That was...
Harry Mudd is like... He's not really a villain per se, but it's totally Spock's opposite. You know, he's like... You know, Kirk's like in shape, you know, good hair, you know, clean shaven, and then like Harry Mudd comes along, balding, mustache, a little overweight, a little slimy. Ugh. You know, it's like, oh, my girls. You know, it's like it was nice to see someone completely opposite to Kirk there. But like during like the first 2/3 of this episode, like especially during that second part of that third, I'm like, what is this? What is happening? And then that was like the first time the lesson was like dropped to us like right on the nose. It's like, oh, it's about believing in yourself, confidence or whatever. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But like the entire time I'm like, what is happening? Like that was like for me that was like I was trying to follow so hard, but it's like, what?
Yeah, I'll be honest. For most of the episode, I was thinking like, okay, like they can't all be winners. They can't all be really good episodes. And there was some fun. There were some goofy parts. Some fun to be had with this one for the first half hour or so that I did like, but for the most part, it was very silly, very goofy, and kind of campy, and I was just trying, just enjoying it for what it was. But once we went down to the mining planet and introduced the plot with the three men is really where I like checked out, and I'm like, this isn't good. Like I was just like, this isn't a good episode. But wow, what a redemption at the end with that scene. And the lesson is a little bit on the nose as he literally says it out loud, but I think it was so unexpected that for me anyway, that it worked in that moment because I had no clue that they were going to drop that, and the way it played out I thought was awesome. It might not be one of my favorite episodes, but one of my favorite moments so far in the show was that resolution there at the end.
Yeah, it's like they almost teamed up with the villain of the week for a second there. Like Harry Mudd and Kirk, because they both came down with that pill for Eve. Yeah, that was a weird episode, man. That was a really weird episode. I don't have much more to say about it. It's just like it was different. They tried something, and like you got to respect them for trying it because it wasn't it wasn't God, it wasn't alcohol, it wasn't a clone. It was just like. They just came across this guy who had these three women who were taking pills to look more attractive, and like the lesson was, you don't need pills to look more attractive. You gotta through a long, convoluted, weird plot, they got to that message.
Yeah,
it was really weird, but it was good.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't great. I mean, it was like a mid-season let's try this. It was an idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. But for me, that ending part really just hit so hard and out of nowhere for me that I was like, wow, it really brought up the episode for me. But overall, yeah, not one that I would watch again or anything. But a nice, silly episode with a cool ending, so definitely enjoyed it. If this is your first time here, make sure to subscribe. We're going to continue to watch the first season of this show, and of course the rest of it as well. We're also watching Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and we're going to be starting Moon Knight, the MCU series, when that begins on Disney+. Go ahead and comment down below what else would you like us to watch. If you're a fan of Star Trek and want us to watch something else sci-fi outside of Star Trek, a series, a movie, whatever it is, let us know in the comments below and subscribe so you can be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us, watching Mudd's Women on Star Trek Original Series. Please like, comment, tap the bell thing. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hello everybody, I'm Josh, this is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today we are continuing our watch along of Star Trek, the original series. Today's episode is episode 7 of the first season, What Are Little Girls Made Of? That sounds interesting. Alex, last episode featured a very different type of character in Harry Mudd that I know we enjoyed watching, even though it wasn't the best episode so far, but it was a different type of character, and apparently from the comments we got, he's eventually going to make a return at some point, so that's good to know.
I can't wait.
What are you hoping for in this episode?
Before that, I just want to thank old Harry Mudd for getting us to over 400 subscribers, which is absolutely crazy. I remember texting you about it. I'm like, I swear to God, dude, Harry Mudd's going to get us to 400. And you're like, he better. And he did. So thank you, Harry Mudd, and thank all of you. Last episode was like Mudd's Women, and then this one's called What Are Little Girls Made Of, which is kind of an odd title. But I don't know. It's like, we've talked about this a lot, and I think people have mentioned in the comments, like every episode, it's like, I don't know. We've seen God complexes, space pimps, mysteries, twins, clones, whatever, or separate person. It's like, I don't know. I'm just excited.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to jump in. Like Alex said, we did just pass 400 subscribers, so we are officially on the road to 500. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel so you can be part of the target audience. We are also, in addition to this, currently watching Moon Knight, the MCU series on Disney Plus, every week as that comes out. We just finished watching Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the first season, so the last few episodes of that are going to be getting posted here to the channel in the coming weeks. We also occasionally review movies, watch movie trailers, so subscribe to the channel. And go ahead and leave a like if you're already subscribed, because that really helps other people who like Star Trek and other of these types of things find the channel as well. All right, you ready to get started?
Absolutely. Let's do this.
Now, Dr. Corby, often called the Pasteur of archaeological medicine.
I've always wanted to meet him. Do you think there's any chance of him still being alive?
Such an odd picture.
Yeah, I know. Like, did not look like I expected it.
Hey!
It was like a DMV photo. 3, 2, 1.
Also, someone mentioned in the comments that, like, yeah, they do their 5-year journey, then they come back and cycle out crews. I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Enterprise to Corby. We have your landing coordinates pinpointed. We're preparing to beam down a party.
You beam down alone, just yourself? We've made discoveries of such a nature they may require an extraordinary decision from you.
You're certain you'd recognize his voice?
Have you ever been engaged, Mr. Spock?
No.
Agreed, Doctor. However, there will be 2 of us.
Hello, Roger.
Yes, by all means, Captain. I had no idea, no hope. Darling, are you all right?
Yes, Roger.
I'm just in a mode now of immediate skepticism, so I'm just instantly like, that's not him.
Something's up. It can't just be a happy show. I remember having this, like, conflict as a kid. I'm like, why does something always have to happen? Why? It's like, can any good things happen?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, kid, you don't understand. They said it was 100 below zero.
They're fine, though.
Beam down 2 security men.
Any problems, Captain?
Some delay in meeting us. Probably nothing at all. Kirk out.
We're going to see some red shirts die. Who the hell are you supposed to be? I'm vengeance.
Dr. Brown, it's Roger.
Ooh,
Brown, me first.
that was a nice light switch.
We forgot to tell them.
No hope, Captain. It's bottomless. He must have slipped.
Oh,
what the fuck is that?
What the hell? So he was probably pushed in by that thing.
Any problems there, sir?
We lost Matthews. Apparently an accident. We'll both report in an hour later. If you and I lose contact, or if he fails to...
I'm Andrea. You must be Christine.
I've been fucking your man for the past 5 years.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I remember Dr. Corby mentioning an Andrea.
Where is Dr. Corby?
Here, Captain.
I'm required to call my ship.
No communications, Captain.
What?
I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
Oh, nice.
What?
Oh, God.
No. Holy shit. Oh,
It's a robot. That all just got out of hand so quickly.
What the fuck just happened? That was so much all at once.
We were becoming concerned, Captain. Your check-in was overdue, and since we'd not heard from your security team...
No problem, Mr. Spock. Bear with me. Dr. Corby's records and specimens will require careful packing.
They all ended up perfectly.
Yes, I know your reputation.
That's signature lighting.
The whole galaxy knows who you are and what you stand for. You've convinced me, Doctor. You've convinced me that you're dangerous.
Oh!
Oh!
I'm like Dr. Brown, an android.
Remarkable, isn't she? Notice the lifelike pigmentation. Kiss Captain Kirk. Now strike him. This is how you make an android.
Is that Kirk?
It looks like it.
They're gonna make a clone copy of him?
Not being hard.
He's just spinning on there. God, I hate this fucking show. Just look at his face. I'm still wondering how the title is going to play into this.
Oh my god, dude.
Mind your own business, Mrs. Spock. I'm sick of your half-breed interference, do you hear?
So he's just planning to clone and kill the original of everyone? So they're all robots? Is that his scheme?
And he controls all of them?
If I gave you a direct order to betray him.
Don't ask me to make that choice.
Please, go ahead and eat.
Looks like shit.
Androids don't eat, Miss Chapel.
Ah!
Damn. That got me.
Well, there's one difference between us. I'm hungry. The difference is your weakness, Captain, not mine.
Right in the same shot.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, one you will never know. Perhaps. But I will never starve, sir.
No one need ever die again. A new paradise. And all I need is your help.
I was going to say, well, how would they reproduce? But I guess they wouldn't have to because they would never age.
I created him to impress you, not to replace you.
I'm impressed, Doctor. But not the way you think.
All right. It's probably the android, right?
Captain, you're going back down with the command package?
Mind your own business, Mr. Spock. I'm sick of your half-breed interference. Do you hear?
Yes. Very well, Captain.
If you remember when they were making the clone, like before they made it, Kirk like said that out loud. And at the time, I was like, that's really weird that he said that, but maybe he did it on purpose to like trigger Spock.
Kiss me.
No. Not programmed for you.
Oh, damn it.
Rock, I would like...
You brought him among us.
Oh, damn, all right.
Tell him what is big.
My theory is that he's a there it is! What? I was saying the theory as it happened that he's a robot of himself. Fuck. What are the odds of that?
He probably killed himself. The robot self version.
Roger. I'm in here. This can be repaired. Easier than another man can set a broken finger.
I will kiss you.
No.
You will not?
It is illogical.
No. Ah!
She's like, no one rejects me.
Listen to your instructions. Obey them as stated.
She killed the android. Is this your perfect world? Your flawless beings?
Kiss you.
You cannot love.
Where's Dr. Corby?
Dr. Corby was never here.
I was rather dismayed by your use of the term half-breed.
I'll remember that, Mr. Spock. The next time I find myself in a similar situation.
So I'm wondering, like, did they not tell Spock or anybody what happened? Or, you know, did they? I don't know. It's kind of left open to interpretation, but that was a very interesting one.
That was very interesting. A lot of life philosophy stuff. Our makers. Who made us, what we make. Are they doing it better? Blah. A lot of good mystery stuff in there. Who's human, who's not, and William Shatner is just fantastic. Yeah. Like whether it's super serious or his goofy fucking dive roll, the jump scares in this were so much fun. When the fucking Evoke or whatever, like he turned the ruck or whatever, he turned the corner, he's just right there. And just that whole sequence of events where it's all slow and it's like, oh, we're still figuring stuff out, and then bang, bang, boom, dive roll, grab. It's like, what a roller coaster.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think the whole first like half hour, 35 minutes after they go down to the planet, the entire episode is down there. We only cut back to the Enterprise, I think, once. And I think this is the first time we've spent that much of the episode fully away from the Enterprise, and I really enjoyed that. It was blowing by for the most part. The part where he was, where Kirk is about to fall down the hole and it cuts to commercial there, that was about, I think, 40 minutes into the episode, and I was like, my God, this has just flown by. I can't believe it's about to wrap up, because I was really interested in the plot. I think it was a little bit messy, the stuff with Andrea. Like, I'm not really sure what they were trying to get across there. Like, did Kirk... He, introduced sort of what lust and love is, and that confused the android. I'm not sure. And then also, I don't know why the episode is titled, What Are Little Girls Made Of? That's a little bit odd. No,
I was going to bring that up again. It never comes up.
Yeah, so a lot of, a few just loose ends there. But overall, really enjoyable episode, I think. So that'll be it for our reaction here of this episode. We will continue to react to Star Trek, the original series. So subscribe if you haven't, so you can join us on that journey. We're also watching all the stuff I talked about earlier, so subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Make sure you join the target audience.
Absolutely. Thanks for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, we're continuing with our watch of Star Trek, the original series, remastered, and we're on episode 8, which is just called Miri, M-I-R-I. Last week's episode was called, I can't even remember because the title had nothing to do with the
What Are
the
Little
show.
Girls Made Of?
Yeah, then we watched it, and we're just like, oh. And I even said during the watch, I'm like, is it the title still hasn't come up yet in this episode, and now this title is even less revealing. So once again, completely blind. Last episode was great. It was goofy as all hell, but also serious with some nice Shatner acting chops. Another clone episode of him, really weird. Is that going to keep happening throughout this entire show? But are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited to get into it and see what we got here on the Enterprise this week. Thank you guys who have all joined us so far watching this show. We are on the journey to 500 subscribers, so make sure to subscribe if this is your first time here, so you can be part of the target audience and watch shows like this one, Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Moon Knight, the MCU series we're watching right now. We've also watched Hawkeye, and we have reviews up for No Way Home and Eternals. Go check out all that on the channel, subscribe, and also leave a thumbs up. It really helps other people who like Star Trek and these type of shows and movies find the channel as well. But I am ready to jump into this episode if you are, Alex.
Me too. Let's get this going here.
Earth-style distress signal. SOS.
I've answered it on all frequencies, sir.
Janice is back. She's been gone for a while.
Who?
Janice.
Oh. Is that Earth?
It looks just like it.
Are we doing another clone mirror universe type deal?
Oxygen, nitrogen.
Those are all the same Earth details, aren't they?
Another Earth.
We went in a circle, Mr. Spock.
Who's directing this ship? We got turned around.
Earth-type radio signals coming from a planet which apparently is an exact duplicate of the Earth.
Yeah, all that green is gone, by the way. That does
not look like this anymore.
No.
Nope.
We'll beam down. Alert security.
Wow, so we're going to Earth. Okay.
Earth, as it was in the early 1900s.
I would say, Captain, approximately 1960.
But where is everybody?
Readings indicate that natural deterioration has been taking place on this planet for at least several centuries.
You mean there's no one alive?
Not conclusive, Yeoman.
Glad that they brought Janice with them. I don't even know what she does.
just to ask those questions, just to explain to the audience.
This is so weird to me, though. I mean, they've been on planets before, but it's just so weird.
But it's weird to see him in like an actual Earth type, seeing actual human stuff. This was mine, 800 years ago.
Oh God! Whoa! Is that Jeff Daniels?
Gotta get a Kirk punch in there.
Somebody broke it.
Bones, what is it?
A seizure of some type.
We want to help you.
Liar!
Oh my God! That was just disturbing.
It's probably the best makeup we've seen on the show so far. Is this the plot of the movie Old? Did it get old really fast?
M. Night got all of his ideas from Star Trek. I would totally believe that.
Don't hurt me, please.
I won't hurt you.
Don't hurt me.
Come on.
Don't.
I'm sorry. I can't not picture Kirk punching everyone.
He just punches her.
More of you? How many?
All there are.
Oh, so that guy that they encountered probably was a child, but he, like, aged somehow.
What's your name?
Miri.
Miri.
Oh, okay. Well, there's your answer for the title.
A pretty young woman.
Pretty?
Very pretty.
I didn't want to say it, but tap the brakes there, Captain.
And then they don't address it the rest of the episode.
She's not in the rest of the episode. What in the Children of the Corn is going on?
Do you have a name too?
Yes. It's Jim.
I like that name.
I like yours too.
Enough!
I like you.
No!
Oh!
It's already starting.
Damn, dude. If I was him, I'd be like, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
good luck.
Back it up. Miri, see you later.
Beam down a biocomputer and a portable electronic microscope. If I'm going to be dealing with viruses, I'm going to need better equipment than I have here.
Yes, Doctor.
Like McCoy was a dick for no reason. I'm not gonna be able to cure this with the stuff I have here. It's like, it's not their fault, buddy.
I feel like he's always kind of a dick. Most doctors are. No offense to any doctors watching. I bet they'd agree, though. Most doctors are dicks. You're right.
Spreads real fast, I know. When you're old, it covers you like anything.
Janice, would you like to contribute anything?
Janice, are you infected? No. Of course not.
She likes you, Jim.
She's becoming a woman.
Oh my God. I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. We're doing a story. Here, have a seat. What are you doing here?
Well, it seems every adult here died. We're trying to figure out why.
Except for you, Mr. Hansen.
A person would age only 1 month for every 100 years of real time. This virus annihilated the entire adult population in a very short period, leaving only the children.
So they found a way to prolong life, and it works on children, but once you become an adult, it kills you.
You want to go someplace with me?
Sure.
Now, it says right here you asked her if she wants to go someplace with you. What place is that?
That little girl
is at least 300 years older than you are, Yeoman.
And I guess they're saying because they aren't physically growing up and going through puberty that they're also mentally not growing up. Okay, this guy looks like he's 25.
He's got to be the oldest, obviously. So I wonder if he's going to start changing.
Oh!
Oh my God. Remember those? Jesus.
Data has been fed into the computers, Mr. Spock.
Are you certain about the time we have left?
Computer indicates 170 hours, Mr. Spock.
We have 7 days.
That's actually... We can work with that. I thought he was going to say 6 hours.
Is that all, Captain? We have 5 days, you know.
I know.
Said they have 5 days, so they've been there 2 days. Okay, where did they sleep? What have they eaten? Like,
Our tempers are growing short, and we are no further along than we were 2 days ago.
Haven't you found a thing yet?
Would you like to take a crack at it?
Jesus.
What the
No!
Back on this ship, I used to try to get you to look at my legs.
Oh my God.
Look at my legs.
Menagerie, some fooling, Mary, but do you think it'd work?
I know.
What?
Don't you think I've heard them talk?
What is going on?
That audio got like really bad at the end of that.
Yeah.
What was that?
It started scratching. I'm like, oh.
Where is she, Mary? Where is Janice?
What's the matter with you? How should I know?
Where is she?
They didn't even show her, lure her away.
Don't you feel all right?
No, I don't feel all right. None of us feel all right.
This could be it. But we can't test it without the ship's computers. It could be a beaker full of death.
Oh, that lighting on his face, always so dramatic.
They're like, oh, we need the computers to verify this is the right antidote. It's like, okay, well, you're kind of running out of time. You're going to have to take your chances eventually.
It's like, you don't really have a choice. You might as well.
It's happening to you right now.
Oh!
Look at it, Miri. It's in you.
Look at that fucking kid with the football helmet behind. They're playing the theme music for his entrance? This is a nightmare.
No, blah, blah, blah.
He wants to do it, but is he going to? No! No!
He's dead.
Got the... You know, like the big man spot in wrestling where they're all beating him up and then...
Yeah.
I dare you. I double dare you.
Grups, you remember, and the creatures you're afraid of. You're acting like them.
Can't wait for those communicators in Errand. Check on the captain's progress.
Attaboy, Spock.
I feel like he's going to take it.
Yeah, I thought the exact same thing.
What happened to him?
He injected himself with the vaccine. He was unconscious when I found him.
The blemishes fading were on key with the music. That was funny.
We're just children.
Just children. 300 years old and more. I've already contacted Space Central. They'll send teachers, advisors.
And truant officers, I presume.
They'll be all right.
Mary, she really loved you, you know.
I never get involved with older women. You know.
Okay. That was an odd music choice, and to leave on his face like that was kind of weird.
Yeah, weird ass episode.
That was a weird ass episode. I guess there's just like mirror universe Earths. I mean, I've heard rambles of other people talk about Star Trek about mirror universe and evil whatever. So it's confirmed that there's another like duplicate Earth out there. And but I think it's at the same point in time. It's just that they stopped advancing in the 1960s because they made that disease. So it's probably the same time period as right now. But yeah, some parts are a little weird, but it was all for that payoff for that joke about not being into older women. I'm like, okay, that's funny. That all of that creepy stuff was all for that joke. But yeah, I like seeing the crew kind of fall apart in their own ways. Because for the most part, Star Trek's the characters are all very stoic with each other on the ship. But when things go to shit, it's interesting to see them yell at each other. Except for my boy Spock, he keeps it real, professional.
Yeah, I didn't like this episode. The opening was interesting, having the second Earth, but that really had nothing to do with the actual plot. It didn't have to be a second Earth. It could have just been another planet with humans on it, and it would have been the same thing. It being the same thing as Earth didn't really add it all to the story, so that was a little bit disappointing.
Yeah.
They also come down with like the most random crew, with Janice and Dr. McCoy, and it ends up being because of how the episode plays out, but it's like, why would that crew go down there? It was just all really weird to me, and then the kids were all annoying. So it was not a very enjoyable one for me, unfortunately. There were definitely still some good jokes in there, and some good moments and stuff. And then you mentioned all of them turning against each other. We've seen them in a life or death situation in every episode, essentially, thus far. Why in this one episode would they all of a sudden get so mad at each other in the high-pressure situation? Unless that was part of the disease, but if it was, they didn't really explain it that well. So,
the guy was going crazy in the beginning, but about his bicycle or whatever, but it's not explained. Yeah, but I felt like they just wanted an excuse to go, oh, look, it's this time period now. Because, it's made in the 60s.
Yeah, because back then, yeah.
Yeah, but you're totally right about just the right crew members coming down for this place. Like, why? Like, other times it's just been Jim by himself or Jim and someone else, but they just happen to just bring down Janice, I guess, because of the female, because it's young Miri, and then it just happens to bring the doctor down. It's like, yeah, you're right. That was all just.
And then the explanation of the kids, because of the disease, it stops their aging to where they're only aging 1 month every 100 years, and they've been there 300 years, so we have to believe two things. One, that they've somehow survived for 300 years without any adults, and two, that they're only aging 1 month, each 100 years, so they're not all going to be dying. Like, the fact that they saw that many kids getting the disease and dying in that short span when they're aging so slowly, we're watching this show, you kind of have to buy into the premise for every episode to kind of ignore a lot of the logical things, and usually I can, right? But like with this one, it was just a little bit too much for me to buy into the premise to begin with.
Yeah, we saw two die, one when they get there and two later on, and then Miri starts to get it, and then the one dude who looks like he's 30 somehow doesn't have it. that was just like, we need someone to like carry the dialogue, because it's a lot for a kid. I don't know. But yeah, that's another one of those ones where it's not going to be in my rewatch list probably.
Yeah, but that's totally fine. We're not expecting all of these to be ones that we're going to come away loving 100%, and I still enjoyed watching it, even if it's one that we don't love as much. So that'll be a reaction for this one. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. If you liked this episode, if it's one of your favorites, please comment that down below and explain why. Maybe there's something we're missing, but otherwise, make sure to subscribe. We're also watching, like I said earlier, we watched the first season of Star Wars: The Clone Wars. We're also watching Moon Knight here on the channel, so subscribe and be part of the target audience, and drop the video a like if you enjoyed watching Star Trek: The Original Series here with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody, I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, we're continuing our watch of the brand new Star Trek: The Original Series from the 1960s, Episode 9, Dagger of the Mind. And I have to say, this show continues to keep pumping out those views. Thank you guys so much for watching. We're very close to 500 subs, and if any show is going to do it, it's going to be this one. I thought Mud's Women was going to be the episode to take us there, but not quite. So hopefully this gives us something crazy to get us over that edge.
Absolutely. The last episode we watched was Miri, and they went to like a duplicate Earth that was only inhabited by children. A lot of the commenters were saying that I guess Star Trek had a deal with the studio where they would reuse a lot of their sets, their their backlots that have already been used in order to save money on their budget. I found that very interesting. It doesn't excuse it, the fact that it was completely pointless to have it on a duplicate Earth in that episode, but I did find that very interesting.
Yeah, for people commenting all those fun facts, we really appreciate them. It really adds some new light to the episodes, and like as you said in the previous video, we read all those comments and all those little fun facts. And in fact, we ask if you guys can read all the comments too, because we get a lot of duplicates of pointing stuff out to us. But that's okay. We still love you.
Yeah, it happens.
Pumps out the algorithm.
It helps
Pumps out the algorithm.
Exactly. And speaking of that, if you're your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. In addition to this, we're also watching Moon Knight, the MCU series. We watch Star Wars, The Clone Wars on the channel, Hawkeye, another MCU series, and a bunch of other stuff you can go check out. So subscribe and make sure to like the video. It helps it push out to more people who are Star Trek fans or fans of the other content we have here on the channel. So subscribe, become part of the target audience. Are you ready to jump in? You have anything else?
I am, but when we reach 500 subscribers, we're going to put out a poll for which movies you should watch. If you have any suggestions for us to watch, put them in the comments of any video. We'll see them. Penal colony. Penal.
Energize.
He walked in with a look like, what the hell's going on here?
Do I have to watch you do everything? Why is he in a robe, but they're in uniform? Well, who's going to open it?
Oh, God.
All right, already off to a weird start. I like it. Oh! Nothing like a chop to the back of the neck. What a tease.
That's a hook.
And deal with bullshit every week.
Have you ever been to a penal colony since they started?
How many times are they going to say penal?
This is a potentially violent case.
Nice cut. He looks like an older version of Michael Richards.
Damn, this guy's pretty strong.
Choked out in 2 seconds. A little slap to the neck the first time.
Negative in the deck area, Captain. He may have gotten
I can't wait till him and Kirk fist fight.
You Earth people glorify organized violence for 40 centuries. But you imprison those who employ it privately.
And of course, your people found an answer.
Disposed of emotion, Doctor. Where there's no emotion, there's no motive for violence.
Oh, damn it!
Which one of you is the captain?
I'm Captain Kirk.
I want your promise first. Your word that you won't take me back there to Tantalus.
No promises. Give me the weapon.
No!
Oh!
You can slap him in the neck. You can choke him out in 4 seconds, but you got nothing on the Vulcan neck grip. Nothing!
Gotta give it to Kirk, too, at gunpoint. Wouldn't even promise it. Wouldn't even compromise.
Badass.
You've erased.
Erased?
Dagger of the mind.
Well, I won't let you take me back. I'm not going. I'll die first. You're here.
Neat little detail how you could hear the heart monitor like speeding up whenever he was freaking out.
I was gonna bring that up. You stole it from me. I noticed that too. Very nice.
Van Gelder felt he hadn't the moral right to expose another man to something he hadn't tried on his own person.
Tragedy, Doctor.
Jim, doesn't quite ring true. I can't explain it, but the more I study that patient...
You don't believe him and you can't explain it. Dr. Adams has done more to revolutionize, to humanize prisons and the treatment of prisoners than all the rest of humanity had done in 40 centuries.
If something unusual is going on down there...
An assumption, Doctor.
I'm required to enter any reasonable doubts into my medical log. That requires you to answer in your log.
A little bit of a conflict.
Dr. Adams, I'm required to initiate an investigation of this so that a proper report...
No need to apologize, Captain Kirk. Captain, I would appreciate it if you could come down with a minimum staff. We're forced to limit outside contact as much as possible.
Don't do it.
Yeah, so this doctor is obviously evil, but I haven't seen Kirk like blinded by his admiration like that before for somebody. So it was like a little bit in that couple episodes ago where he, looked up to that doctor, but not to this extent. So
yeah. Look at him. He's smirking. He's happy.
He's marking out. He's about to meet his favorite doctor. Penal doctor.
Dr. Helen Noel, Captain.
We've met?
Don't you remember? The science lab Christmas party?
Yes, I remember.
You dropped
Yes,
in?
yes, I remember.
Problem, Captain?
Of course, Captain.
That door jump scare got me because like all the doors make the same sound just when it shut that fast. That got me.
Hello, Captain Kirk. And, Dr. Helen Noel. Pleasure to finally meet you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Alethe came to us for rehabilitation and stayed on as a therapist. And a very good one, too, I might add.
I love my work.
Let's put him under again.
He makes me uncomfortable, man.
It might do something.
The guy's face in the background has not moved at all.
Good. The reading's leveling. Our minds sharing the same thoughts.
I was really invested in that.
Nope, back to this relationship.
I have no desire to damage my brain. Can this be handled with reasonable safety, yes or no?
Oh, what if she's in on it?
It's crossed my mind. Can't trust anybody. Why, Kirk? Why you gotta do this?
Try a harmless suggestion.
You're hungry.
You know, when we finally get through this, I'd like to locate and raid a kitchen somewhere.
Oh, no!
You're madly in love with Helen, Captain. You'd lie, cheat, steal for her. You must have her or the pain grows worse.
Kirk to Enterprise.
Ah! This is another one of those episodes where I'm like, how are they gonna get out of this?
Helen, for years I've loved you.
Remember.
It's amazing how one angle can make him look so fucking creepy. So that vent just opens up super easily, like it's meant to be opened.
Yeah. And also just the classic TV movie trope of the air ducts being so giant.
But you're right, that is a giant air duct. Like, Kirk could have fit in there.
Nice. Oh. That's a death right there.
Woo!
Spock gonna go handle shit.
Energize.
By himself.
Enterprise, this is Spock. Force field has been eliminated.
Taste your own medicine, Doctor.
Darling, are you all right?
Yes. Dr. Adams did this to you.
Dr. Adams. Dr. Adams.
His brain got toasted.
He's dead, Captain. Can you imagine the mind emptied by that thing?
No one was saying anything.
Without even a tormentor for company.
I thought maybe he'd sit back in the chair and they would, like, undo it, what was happening to him, but no, I guess he just got over it.
He's Kirk, he's fine.
Yeah.
It's from Van Gelder. He thought you'd like to know the treatment room had been dismantled. The equipment destroyed.
Thinking about Helen there, buddy?
Yeah, maybe he's not fully recovered.
It's hard to believe that a man could die of loneliness.
Not when you've sat in that room.
Alright. I thought they did a really good job of portraying what it was like when someone was, you know, inside their mind being messed with. It, you know, it made me feel like uncomfortable. Like I said during that one older guy's performance, it like made me feel uncomfortable. Like I started to get a headache or something. I thought that was done pretty well.
Yeah, credit to that actor for telling that story without us knowing why this is happening, and of going on that roller coaster of this guy's crazy or this guy's mind's been fucked with, and for him to just do that, like, I don't know, like, that'd be very tough, the way he portrayed that, acting like you're hurt and being strapped to that table, and his eyes fucking told the whole story. It was nuts. I really like Dr. Adams, just the way he was as an actor, the way he portrayed himself. It felt a little fresh, like, in terms of some other Star Trek characters. I don't know. All the regulars are fine. Yeah, kind of a weird episode where, like, do the repercussions of that machine affect Kirk later on, or is that just one of those things where, oh, that was the thing this week, hopefully he's okay, see ya?
Yeah, I enjoyed the premise, but it did feel a little bit by the numbers. I was much more interested in the opening hook with that old guy appearing on the ship and having no idea who he was, but then once it all starts to get explained and he goes down to the planet, I was like, okay, I can kind of tell where this is going, and it was fine. It was totally average from that point on. The one thing, though, that I was a little bit disappointed by was I mentioned on the Enterprise before they go down, Kirk is, like, blinded by this admiration for Dr. Adams, and I expected that to play in a little bit more, because once they get down there, he basically immediately becomes the skeptic, and then the doctor that's with him, Dr. Powell, she ends up being the one blinded by the admiration. So they just kind of completely walked that back. I wish that had played in a little bit more.
Yeah, and, they're skeptic because, the crazy man Van Gelder's on the ship, and they're like, well, we should come check this out. And then he just, oh, let's try this machine on me. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Are you crazy? I mean, he didn't hear Van Gelder say, whatever the name of the machine was, but still, it didn't seem very
logical.
Kirk-like, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, try this thing on me that I've never, I don't know.
Yeah, put himself in a very vulnerable position. But yeah, I'll still take a by the numbers episode like this compared to, like, one we had last week, which I didn't really enjoy very much at all. In Miri. So I think this was totally fine. Not one of the favorite ones so far, but yeah, still enjoyed it. We're gonna continue to watch Star Trek: The Original Series here on the channel, as well as Moon Knight, the MCU series, and a bunch of other stuff coming up for you guys. Like Alex said earlier, when we hit 500 subscribers, we're gonna release a poll for you guys that are subscribed to the channel to tell us what movie, feature-length film you want us to watch or react to for the channel. So look out for that, and if you're not subscribed, make sure to do so you can become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, one more thing. Penal.
Penal.
All right, I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for joining us on this ride on the Starship Enterprise, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, we're continuing our watch of Star Trek: The Original Series, Episode 10, titled... my mic fell over. The Corbomite Maneuver. Keep that in. That's great. The Corbomite Maneuver. I saw some people in the comments that were excited for us to watch this episode. Know nothing about it. Not really much to say. I think the last episode... What was the last episode we watched? Miri?
No, it was
the Dagger of the Mind. Dagger of the Mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dagger of the Mind was a step in the right direction. I think we're like, okay, we're starting to elevate a little bit, because I know Miri, we were kind of like, duplicate, Earth, whatever. But I don't know. The way people are talking about this one, I feel like we got some good stuff coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for this one, too. And then after this one, I believe, is a two-parter. So it looks like we're coming up into some pretty popular ones. And I'm excited for it. I've enjoyed the episode so far, obviously. And a lot of those watching out there have enjoyed it, too. So if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. We're watching every episode of Star Trek: The Original Series. We're also currently watching Moon Knight, the MCU series on Disney+. We just finished Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the first season. A bunch of other stuff on the channel. So subscribe, become part of the target audience. And I do also think someone commented that they filmed this one pretty early on, so if it looks weird, I'm guessing that's probably why.
Looks pretty good, though. I mean, Spock was, like, weirdly yellow, like that one episode, episode 3, I think. Ooh, he's in the captain's chair.
Yeah, interesting.
All engines full stop.
Visual contact.
It's the Windows 97 screensaver.
it slow. Steer a course around it, Mr. Sulu.
Just goes back in front of him.
Captain Kirk to the bridge.
Okay, so Kirk does exist.
These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise.
They're gonna do Goldberg's entrance for Kirk.
Knock on the door.
Immediately ordered general alert. My location, sick bay. Quarterly physical check. Kirk here, what's going on?
Have a look at this, Captain.
No explanation. Just look at this.
I kind of like that. Usually they're all at the bridge ready for whatever obstacle comes in, but it's nice to see, like, them not ready. Like, what do they do in their free time when there's nothing bad going on?
Yeah.
Physical test, why not?
All decks have reported rain, Mr. Bailey.
Man, Spock does not like this guy.
They have a human thing called an adrenaline gland.
Does sound most inconvenient, however. Have you considered having it removed?
God damn.
Try to cross brains with Spock. He'll cut you to pieces every time. Have the department heads meet me on the bridge.
Already standing by.
What's that music for?
And it was a weird shot, too. Just shows his ass as he's walking out.
That's my report. Life sciences.
Same report.
He didn't do anything, Bones.
As I vote we blast him.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Bailey. When this becomes a democracy.
What's up with this Bailey guy?
So no one likes him.
Something's gonna happen with him.
Yeah.
It's time for action, gentlemen. Mr. Bailey.
Bridge to phaser gun crew.
Calamad. I'll select what kind of action, Mr.
I'm
Bailey.
sorry, sir. I thought you meant
Explaining, Mr. Bailey. I haven't requested an explanation.
Jesus Christ.
They just ribbon this guy, or?
Is he brand new? I mean, I don't recognize him.
It's still coming toward us. Range 190 meters.
Radiation nearing the tolerance level.
Still coming.
Phaser crew, stand ready.
Phaser crew reports ready, sir.
Ah!
Fire main phasers.
Oh!
Interesting.
The cube has been destroyed. Ship's
Yay.
damage, minor. But my next decision, major. Probe on ahead or turn back.
And if you're asking a logical decision to make...
No, I'm not. The mission of the Enterprise is to seek out and contact alien life.
And constantly questioning me on things you've already made up your mind about.
It gives me emotional security.
Nice.
I love their banter. That's great.
Set a course ahead.
Plotted.
Aren't you the one that always says a little suffering is good for the soul?
I never said that.
Boy, I've heard you say that man is ultimately superior to any mechanical device.
No, I never say that either.
I could have sworn I heard you say that. And I'm going to...
Excuse me, sir. It's past time you had something to eat.
Woo! It's Janice.
I don't think we get to see much more of her from the what the comments have said. So.
Green leaves?
It's dietary salad, sir. Dr. McCoy ordered your diet card changed. I thought you knew.
Thank you, Yeoman.
You're welcome, sir.
This is the bridge. Attack.
When I get my hands on the headquarters genius that assigned me a female yeoman.
What's the matter, Jim? Don't you trust yourself?
Her last name isn't Yeoman?
We're picking up an object, sir. Much larger, coming toward us.
It's another cube, I bet.
I like that the healthy meal was just a plate of pure broccoli. I mean, I like broccoli, but damn.
Just an entire plate full. No other variety. This time they sent a sphere. The hell? What? You're getting really close there.
Reading goes off my scale, Captain. Must be a mile in diameter.
This is Baylock, commander of the flagship Visarius of the First Federation. As demonstrated, your intention is not peaceful.
Our vessel was blocked, and when we attempted to disengage...
They're like, I don't give a damn what you have to say.
No further communication will be accepted.
What?
If there is the slightest hostile move, your vessel will be destroyed immediately.
Mr. Bailey, dispatch recorder marker.
Bailey, come on, dude.
Mr. Bailey?
Recorder marker dispatched.
Wait. Oh my god.
Must be destroyed. We therefore grant you 10 Earth time periods, known as minutes, to make preparations.
Switching to screen, I believe I can get something visual.
Oh my god!
It's handsome Squidward.
You are wasting time and effort. There is no escape.
It's a robot.
That's awesome.
It's gotta be a robot.
That is just awesome.
What do they want from us? Let's find out what they want us to do.
They want us to lose our heads,
We've
Bailey,
only
now.
got 8 minutes left. It's the end of everything. What are you, robots? And orders. What do they mean?
Bailey, you're relieved.
Yeah, obviously.
You now have 7 minutes left.
There must be something to do.
Chess. When one is outmatched, the game is over. Checkmate.
Is that your best recommendation?
Come on, Kirk. Gotta prove you're the captain. What do you got?
Well, then about Bailey. Let me enter it in my medical records as simple fatigue.
That's my decision, Doctor.
And it was your mistake. I'll state that I warned you about Bailey's condition. Now, that's no bluff.
Anytime you can bluff me, Doctor.
He couldn't wait 3 minutes? Like, come on, dude.
Let's hope we have time to argue about it. Not chess, Mr. Spock. Poker.
Ooh. Bluffing. That's where I got... Nice. That's why I thought of poker.
Since the early years of space exploration, Earth vessels have had incorporated into them a substance known as Corbomite. It is a material and a device which prevents attack on us, destroying...
You now have 2 minutes.
Destroying the attacker. If it has none to you, then attack us now. Sorry.
Oh, having other things on your mind? My fault. I don't know how in the devil you kept from punching me in the face.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very interesting game, this poker.
It does have advantages over chess.
Love to teach it to you.
The destruction of your vessel has been delayed. Only if we have proof of your Corbomite device.
Hold on that. Let him sweat for a change. Ship to ship.
Hailing frequency, sir.
Request denied.
Every time.
I thought the power was off in the galley.
I used a hand phaser and zap. Hot coffee.
Thanks, Janice.
Any move to escape or destroy this ship will result in the instant destruction of the Enterprise.
I want a right-angled course. Sheer away from him, no matter which way you turn.
Yes, sir.
She'll blow soon.
Now, Mr. Sulu, impulse power 2.
We're breaking free, sir.
Hey!
Mr. Sulu, bring us to within 100 meters. Ahead slow. I'll take 2 men with me. Dr. McCoy to examine and treat the aliens if necessary. And you, Mr. Bailey.
Captain, request permission to...
Denied. If I'm wrong, if it's a trap, I want you here.
He's always got that trust in Spock.
Always. Always.
Oh, dude, were you right?
Puppet of some kind.
I'm Balok. Welcome aboard.
I was right. Know who that is? You know who that is?
No, who's that?
That's Clint Howard. It's Clint Howard as a baby. I've seen pictures of this. Ha ha!
Sit. Be comfortable.
Oh my god.
It's Clint Howard.
We must drink. This is Tranya.
Yeah, I can see it a little bit.
I hope you relish it as much as I.
If there's a Clint, there's a Ron Howard somewhere.
Commander Balak.
I know. 1,000 questions.
Commander, that puppet.
He would be Mr. Hyde to my Jekyll. You must admit he's effective. You would never have been frightened by me. It was a pleasure testing you. But I miss company, conversation. Even an alien would be welcome. An exchange of information, cultures.
Yes, both our cultures would benefit.
He's gonna fucking leave Bailey there.
They're gonna leave him? Oh my god.
Please, sir, I'd like to volunteer. I'll make plenty of mistakes. But you'd find out more about us that way. And I'd get a better officer in return.
Let me show you my vessel. It is not often I have this pleasure.
We're not gonna get to see it. That's incredible.
Wow. Holy shit. Talk about twists and turns and surprises. Wow. They weren't kidding.
Okay, so first of all, a lot of people have been saying in our comments that, like, oh, there's not a lot of character development because it's episodic and, the main characters kind of grow slowly throughout the series. And for the most part, that has been the case. But, whoever made this episode, no one told them that because, like, the first 15 minutes was all character development. And I loved all of it. Almost every character that we've gotten a name for so far, from Spock and Kirk to McCoy, Sulu, Scotty was in there, and I mean, even a new character, Bailey, who we don't even know. All these characters got their own moments and character developments, and I loved them. And then the plot itself was very interesting for the first half, but it was really just focused on the characters before, it got really ridiculous. And I really loved that, first part of getting to know everybody and seeing their interactions a little bit more.
Yeah, I love like you said, all the character stuff and establishing the relationships of, Kirk's relationship with McCoy and their arguments, and then the little banter between Spock and Kirk, and all that stuff is wonderful. And the idea of, like, Spock gave in, but, like, Kirk's the captain because he always has one more idea, and the idea to play poker instead of chess. I'm like, that's genius. That was amazing. And I called it. It was a puppet, but I didn't know it would be fucking Clint Howard's episode. I seen that picture of Clint, like, on Twitter. I'm like, oh, that's funny. He's in Star Trek. And there he is. Oh, my God. That was a nice twist. Every episode, I'm like, how are they going to get out of this? And that was, like, a nice twist to how they got out of it. And it didn't end in a battle, And it ended in a peaceful understanding because Kirk stuck true to the Prime Directive mission to, seek out alien life and not destroy, but, just make contact and help life forms, not just human life forms, alien life forms. And that was all very wonderful to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with everything you said there. And, that middle part, it did kind of stretch out a little bit. It kind of started to feel like it was like, okay, where are we going? And then that ending just brought it back around. And what a great ending to the episode. Never expected that. I thought you were going to be right that it was just robots or, some type of Wizard of Oz scenario, which it kind of was. But for it to be Clint Howard as a baby, who I guess is just like an adult man as far as his mental ability, but it presents as a baby is just so random. And we'll probably never see that character again, I would assume. But that's a shame because that was a hilarious last 2-3 minutes to the episode.
And Bailey stuck out there with him. And also, shout out to a wonderful performance by waitress Janice, delivering that coffee and salad. No, really,
damn.
Really pulling her. Like, why did you got to do that to her?
Unfortunate, but yeah, still pretty hilarious when she's bringing Kirk that salad. Just another character moment in this one, even for her. So this was one of my favorites. I really enjoyed it. And besides it feeling a little bit too long, that was really my only complaint. And that's not anything that's, I could see myself watching this one again for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lot of fun.
All right, well, we're going to continue. Like I said earlier, there's a two-parter coming up. It's next one we're going to watch, so I'm excited for that. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already and like the video so it can be pushed out to more fans of Star Trek to come find the channel and watch along with us. Watch Moon Knight, Hawkeye, Star Wars, The Clone Wars, everything on our channel with us and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching again, and we'll see you in the next one. Hi everybody, I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today, we're continuing our watch of Star Trek, the original series. Now, last week, I have to say, was probably one of the best episodes we've ever seen, with a nice surprise appearance from Clint Howard, a bunch of twists and turns, Kirk proving why he's the man, and yeah, it was overall fun, and according to our comments, we're on a big upswing. Like, hey, it gets a lot better from here. In fact, every episode I've said, how is this going to end? I don't know how it's going to end. Like, it's got to be a two-parter. And now we've finally come across our first two-parter, the Menagerie, part 1. I mean, holy shit, I don't even know what to expect.
Yeah, me either. I do want to address a couple of things. First of all, in the last 2 days, we have gained 60 subscribers on the channel in 2 days. For a small channel, you know, that's huge, and a big part of it, most of it, is because of this series. So you guys out there watching this and enjoying this, we really appreciate you guys being part of the target audience. Where, as of recording this, we're within single digits away from passing 600, and we were just celebrating passing 500. So that's awesome. We do have a poll on our community tab for our subscribers where you guys get to decide what movie we watch next. So go vote in that as well after you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We also just started Barry, the HBO show that we really have enjoyed so far. We're also watching the MCU series Moon Knight. So a lot going on here on the channel. We're very excited. I think we can drop the gauntlet here. Next challenge, 1,000 subscribers. I'd love to hit that as soon as we can. So on the road for sure. But as far as this episode, I'm very excited as well. Obviously, it's a two-parter, so this is going to be, you know, 2 separate episodes of us watching it. But I do want to address, we got a lot of questions about the original pilot that is involved with this two-parter called The Cage. Now, we said this when we started the series, but there's obviously a lot of new people here, so I just want to say, on this channel, we watch everything in release order, the way that it was released when it was on television or the movie, whatever, you know, the medium was. So in this case, we started with episode 1, The Man Trap, and we are not going to watch The Cage as its own episode, at least while we're watching this show in order. Maybe as a cool extra episode, or maybe, you know, down the line at some point we'll watch that and react to it, but we watch everything in release order because we want to kind of experience it the way that it was experienced originally.
I had a friend who's like, oh, I'm gonna watch all the Star Wars films, and like I'm starting with the Phantom Menace. I'm like, what are you doing? No, you gotta start with the New Hope. It's like, oh, I didn't know. It's like, yeah, man, release order. Gotta go with release order.
Yeah, and that's related to this because I guess a lot of that footage, from my understanding, was put into this two-parter, so this is going to be our first time seeing any of this footage, but that's why people were commenting about it. I just wanted to address it. If that disappoints anybody, I'm sorry, but make sure to comment down below if you have any other thoughts about that, but we just watch everything in release order. So I'm ready to jump right in, Alex. Are you?
Let's do it. Ooh, look at that planet. Ooh!
That looks weird.
It's weird seeing these crew members not on the deck or in the halls, roaming aimlessly in the halls.
We received a subspace message asking us to divert here immediately.
This base sent no message, Captain.
This base has been dead for 10 years.
Oh, no.
Right off the bat.
A message from the former commander of the Enterprise Fleet, Captain Pike, urgently requesting that we divert here.
Impossible. I'm sorry to have to be the one to show you. He's upstairs in the medical section.
I believe there's a prequel show, a new Star Trek show about this Pike and Spock and everything.
Captain Pike?
Oh my god.
Ooh. Oh, ow, look at that makeup. Wow. Jesus.
You'll remember these gentlemen. They wanted to visit you.
Captain Pike, may I remain for a moment?
I wonder how old Spock is. Is he one of those weird species where we're going to live to like 160 or something?
It's only 6 days away at maximum warp, and I have it well planned. I have never disobeyed your orders before, Captain. But this time, I must. I know. I have no choice.
Whew, okay. What a hook.
Yeah, that was a crazy makeup job, though. That was wild. That looks awesome.
Spock stated he received a message for us to come here. He entered same in his log. That's all the proof I require.
Spock was lying. Oh, shit.
No message received by your vessel.
Then I suggest the record tapes have been deliberately changed.
It's amazing how much he trusts Spock. And he's lying to him. Just seeing him duck down when he can clearly see through the grate is kind of funny. Uh-oh, here it comes. Ah! Mr. Spock, what are you doing?
Starbase operations. Starbase operations Enterprise. Stand by to receive new orders.
What the hell is he doing?
Sir, this is a security area. What are you doing here?
I have security clearance, Chief.
Who gave you clearance? I haven't been notified. Please take to the...
Oh! What the? It's like, why didn't you just do that at the start?
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. But damn, he ate those punches like a champ.
It did not even affect him.
This is Captain Kirk. You have confirmation, Miss Uhura.
What?
Hansen here, Captain.
Mr. Spock is with me here. He'll answer all questions. Kirk out.
This is Mr. Spock.
Ship's computers will handle the helm on this voyage, Mr. Hansen.
You will not discuss this with ship's crew or starbase personnel. Do you read?
Acknowledged, sir. Either someone sent a message diverting us here, or someone on board the ship lied about receiving it. Could that someone be Mr. Spock?
He would not make a false entry.
There's a false entry in the log right now which doesn't jibe with the established facts. How do you explain that?
I can't, but to question Spock of all people.
He was kind of talking a little bit like he does in Family Guy right there.
You're needed aboard the Enterprise, Doctor. Medical emergency.
Well, what is it?
What is it?
Whatever ship captain knows. General Order 7, no vessel under any condition, emergency or otherwise, is to visit Talos 4.
But it does name the only Earth ship that ever visited the planet.
The Enterprise. Commanded by Captain Christopher Pike.
With a half-Vulcan science officer named Spock.
Commodore! Captain Pike, he's gone!
Oh!
What?
Damn.
Seems strange with no navigator on duty.
The Enterprise knows where she's going, Mr. Hansen.
Yeah, we left Bailey with Baylock, so we don't have a navigator.
Enterprise.
Oh,
I
shit.
didn't expect him.
Secret. Will you come with me, please?
Yeah, Spock must have called him, right? Yeah.
Using the fake card things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you would need the doctor. He's going to tell him to fix Captain Pike, as if he knows how to do that.
Captain, are you all right? I see that you're still signaling. One moment, please.
It says no. Are you all right? No.
I'm sorry to have to make it an order. You are not to disturb Captain Pike with any questions. Follow Spock's instructions to the letter. Kirk out.
Goddamn, Spock. Pulling out every fucking...
That'd be a tough situation, though, for Dr. McCoy, because it's like, you don't want to believe the voice thing, but then it's like, what if it is true?
Yeah, I mean, there's no evidence to say it's not. I mean, we haven't had anything like that happen before.
I'm wondering when the old footage is going to start popping up, but enjoying all this, though. What the hell?
What's that? Starbase? It looks like a Winnebago.
Starbase shuttlecraft 1 to Enterprise.
Oh, shit.
They're going after the Enterprise.
I wonder what the rank of a Commodore is compared to a Captain.
How long before shuttlecraft's fuel supply forces return to starbase?
Shuttlecraft is already past point of safe return.
Oh, damn.
I'm sorry, it just looks so ridiculous.
Especially with that pink word spray painted on the side there. It looks like a Winnebago design.
Like they did it on purpose to design it that way.
You had no right to come along.
RHIP, Captain. Rank hath its privileges.
Okay, he's above him. Thank you.
2 hours of oxygen left. We step on that deck, Spock is finished. Court-martial, disgraced.
Oh, shit.
Lock on to shuttlecraft following us.
Locked on. Tractor beam ready.
Go to tape
Tractor beam, okay. Thought he was going to try to blow it up.
Transporter room, stand by to beam Captain Kirk aboard. Doctor, as senior officer present, I present myself to you for arrest. I never received orders to take command.
Why is he giving up?
Mr. Spock is under arrest. Is confinement quarters enough?
Adequate, Doctor.
Well, confining. Yes, sir.
My guess is that Spock is playing chess here, because nothing about this makes any sense yet.
Unable to comply. Any such attempt will cross-circuit vessel's life-supporting system. Cannot be disengaged until vessel reaches planet Talos 4.
I guess that's why he was able to give up.
I just like I cut a little camera on the display screen, new to like back up to show the other guy.
A preliminary hearing on Lieutenant Commander Spock is being convened.
Ooh, a trial? Haven't seen a trial since Harry Mudd.
Further, I waive rights to this hearing and request immediate court-martial.
Request denied. Mutiny requires a trial board of no less than 3 command officers.
Sir, I must point out that there are 3 officers of command rank available. Captain Christopher Pike.
Denied.
I believe you'll find he's still on the active duty list.
We didn't have the heart to retire him, Jim. He's got you. Whatever he's up to, he's planned it well.
Well, all he does is blink no, so he should be okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they got dressed up for it.
Gotta follow the traditions.
What has it accomplished to go there? Or to take Captain Pike there? I want to know why.
By asking him why, you've opened the door to any evidence he may wish to present. Apparently what he had in mind.
Present your evidence.
This is 13 years ago. The Enterprise.
What?
All right, here we go.
Captain Christopher Pike.
Oh, wow.
No vessel makes record tapes in that detail, that perfect. What were we watching?
As I stated, gentlemen, this was 13 years ago.
Would take that long for a radio beam to travel from there to here.
Oh, and she was in the, a few episodes ago. The What Are Little Girls Made Of? She was the doctor's fiance. They went down with them.
Continue on to the Vega colony and take care of our own sick and injured first.
Look like a bunch of geeks.
Before cool Captain Kirk came along, everyone was a nerd. That guy's in a fucking regular polo! That guy's in a polo!
I understand we picked up a distress signal.
That's right. It seems to me the condition of our own crew takes precedent.
Oh, I concur with yours, definitely.
Definitely seen this older actor playing the doctor and stuff before, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
11 survivors.
Actual paper.
Gravity and oxygen within limits. Food and water obtainable.
Our destination is the Talos star group. Our time warp, factor 7.
Well, for me, this has gone far enough.
We still haven't heard the full story. I vote to continue.
Then I vote we do not. Deadlock. And
Not
since
a deadlock.
Very well. Captain Pike, it's up to you. Do we continue under these conditions?
Nice.
How did you get this footage? 13 years ago, a television crew was filming for a show called Star Trek.
That's what I was thinking. It's like a WandaVision scenario. Those are interesting suits. Did they have to wear those when they got beamed down?
Captain Christopher Pike, United Spaceship Enterprise.
Dr. Theodore Haskins, American Continent Institute. This is Vina. Her parents are dead.
Why do you get to open with that?
What the hell?
What? Who's? Okay, wait. Are we watching Spock, Kirk, and the crew watch these aliens watch these guys?
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh, it's pulsating. Oh, that's awesome. How do they do that?
They look like the Watchers.
Their health is excellent. Almost too good.
There's a reason for our condition.
Instead of getting any questions answered in this episode, I just keep getting more. Like, I have no idea where this is
You'll
going.
feel much better soon. You're a perfect choice.
What? Oh! Oh!
Were they all just a mirage? Yeah, just tighten up your gun a little bit. There you go.
Commodore Mendez, urgent. Enterprise receiving transmissions from planet Talos 4.
And the images we've been seeing are
coming from Talos 4, sir.
Captain Kirk is hereby relieved.
Spock, you're aware of the orders regarding any contact with Talos 4. You have deliberately invited the death penalty.
Commodore must be aware that Captain Kirk knew nothing of this.
And you're aware that a captain is responsible for everything that occurs on his ship.
Do you know what you're doing?
Jim, please. Don't stop me. You must see the rest of the transmission.
This dude standing in the background.
Yeah.
Ah, it's always a dude standing in the background. So funny. Ah! Damn it!
I like this during the credits, Kirk just standing in this room. Oh, there he goes. Wow. Okay, so first of all, because it was bothering me, the older gentleman playing the doctor with Captain Pike, his name is John Hoyt. He's from a lot of stuff, but what I recognized him from was he was in the episode of The Twilight Zone called Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up, where all the people are stuck at the diner and they're trying to find out which one is the alien. One of my favorite episodes of The Twilight Zone, and he plays a big part in that. So that's where I recognized him. But anyway, wow. That was, I feel like we got 3 episodes in one with that one, and it was just a part 1.
I mean, I think I called, like, as the way it kept going, I'm like, kept getting more questions. I'm like, we're not going to get an answer to any of this. And, like, the stuff with the aliens and seeing the old crew and how the set was different. They were right about this upswing. That was great. And just how everyone had so much faith in Spock and, like, no one expected this. And it's like, now, like, Spock's like, so much tension.
Yeah, and obviously we talked about this whole thing before the episode about trying to watch it, the same way as when it released. But obviously we have a little bit of, info that most people probably didn't have at that time. So knowing that footage was shot, as a pilot, it's interesting that they had the foresight back then to be like, hey, let's use this footage for another episode and build a whole other story around it. I think that's awesome and incredibly smart to do. So that part of it, just knowing that, is really cool as well.
Yeah, this Gene Roddenberry guy seems pretty smart. I like his stuff. I like it a lot.
All right, well, yeah, we'll keep it short because obviously it's going to be a part 2, and we're going to try to get that up quickly after this one because we don't want to be waiting, and I'm sure none of you do. So we'll jump into that. But if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We're going to continue this. We're also watching Moon Knight, the MCU series, and Barry on HBO, a bunch of other stuff I talked about earlier. We also react to movie and series trailers, review movies occasionally. So subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
Hello there. I'm Josh. This is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today we are continuing our watch of Star Trek, the original series, but this isn't just any episode. This is the first and I believe the only time we'll be watching a episode of this series that is a part 2, a continuation of the previous episode. Alex, how are you feeling after watching part 1? We made the joke in the last episode that we always feel like it's going to end on a cliffhanger. This one actually did. So how are you feeling going into this one?
You know how I feel about movies with part 1s and how I hate that title. Like when we saw Dune and it said part 1 at the intro, I'm like, you just know. It's like, you're not going home satisfied. You're going to go home like, damn it. And, but I didn't feel that feeling maybe because I know the next episode's right here and we're watching it a day later. But I was excited. Like all these questions kept popping up and I wanted the answer so bad. The aliens, those people, what exactly happened to Pike? What is driving Spock to do this? There's so many questions. I'm so excited. I got my red shirt on today. I'm ready to get killed. So I'm pumped.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And that first episode, I really, really did enjoy. A lot of you guys enjoyed it as well because it did really well, and a lot of comments flooded in about the episode. Some of you called it your favorite Star Trek, the original series episode, of all of them. So yeah, really enjoyed seeing those comments, and yeah, I'm ready to just jump right into it. If it's your first time here, though, and you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience. We're watching this. We're also watching Moon Knight, the MCU series on Disney+. We're watching Barry, the HBO series, and we also occasionally watch movies, review movies, react to movie and series trailers. So subscribe, watch all that good stuff, and leave the video a like so it can reach other Star Trek fans out there.
You must see the rest of the transmission.
Space. The final frontier.
Guess it makes sense that the cold open would be a recapping.
It's the first episode that has something to do with another episode.
Imagine not watching it the previous week on TV, and then that recap's like the first time. You're like, wow, this is a lot.
I know that it just drops us into stuff, but wow, this is very detailed.
Actually, yeah, I'm curious to see if it'll say part 2 when it shows the episode title. Yeah.
There you go.
Images continue to be transmitted to us from Talos 4.
Captain Pike had been knocked unconscious and captured by the Telosians.
Telosians.
Can you understand me?
It appears, Magistrate, that the intelligence of the specimen is shockingly limited.
Oh, they're speaking telepathically.
As you can read in its thoughts,
oh, the
it is only now
veins.
beginning to suspect that the survivors and encampment were a simple illusion we placed in their minds.
Now, unless you want my ship to consider capturing me an unfriendly act.
You'll now see the primitive fear-threat reaction. Frustrated into a need to display physical prowess, the creature will throw himself against the transparency.
There's a way out of any cage, and I'll find it.
The cage.
We can soon begin the experiment.
I really wonder if there was any inspiration from these characters for, like, the Watchers from Marvel, because they look so similar.
Giving the specimen something more interesting to protect.
Please, we must hide ourselves.
I was in a cage, a cell, in some kind of a zoo.
The Telosians controlled his brain.
And could make him live any place, any time, any situation they wished.
Nice.
Here comes Mungo. Oh my god. Oh, take a back bump. Take a back bump. Oh! Oh.
Nice.
Ah! Right in the ass. No! Ah! Ooh!
Was she trapped as well?
Why are you here?
Please you.
Are you real?
As real as you wish.
Oh, no.
I can become anything. Any woman you've ever imagined. You can have anything you want in the whole universe.
Do you think Spock's taking him back to this place so he can, like, live happily ever after in his mind?
Oh,
so he doesn't have to live.
That's a great theory.
So he doesn't have to live in this miserable, just staring in his room.
All circuits engaged, Mr. Spock.
Standing by, number one.
Also, I like how this crew just brings everybody down.
Not just 2 or 3 people convenient to the plot. Whole team's going down. From what I know, I think this is the first time we've seen anyone wear eyewear.
Yeah.
At all. I believe George Lucas has said, like, no one in Star Wars wears glasses because glasses wouldn't be a problem in the future. But there are 2 characters that I know that wear glasses. But they weren't in the original. But they were in The Mandalorian and Rebels, so long after his time.
Disengage! Top of that nose should have been sheared off the first second.
Maybe it was. Their power of illusion is so great we can't be sure of anything we do, anything we see.
What if it is open?
When dreams become more important than reality, you give up travel, building, creating. You even forget how to repair the machines left behind by your ancestors. You just sit, living and reliving other lives. I'm a woman, as real and as human as you are. We're like Adam and Eve.
Oh my god.
The whole deep talk about just using the tools of what was left behind. It's like, whoa, this is pretty deep and feels kind of how life is now.
And I can also understand why in the 60s a studio executive would watch that pilot and go, what the hell is this? We're not putting this on TV.
Where are the cowboys?
You overlook the unpleasant alternative of punishment.
So it's hell? They send them to hell?
Oh my god.
In their mind, basically?
From a fable you once heard in childhood.
Wow.
Why not just put irresistible hunger in my mind? You can't, can you? You do have limitations, don't you? All I wanted for that moment was to get my hands around your neck. The primitive thoughts put up a block you can't read through. All right, let's talk about the girl. You seem to be going out of your way to make her attractive, to make me feel protective.
This is necessary in order to perpetuate the species.
That'd be necessary only if you intend to build a family group, or perhaps a whole human community.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they literally said that already. They want to prolong the species.
Are those genes?
In the future on Earth, genes still exist.
Is it good to be home?
They read our minds very well. Anything else I want, if I cooperate, is that it?
My, it turned out to be a lovely day, didn't it?
Honestly, doesn't sound like too bad of a proposal.
I'd take it.
We're in a menagerie, a cage.
No.
I can't help either one of us if you won't give me a chance.
They can't read through primitive emotions. But you can't keep it up for long enough. Year after year, tricking and punishing.
Damn, I wonder how long she's been there.
I can't help but love you.
Whoa. We're moving too fast, lady.
They expect you to feel the same way. Forget all that.
That's Vina again?
I just love that both us and Captain Kirk are reacting to this episode. It's very meta.
We're watching them, watching the aliens, watching this.
And then they had sex.
So they went back up, now they're going back down. What just happened?
The women!
No, let me finish!
They don't work.
They were fully charged when we left.
He doesn't need you. He's already picked me.
Picked her. There was a Vina listed on that expedition as an adult crewman. Now, adding 18 years to your age then.
18 years. Jesus.
Oh, boy.
It's not fair. I did what you asked.
Since you resist the present specimen, you now have a selection. The female you call number 1 has the superior mind and would produce highly intelligent children. The other new arrival, the factors in her favor are youth and strength, plus unusually strong female drives.
They basically said, she's smart, but the other one's young and horny. Oh, they're gonna try to get the phasers.
Ah! Oh, they can't be that dumb. Ah!
You stop the solution or I'll twist your head off.
No fear. You gotta admit, it's pretty stupid of them to try to sneak those phasers out without setting up some kind of an illusion to distract them. That was pretty dumb.
Just literally just reaching
And they weren't,
in.
yeah, and they weren't working either.
Bet you've created an illusion. This laser is empty. I think it just blasted a hole in that window and you're keeping us from seeing it.
Well, there you go. There's that. Ah!
Captain!
That ape costume was so fucking funny.
Oh, they blew a hole in that whole thing?
So they were right. They did.
Oh, they were actually shooting through it.
Look, I'll make a deal with you. You give me proof that our ship is all right, send these 2 back, and I'll stay with Vina.
It's wrong to create a whole race of humans to live as slaves.
The weapon is building up an overload, a forced chamber explosion.
We had not believed this possible. The customs and history of your race show a unique hatred of captivity, even when it's pleasant and benevolent. You prefer death. This makes you too violent and dangerous a species for our needs. Your race would learn our power of illusion and destroy itself too.
Damn.
We have transporter control now.
Let's get back to the ship.
I can't go with you.
Oh, her looks were an illusion.
It's Harry Mudd. Damn it, you found me. Oh.
You see why I can't go with you.
This is the female's true
Oh,
appearance.
because they crashed.
But they had never seen a human.
Oh.
They had no guide.
You'll give her back her illusion of beauty.
And more.
What's happened to Vina? Isn't she coming with us?
No, and I agreed with her reasons.
Commodore, don't you think that...
What?
What?
What you now seem to hear, Captain Kirk, are my thought transmissions. His presence there and in the shuttlecraft was an illusion. It was thought the fiction of a court-martial would divert you from too soon regaining control of your vessel. Captain Pike is welcome to spend the rest of his life with us.
Bro.
That's crazy.
Even if regulations are explicit, you could have come to me and explained.
Ask you to face the death penalty, too. One of us was enough, Captain.
Damn, Spock.
General Order 7, prohibiting contact Talos 4, is suspended this occasion. No action contemplated against Spock.
Chris, do you want to go there?
What? Is that the directed by or?
Captain Pike has an illusion, and you have reality. May you find your way as pleasant.
I think I called that right about Spock wanting to take Pike back there so he can live out being happy instead of a miserable shell staring at the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb I forgot up until the end that his accident and him being like all deformed had nothing to do with them going to Talos 4. It happened like a few weeks ago or whatever. I forgot.
Yeah, I totally thought that it did have something to do with that recording. I'm like, okay, when does he blow up? Especially when the one woman with the black hair like turned up her phaser. It's like, oh, it's gonna explode. I'm like, oh, is that how it happens? And it just never did. I'm like, yeah, I totally forgot. It's a separate event, but either way, I think sometimes there's kind of a little bit too much of the old footage. I think, but it was interesting. But it's like the entire time we're just watching Kirk just watch something.
Yeah.
And like the tension and just building up is like it's killing me. I'm like, come on, what's the deal here? Especially since it was a span of 2 episodes instead of 1. But yeah. But it ultimately led to some more Kirk and Spock developments. Like, you could have just asked me, And he's like, I thought 1 death sentence was better than 2. I'm like, damn. It's like, okay. Well, he did what we thought was right, and he thought it was logical. And even though he is still part human, he can see little hints of that there. It's very neat, very nice little 2-parter. It's weird how that's the only one in this series.
Yeah, I understand why, since the bulk of this episode was that old pilot. I do kind of question, maybe the you guys watching can leave this in the comments. I feel like I got the whole gist. Like, I feel like I got the whole story of that unaired pilot. Maybe the ending is a little bit different because, they don't go back right at the end. Like, they just leave that planet, presumably. But I don't really see a reason to watch that, additionally, unless there's, like, some extra scenes or something. But from the gist of it, I did enjoy John Hoyt. I wish he made it on to the regular series, the one who played the Doctor in that other crew. Unfortunate that he's not in the series, but yeah, really deep, very kind of like a smart, well-written episode, and I do think it is an odd choice for a pilot, and I do kind of sympathize with why back then it wouldn't have been picked up as a full show, because it is very kind of like, you have to really think about it. It's very sophisticated for just a TV show. So I totally get why that didn't end up being the original pilot.
Yeah, Gene Roddenberry's writing there was just like, damn, especially, the tools of what's left behind, people have forgotten about through illusion or whatever. That whole bit, I wish I could remember the whole thing, because I'm like, damn, this is deep, and like this is like extremely deep and like still applies today. And that's just good writing, man. Good writing lasts, or read and listen to good writing, and years later you'll still find something new about it. And like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. It's credit to Mr. Roddenberry and all involved.
Absolutely. And then the ending twist with the what are they called? The commander? The commander not being...
The Commodore?
Commodore not being real, I guess. Great twist, although it does leave me with a lot of questions, but I'm not going to think about it, because who cares?
Yeah.
Cool twist.
Yeah, which means Spock from the very beginning was telecommunicating with these people. The video was an illusion, because the entire time I forgot about it. Like, how are they filming this? But all the illusion stuff was great. We called a couple things, like, oh, I bet the door was actually blasted open. They just can't see it. And it was. It's like, holy shit. Very neat, very neat.
So yeah, really enjoyed it. Wish there were more two-parters because I think there's a lot of stories that could use it, but you know, it's nice that we have this one, and it was cool to see. So leave down in the comments below anything maybe that we missed or we didn't talk about here that you really liked about the episode. And we're going to continue to watch this series, so make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Watch this with us as well as all the other things here on the channel you can go check out that we are watching or have watched and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one. Hi, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, we're continuing the watch of Star Trek, the original series. We just got done with our first and probably only two-parter in this series, which is disappointing because I liked the cliffhanger. I mean, knowing that we can watch it right afterwards. But I liked having, because every episode I'm like, oh, how are they going to end this? And it was nice to finally have it where it doesn't end, in a way, if that makes any sense. But today is episode 13, The Conscience of the King. And it feels kind of refreshing to start new, once again, having no prior info of what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like after that two-parter and now being about 12 episodes in, we kind of at this point are like settled into the show, a little bit, and we know the main characters, and I'm from here on out just ready to kind of see all the adventures that they go on, episode by episode. So I'm ready to jump in and enjoy it. Of course, I have to call out that two-parter, the two episodes that we did do. Some of the most well-performing videos we've done thus far on Star Trek and for the channel. So a lot of you guys out there obviously really enjoying it. We appreciate that. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already as well. Give the video a thumbs up and comment down below, as you guys always do, stuff that we might not know or catch about the episode. We're now, as of recording this, at about 850 subscribers, which is crazy. Thank you guys for that. And we hopefully are going to be hitting 1,000 sometime soon. That's the goal. So we've been growing a lot in the last few weeks, and that's awesome to see. Glad you guys are all here and enjoying this series as well as all the other stuff we have going on the channel.
Yeah, if we get 1,000 before like May 14th, William Shatner is coming to Cleveland. If we get 1,000, maybe I'll pay the $150 to get a picture with them, and we'll upload it on the community tabs. Because how neat would that be?
Yeah, that would be awesome. Well, if that's any motivation, definitely hit that subscribe button. We're also watching Barry, the HBO series right now. Moon Knight, the MCU series, is going to wrap up this week. And, of course, we'll be most likely talking about Doctor Strange as long as we have something to say about it, which I'm sure we will as that comes out this weekend. So subscribe to the channel, check out all that, and become part of the target audience. Good start already.
Arcturian Macbeth.
Watch him. Watch Macbeth.
I literally thought, are they watching a play?
That's Gothos, the executioner. Pluck out mine eyes!
What?
Yeah, it's like, was that on the ship? Was he on a planet? I'm kind of curious.
On Cygnia Minor, a nearby Earth colony.
Do you mean to tell me you've called me 3 light years off my course just to accuse an actor of being Gothos?
You're not only in trouble, you've put me in trouble, too.
I did it to trap Gothos.
I like how they're only showing half this guy's face.
Jim.
Even though we already saw the eye patch. This is pretty interesting, though, seeing, they said an Earth-like colony, so these exist where they can just go and beam down and people are living there. That's interesting.
Thing he did.
Oh, it's the whole face. I mean, the whole half.
Maybe he did just lose his eye, but he's just being dramatic, wearing the whole thing. The rest of your head is fine.
Take that thing off.
Former Governor Gothos of Tarsus IV, also known as Gothos the Executioner. After that, background on actor Anton Caridian.
No identification records available on actor Anton Caridian.
Give information on actor Caridian prior to Gothos' death.
No information available Anton Caridian prior to 20 years ago.
There you go. I feel like this is what they aspire for like Alexa to be able to do, but just nowhere close.
Yeah, no.
Now photograph both.
Mr.
Spock.
Hey! Woo!
You know Dr. Layton, don't you?
What if the show was like, like a sitcom, but only when Spock enters in. Like, it's exactly how it is whenever Spock comes in. Woo!
Yeah, and there's also a laugh track for everything he says, but no one else.
Where's Tom?
He went to town. He called. He's on his way back.
Damn it, Kirk, it's a party. You can dress up a little bit. You don't have to wear the sweater.
He needs everyone to know.
Where's his fancy green sweater?
Oh, yeah.
I saw your performance tonight. May I extend my appreciation?
My father will be delighted, Mr.
Captain James Kirk. I had hoped to meet your father here tonight personally.
I'm sorry, Captain Kirk. He has a rigid rule about that.
You were very impressive as Lady Macbeth.
Thank you. And is Lenore Caridian?
Very impressive.
I went down to learn more about the actor, but instead I slept with his daughter. Oh!
What? Ah! I feel like it's the same fucking rock statues. They just move them around.
Move them around, make the wall a different color.
Yeah, we've seen those in like 4 different episodes. And just have that painting in the background of the city.
Don't make your pickup here.
You mean strand all those actors?
I'll pick them up. And if there's any trouble, it'll be my responsibility.
Oh, he's going to put him on the Enterprise.
Captain Kirk, I didn't think we'd be meeting again so soon.
You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you I arranged it.
No, but it's a delightful thought. I'll make a bargain with you, Captain.
What have you got to trade?
Special performance for the crew, in exchange for a lift.
The men would never forgive me if I deprived them of your performance and your presence.
Really quick, isn't it funny how, like, the dude who died with the eye patch called the Enterprise down because they found something where they could cure famine. But before they did that, hold on, we got to watch this play first.
No, I thought that he was saying that was a lie. Like, once he got there, that was a lie. He really only brought him there to go see that play.
But just thinking about it, it's like, oh, there's a famine, but let's watch this play.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a killer. But
because Kirk didn't know. Kirk didn't know yet that it was a lie. Yeah.
There are 9 actual eyewitnesses who can identify Gothos, Kirk J, presently Enterprise Captain, Leighton T, Riley K.
Is that Star Service Lieutenant Kevin Riley?
Affirmative.
You see the return of Riley? He was one of the ones who got drunk in The Naked Time.
They say there's not only 9 people who can identify Gothos, but they have a fucking picture of him on the fucking... It says, hey, this is Gothos.
You care for a drink, Mr. Spock?
My father's race was spared the dubious benefits of alcohol.
Spock, you may not drink alcohol, but you did get drunk already in the show from the disease.
It was illogical for him to bring those players aboard.
Oh, he's doing something you don't understand? Kind of like what you did? Huh?
All this power surging and throbbing, yet under control. Are you like that, Captain? Tell me about the women in your world, Captain.
I'd rather talk about you. You must have wanted to perform since the first time you saw your father act. When was that?
In the beginning.
Tell me about it.
That's not fair. You haven't answered my question.
Worlds may change, galaxies disintegrate, but a woman always remains a woman.
I can't tell like who's getting the best of who here. Like it seems like they're both trying to like manipulate each other a little bit.
Yeah, it feels very odd.
Both being very elusive. Damn, dude, he looks pissed. He gets mad anytime he doesn't know exactly what's going on.
It's got to be very frustrating for a Vulcan.
It started on the Earth colony of Tarsus 4 when the food supply was attacked by an exotic fungus and largely destroyed. Gothos began to separate the colonists. Some would live, be rationed whatever food was left. The remainder would be immediately put to death. Apparently, he had his own theories of eugenics.
He's Thanos. It's Thanos.
Relief arrived, but too late to prevent the executions. And Gothos. There never was a positive identification of his body.
I am down.
Yeah, remember this guy?
Oh, yeah, I remember him, yeah.
Nice to see he's still around.
They brought him back to kill him? Is that what they're going to do? Okay. And it's so funny in this futuristic setting to see like a regular plastic spray bottle.
They really brought him back to kill him. Wow.
was about to say, his agent, congrats, kid. They booked you again. But they're going to kill you. Okay.
The only one who'll be able to identify Gothos is the captain.
My report on Lieutenant Riley.
Will he make it?
He's got a good chance.
Lieutenant Riley was a witness. So were you.
Could have been an accident.
You should be told the difference between empiricism and stubbornness, Doctor. I checked with the library computer, just as you did. I got the same information.
I don't like anyone meddling in my private affairs, not even my second in command.
Jim, Spock's simply trying to...
I know what he's trying to do, and I don't like it.
It's his job, and you know it.
Damn, dude.
Doctor's finally making a good point. Jesus.
I'm interested in justice.
Are you? Are you sure it's not vengeance?
Vengeance. Justice and vengeance. Yeah, always. It's fucking Batman.
From here on, I've got to determine whether or not Coridian is Gothos.
He is.
I feel like we've done everything but go and talk to him.
Haven't even seen him on the ship. I really like those scenes, though, of the three of them, you know, going back and forth with each other.
That low hum.
Phaser.
On overload.
Which means it's going to blow up.
Evacuate all personnel in this squadron. Double red alert.
What? You think in the future they'd make something where that can't happen? Where literally anyone on the crew could do that. Right? I think anyone has a phaser.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that it has that self-destruct option.
Now I'm curious, in the later Star Trek media, if they ever fix that problem with the phasers. Whether it's just they drop it in a line of dialogue, like, oh yeah, they can no longer overpower.
A moment ago, we narrowly averted an explosion which would have destroyed several decks of the ship.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sure you are. Are you Gothos?
Straight out with it. Doesn't even try to trick him.
Do you believe that I am?
I do. Read this into that communicator on the wall. It will be recorded and compared to a piece of Gothos voice film we have in our files.
It's like a handwriting test, but for your voice.
But survival depends on drastic measures.
And it's not going to match.
There's got to be a bigger twist to this.
You hardly glanced at the paper.
I learned my parts very quickly.
Because he's an actor.
Gothos made a decision of life and death. Some had to die that others might live. You're a man of decision, Captain. You ought to understand that.
All I understand is that 4,000 people were needlessly butchered.
A small price to pay for salvation.
Lieutenant Riley sufficiently recovered to be discharged, but Captain was ordered suspected of being Gothos, the executioner, and of murdering the lieutenant's family.
Lieutenant Riley's family?
I think, yeah.
Dang, now he's going to go try to kill him.
Did he not know Gothos killed his family? I mean, he was probably a...
I don't think he knew he was on the ship.
I believe we have a match, Captain.
But not an exact match, Mr. Spock.
Okay. How much of a match was it?
Doomed for a certain term to walk the night.
Riley,
For the day
get back to the sick bay.
He murdered my father. My mother.
You could be wrong. Give me the weapon.
If thou didst ever thy dear father.
Tonight, after my performance, the last two who can harm you will be gone.
Okay, so it's him.
Are you saying?
There were 9. Now there are only 2. And they will be gone as soon as I have...
What have you done?
What had to be done? They had to be silenced.
She poisoned. Oh.
There's no more blood on your hands.
He's watching the whole thing.
You were the one thing in my life untouched by what I'd done.
The play is over. It's been over for 20 years.
I've saved you.
By killing 7 innocent men.
They weren't innocent. I would have killed a world to save him.
No!
No, don't!
The soul of the great Coridian giving performance
Jesus,
to every
great shot.
star he touches.
Yeah, holy fuck. Creepy.
No, child, no!
No!
It will catch the conscience of the king.
Okay, handcuff her, guys.
Yeah.
There we go. She got out her monologue. Time to go.
You were right about there being a deeper twist.
She'll receive the best of care, Jim. She remembers nothing. She even thinks her father's still alive, giving performances before cheering crowds.
What?
You really cared for her, didn't you?
Ready to leave Benicio orbit, Captain.
You're not going to answer my question, are you?
No.
Ahead warp factor 1, Mr. Leslie.
No, I don't think I will.
That's an answer.
It's like you met her 1 day ago. But all right. Wow, okay. You already said it a little bit, but I expected a deeper twist, but I was still wrong. I thought for sure it'd be like, oh, it actually wasn't him. It was somebody else or something. But it was him, and then there was the twist with his daughter, so I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, and how this guy was just really just trying to move on, and then his daughter, like, killed those people, and that was, like, the twist where I'm like, oh, shit. But the actor who played Gothos, I thought he was fantastic. I love his conversation about, you know, being human in his costume with the robe and the old Shakespearean style. And he's talking to Kirk with his, you know, modern, futuristic, you know, business captain suit. And that whole conversation was wonderful. And we talked about it, but the conversation with the big three and how you can cycle on whose side you're on. Because Bones, McCoy, right? Yeah, I've always been like whatever on his character, but when he was defending Spock, it's like, he's your second in command. He's doing what he should do, and you know it. And I'm like, damn, that was nice. It's because it's nice to have where you're on different people's sides at different times, which is nice. And they keep each other in check, like a team crew should. And it's just funny seeing Spock be so upset with Kirk. With the last 2 episodes, he was doing the same shit. But like I was making fun of, it might have been filmed in a different time, whatever. But yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I said it a little bit while we were watching it, but those scenes, you know, with those three, McCoy, Spock, and Kirk, when they're arguing, going back and forth with each other, a lot of those are some of my favorite scenes of the show because you're not always just on Kirk's side. You know, this was a good example of where you can see where McCoy and Spock are coming from, and Kirk seems to be a little bit blinded by his infatuation. I thought at first he was completely manipulating her and just using his charm to get what he wanted, but obviously there was something underneath there as well where he actually liked her. So yeah, really well written. Looks like this episode was written by Barry Trivers, so good job on that. And also the performance of the daughter towards the end, where she just gets to become completely unhinged for like that last 5 minutes and have that whole monologue. I thought that was great too.
And the funniest part was, you know, like, oh, you got to come down. Even though we know it was a ploy, you know, about Gothos. But the funny part is like, oh, we discovered a way to fix this famine. But first, we got to watch this play. It's like, what? Oh, yeah, we didn't fix the famine. But anyway, this guy's a killer. Like little details. In the overall big story of things, it's not a big deal.
Not my favorite or anything, but definitely a solid one. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel as we continue to watch Star Trek the original series. Make sure to comment down below any other thoughts that you have about this episode 13, and give the video a like so the video gets pushed out to more Star Trek fans. We're also watching all the stuff I talked about earlier. We occasionally review movies, react to movie and series trailers, so make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hello there. I'm Josh. This is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today we are continuing our watch of Star Trek, the original series. We're in season 1. Today is episode 14. Alex, in our last episode, we saw something completely different involving a play and Macbeth, and it was very weird because we're also watching HBO's Barry, where there was also a portrayal of Macbeth. It was very interesting, but some people in the comments seem to like it, some people seem not to, kind of mixed. But this episode, a lot of comments from our last video have said that this is some people's favorite Star Trek episode, so that got my hopes up for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Last week was fun because you can tell Gene Roddenberry was influenced by Shakespeare, and he got to tie in some Shakespeare with his Star Trek show about the past. I mean, super old writings in the future, super neat. And once again, we're going in completely fresh. It's weird because we're watching Barry and we're picking off of what happens the week before. And we're jumping back to this where it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter because every episode's something different. So Balance of Terror. Last week was a mystery type show where it's like, it was a mystery, but like it wasn't surprising the ending, but it had a nice little twist. And I'm just wondering, what are they going to give us this week?
Absolutely. Well, if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are approaching 1,000 subscribers. That's our current goal. We're very excited for that. We also currently still have a poll up in our community tab from our passing of 500 subscribers about what movie we should watch here. React to on the channel. That's up if you want to go check that out and vote in it if you haven't. We're also watching Barry, like I said, on HBO. Moon Knight just finished up this week. We're going to be talking about Doctor Strange after we see that. So become part of the target audience. Subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kenobi. Kenobi's coming. Kenobi's coming.
Yes. When is that? I forgot about that.
I think May 25th, 27th.
Too far away.
The Friday of that. Yeah. Cut it out. Cut it out.
It's Janice. Thought she was gone.
Woo! Are we doing picture day?
Is there a wedding?
Getting married at work?
This is their life.
Since the days of the first wooden vessels, all shipmasters have had one happy privilege.
Why gotta like Kirk so weird all the time? It was cool at first when it's like there's two different versions of Kirk, but now he's just doing a wedding. Oh.
Earth Outpost 4 reports they're under attack. Space vessel, identity unknown.
Full ahead. All decks, condition red.
And that's why you don't get married on the Enterprise.
Our speed is now maximum, sir.
Hey!
Sulu!
This is the captain speaking.
In our next action, we can risk neither miscalculation nor error.
A line of Earth Outpost stations established by treaty after the Earth-Romulan conflict of over a century ago. This conflict was fought by our standards today with primitive atomic weapons. Nor was there even ship-to-ship visual communication. No human, Romulan, or ally has ever seen the other.
Really? Wow.
The treaty, set by subspace radio, established this neutral zone, entry into which by either side would constitute an act of war.
Oh.
What you do not know and must now be told. Both these outposts and this vessel will be considered expendable. Captain out.
So we don't know what the Romulans look like. My theory is someone else attacked the outpost and they're going to blame the Romulans.
They're painted like a giant bird of prey.
I had no idea that history was your specialty.
Family history. All lost in that war, sir.
Their war, Mr. Stiles.
What's up with the people in that chair, man?
Yeah, he's going to do something. I feel like this would be a pretty easy situation to avoid. Like, maybe just don't fly anywhere near there then. I mean, I know they have to, like, go on a mission, but maybe you can avoid that area?
Happy wedding day. Almost.
You won't get off my hook this easily.
He's going to die, isn't he?
Feed me Enterprise.
Confirm what hit you, Hansen. What vessel? Identity?
Space vessel.
Oh, really? It was a space vessel?
We're a mile deep. On an
Ooh.
asteroid. Almost solid iron.
Oh, no! Oh! Oh, shit.
Under no circumstances are you to cross into the neutral zone without my direct orders.
Acknowledged, sir. May I respectfully remind the captain what has happened? The Romulans have crossed the neutral zone.
This fucking
Attacked
guy.
our outpost, killed our men.
Mr. Stiles, are you questioning my orders?
Negative, sir.
Wanted Kirk to be like, I'll remind you what happened to Mr. Bailey and where I left him.
Yeah.
Be careful, Mr. Stiles.
The chair you sit in.
That chair is replaced every week.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Vulcan?
To zoom in on Spock like that? It must be. What a perfect reaction by Spock. Not shock or utter horror, but just, huh. Interesting. Oh, that's great. That says everything you need to know about him.
Oh, God. They're all fucking staring at him.
Oh, so they're all gonna be racist? Really? That's fucked up, man.
I was suggesting that Mr. Spock could probably translate it for you, sir.
I assume you're complimenting Mr. Spock on his ability to decode.
I'm not sure, sir.
He said, I'm not sure.
Leave any bigotry in your quarters. There's no room for it on the bridge.
There you go, buddy.
Do I make myself clear?
You do, sir.
Not tolerating that shit. Come on.
Consumes much power, Commander, with no enemy to concern
That Earth outpost called to an Earth vessel. Now it follows us.
Oh, wow. We actually get these guys just point of view.
If an Earth ship, why does he not attack?
First, study the enemy. Seek weakness. If I were their commander, that is what I would do.
A message was dispatched. You've broken the rule of silence.
Only in code, Commander. To inform our praetor of this glorious mission.
You're reduced 2 steps in rank. Return to post.
Damn. He's just trying to help out.
But he took it like a champ, though. Just.
We'll enter the neutral zone in less than an hour, sir. Assuming, of course, that we don't turn back.
Just shut the fuck up, dude. God. Jesus Christ.
Bring it to the briefing room. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Who are you?
Obviously, their weaponry is superior to ours, and they have a practical invisibility screen.
You're discussing tactics. Millions and millions of lives hanging on what this vessel does next.
Or on what this vessel fails to do, Doctor.
Sir. Go ahead, Mr. Stiles. I call this session for opinions.
We have to attack immediately.
Explain.
They're still on our side of the neutral zone. There would be no doubt that they broke the treaty. You know that, Mr. Science Officer. You're the expert in these people. But you've always left out that one point. Why? I'm very interested in why.
Fuck.
I agree. Attack.
What?
Whoa.
And if the Romulans are an offshoot of my Vulcan blood, and I think this likely, then attack becomes even more imperative.
War is never imperative, Mr. Spock.
It is for them, Doctor. Vulcan, like Earth, had its aggressive, colonizing period. Savage.
Do you want a galactic war on your conscience?
These are fucking tough decisions, man. Jesus.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
And I think I'm agreeing with douchebag Bones again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see the problem with running away. Like, what are they saying is going to happen? That they're going to attack Earth? Like, why would that be the case?
Prepare to attack. All hands battle stations.
There you go.
I thought Star Trek was about using our words.
The moment he begins entering the comet's tail, he becomes visible. We'll swing around the other side and catch him.
Man, that still sounds incredibly tough to do.
Escape maneuver 1, quickly.
All right, everyone, act like it's tilting. Whoa!
Sir, nothing in
the last moment he must
have guessed our move. He did exactly what I would have done. I won't underestimate him again. Fire blind, lay down a pattern.
Driver's pattern. All faces fire.
So they didn't move? So they are there?
Well, like they moved, but then they found them again.
Because I don't think he knew they were there. He thought they moved, but they didn't.
Damn it.
Emergency warp.
What?
Full power, sir. It's still overtaking us.
So they're warp speed right now, getting away from this thing.
Is Astern backwards?
I think so.
Woo!
Captain, should I continue log entry?
Not this episode, Janice.
4, 3, 2, 1, impact.
I like the little B plot with the wedding people. I like that. A little different. See how it's affecting other people on the ship. I like that.
Yeah, like the family from Justice League.
No, not exactly.
Do we violate the treaty, Captain?
They did, Doctor.
Once inside, they can claim we did.
Full ahead, Mr. Sulu. Maximum warp. Lieutenant Uhura, inform command base. In my opinion, no option. We are proceeding into the neutral zone.
Wow.
But I must use all my experience now to get home.
Nothing, sir. No motion out there at all. We've lost them, Captain.
So they ran away.
I wish I were on a long sea voyage somewhere. Not too much deck tennis, no frantic dancing, and no responsibility. I see the men waiting for me to make the next move. And Bones,
This job's gotta suck, man.
what if I'm wrong?
Never seen him vulnerable like this, really.
I was about to say, the vulnerability is refreshing.
3 million galaxies like this. Only one of each of us. Don't destroy the one named Kirk.
That's a quotable line right there.
Yeah, even though I'm pretty sure in Star Trek there's mirror universes like the multiverse where there's more than one. Kirk. But at this time it was cool.
Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't know.
Beaten. Can it be true? The Praetor's finest and proudest flagship beaten.
We have some of the old-style nuclear warheads aboard.
Yes, Commander, but only for self-destruction.
Place one in with the debris. Proximity fuse.
Yes, Commander, at once.
Dang, they're just gonna throw out a nuclear bomb into space.
One metal-cased object.
Helm, hard over. Phasers, fire, point blank.
Phasers, fire!
They shot it immediately.
Glorious. Glorious.
Now we go home.
Wow.
They are at our mercy.
Captain to sick bay.
McCoy here.
Casualties?
22 so far.
What?
Mainly radiation burns, mostly from the ship's outer areas.
22 people died?
Sir, my first assignment was in weapons control. Go. Lieutenant Uhura, take over navigation.
Let's go, Uhura.
Woo! Moving on up. I don't know which one's higher.
I mean, I would assume this one, right? She's up front.
What happened to that other guy that filled in when they went out for that meeting?
He doesn't exist.
Where'd he go?
He was one of the 22.
He's one of the 22 that died.
Will you require any assistance here?
This time we'll handle things without your help, Vulcan.
Ugh.
Tomlinson.
That's what you get for being racist, you fucking dick.
Standing by to beam your survivors aboard our ship. Prepare to abandon your vessel.
I regret that we meet in this way.
What purpose will it serve to die?
We are creatures of duty, Captain. Just one more duty to perform.
You all right, Mr. Smart?
Yes, very well, thank you, Captain.
And you, Mr. Sound?
I'm alive, sir.
But I wouldn't be. Mr. Spark, he pulled me out of the phaser room. Saved my life.
How many men did we lose, Bones?
Only one. Tomlinson.
Damn it, I knew it.
Boy, who's going to get married this morning.
I'll fill in. I'll marry her.
Yeah, it's my duty.
We finally received an answer from Command Base, sir. They say they'll support whatever decision you have to make.
Great. She looks like the mother from How I Met Your Mother.
Dude, I've been thinking that this whole time, dude.
And the mother was on that Black Mirror episode about Star Trek.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I'm just thinking that because she was in the Black Mirror episode, but thank you that you said it.
I'm all right.
Oof. That's
what?
That's a rough ending.
Okay. Wow, that was a lot. It's weird to see like a space chess battle like that. I like the two captains of each respective ship battling it out. I was kind of hoping that those weren't going to be Romulans. It was going to be another big misunderstanding episode, but no, apparently they were, and the Romulans aren't like a species per se. I mean, maybe they are, but it's like these specific ones. There was a Centurion, whatever that is, and then another Vulcan, and it dealt with a lot of racism issues because as soon as I saw Vulcan, everyone went, huh? The Spock, like, hey, you're one of those. It's like, oh, geez. which added a lot of tension, and we had a nice, good debate. And, our Navigator of the Week was involved because, his ancestors of a century ago were killed in this war, but we don't even know what the Romulans look like because technology wasn't advanced. It was a whole lot. I mean, from what I understand, I've heard, this isn't our only run-in with the Romulans. They're a pretty well-known species in the Star Trek realm, from what I've heard, and we'll probably be seeing them again. I'm excited to learn more about this lore.
Yeah, I wish I could have grasped it a little bit more from a story perspective. I just couldn't seem to understand what exactly was going on from the Romulan side of it, and the most I understood was when Spock was talking about how the Vulcans had an aggressive colonizing phase, and the Romulans, these people could have been someone that were colonized and they're aggressive, and that's why they always battle. And I get that part of it, but beyond that, I kept getting confused as to why were they attacking in the first place. Just kind of, I couldn't really get that perspective. So I was mainly just focused on the character side, which was really good. You brought up the boardroom scene and all the stuff with Styles and Spock, so liked all that stuff. Unfortunate that they had to include that marriage storyline, almost completely drop it for the whole episode, and then at the end just be like, oh yeah, he's dead. It was oh, you could have given him some more screen time if you're going to do that.
Yeah, a little bit more. I mean, really rip our hearts out a little bit more. It was sad at the end, but if we saw more of that relationship, as soon as she said, I'm going to marry you, mister, I think you were like, he's going to die. And he died. Just wish we could have seen more development with them. But the space battle chess where it's oh, we're going to shoot here because they moved. And because they moved, this will happen. And they actually didn't move. So when they did shoot, they shot them. It's trying to keep up with, who's ahead of who. It's oh, my God, this is crazy. But I'm kind of upset, because I'm pretty sure next episode will have nothing to do with any of these characters. It'll be completely different. And they'll have a different Navigator of the Week who's going to be mad about something else. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the show, right? So I'm excited as well. A lot of people have said the next episode is also really good. So as we approach the back half of the season, I'll just, take every week as a new adventure. And again, just really focus on the character moments. There have been some episodes where the actual plot and story of the episode is extremely interesting, but then there are ones like this where I can't get into the story as much, but I just really like the character stuff in it. So it's still really enjoyable.
Absolutely. That's all I got.
All right, well, we are going to continue to watch Star Trek The Original Series. We're also watching HBO's Barry, as well as Moon Knight just finished up. That whole playlist is here on the channel. So make sure to subscribe, join the target audience. We got a lot more new stuff coming up as well. So also like the video, make sure that it gets to other Star Trek fans as well. Subscribe and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. We'll see you in the next one. Hello there. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We're the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, we're on episode 15 of Star Trek, the original series. Last week, we were introduced to a big type of character species from Star Trek, the Romulans, which, through your comments, thank you very much, the people's comments, that they're basically a Vulcan offshoot where they don't have the same type of values, but they're basically the same species. And you and I were mostly confused throughout the whole episode, like what was going on. But it was a little refreshing, and now I have no idea what to expect for this week.
Yeah, two major things I got from the comments. One, that a casualty, in the way that they use it in the show, doesn't always mean a death. Oh, hello, Boo. Doesn't always mean a death. It also sometimes just means an injury. So when we hear them say 22 casualties, that doesn't necessarily mean 22 people died. I did not know that, so that was definitely good to know from the comments. And secondly, these we thought was just a normal thing to be in Star Trek, and we were like commenting how just having a normal plastic spray bottle was funny, but apparently back then they didn't even have those in the 60s, at least widely available, so it actually was futuristic looking to them at that time. That kind of blew my mind. I think that was the first example of something literally that we use today that would have looked futuristic back then. So great, helpful comments as always. Make sure to leave those on all of these episodes. We really like your guys' little tidbits and everything that, you know, back then watched Star Trek originally and now are watching it with us. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to forget that or sometimes it's easy to forget, like, oh yeah, this was filmed in the 60s, and not everything that's sitting around here today. In fact, like, it was funny, in the shot, I had my spray bottle on my my stand back there.
We're going to get in today's episode, but if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. We're also watching HBO's Barry. We just finished up Moon Knight, the MCU series, here on the channel, and just did a review on our thoughts of Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Go check that all out and subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Something wrong?
A kink in my back. Take it in there, Mr.
He thought I was Spock. What happened to Janice? I thought she was a yeoman.
I think she's officially gone now. I saw comments say that the last episode was her last one.
Do the chairs look different to you?
They do look a little bit different, yeah.
Oh, Nature Day?
No animals, no people, no worries. You know, you have to see this place to believe it. It's like something out of Alice in Wonderland.
What the hell?
Oh,
what?
My paws and whiskers. I'll be late.
Oh, they're really leaning into the Alice in Wonderland, okay? Oh my god.
Excuse me, sir. Have you seen a rather large white rabbit?
Sulu! What is it, Doc?
On my planet, to rest is to rest. To me, it is quite illogical to run up and down on green grass using energy instead of saving it. We have a crew member aboard who's showing signs of stress and fatigue. Reaction time down 9 to 12%. He's becoming irritable and quarrelsome, yet he refuses to take rest and rehabilitation.
That man will go ashore on my orders. What's his name?
James Kirk.
Nice. That was nice.
You'll have no problems.
Just like
what?
A pistol.
Is that the same woman who looked like the mother in the last episode?
I was gonna say, I think that's the almost widow, near widow. I think this is one of the first times that it looks like it's being shot like on location. It might still be a set, but it looks like a pretty real location.
I don't know, man. The way the light's hitting them and the way the background looks, it looks pretty like they're on set somewhere, and probably in some park in California or something.
Had to bring down the yeoman with them too, so we could really relax.
Yeah, the lighting's too good. It has to be real light.
Over here!
He was probably in eyesight when he yelled.
Nice tracking shot.
What do you think you're doing? Target shooting, Captain. Isn't it a beauty?
It's a big smile on
Haven't
his
got
face.
anything like this in my collection. Hasn't been one like this made in, a couple centuries. Jim!
Yeah.
Finnegan?
As soon as he mentions them, he brought up Alice in Wonderland, and that started showing up, so it's a memory planet, maybe?
Come on!
So this is like the Ghostbusters situation, whatever you think of or speak about, like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
What happened?
I don't know. He had a cloak, sir, and a dagger with jewels on it.
Sounds like Don Juan.
I was thinking, all a girl needs is Don Juan.
So then I wonder, was the gun because Sulu always wanted one of those guns?
Jim, darling, it is me. It is Ruth.
Ruth, how can it be you?
None of that matters.
All right.
Dressed like a fairy tale princess with lots of floaty stuff and a tall hat with a veil. A lady to be protected and fought for.
I'd like to see you in it.
Typical Bones, can't help himself.
What?
All right, who thought of a tiger?
Mr. Spock, my orders were no one was to leave the ship.
As I told you before, there's an unusual power field down here. It's soaking up all the energy at the source.
Stranded down here, Captain?
Until we can find out what this is all about.
Spock said, fine. I'll do it myself. Oh, no. There's no way he's dead.
No, he can't be dead, but they're acting like he is. It's got to be that like everything happening on this planet isn't actually happening then. Like they're all asleep or something.
You better have a look at this, sir. I don't understand.
That's one of them.
Can it hurt us?
Not unless it makes a strafing run. The way they used to attack people on the ground.
Shut up, dude.
He's like literally gonna manifest it.
Come on.
Oh, ah! Just shoves her right down.
Ah! She ran right into the tree.
She's dead from running into a tree.
McCoy's body. He's gone. He's been dragged off.
The Black Knight, too.
Hey, Jim, baby. I see you brought up reinforcements. Well, I'm waiting for you, Jimmy boy.
I like how it can quickly go from like a park environment to like a desertous mountainous area.
Yeah, like right next to each other. Oh my god!
Oh, there you go. Some kicks.
Oh! I can see why Kirk wants to punch everyone, because this guy used to kick his ass.
This is what his academy days were like. Damn, his shirt ripped right off.
Sweet Jimmy boy.
We just saw Kirk lose a fight.
Stardate 2508. I just got my ass kicked.
Bad.
Oh.
Did you enjoy it, Captain?
Just watching this whole thing go down.
Don't talk. Don't breathe. Don't think.
Captain.
Who are you?
I'm the caretaker of this place, Captain Kirk. We have only just discovered that you do not understand all this. These experiences were intended to amuse you. Anything that pleases you can be made to happen.
The term is amusement park.
Of course.
Thank you, Spock.
That still doesn't explain the death of my ship's surgeon.
Possibly because no one has died.
We regret that some of you...
So ridiculous.
Our power systems have just come back in. Do you require assistance?
No, everything is in order.
This amusement planet of ours could be an ideal place for your people to enjoy themselves.
Commence transporting shore leave parties. Tell them to prepare for the best shore leave they've ever had. Kirk out.
You enjoy your rest, gentlemen.
Yes, we did, Mr. Spock. I think we did.
Most illogical.
I think that was a nice goofy episode, a nice refresher, something different. Last handful of episodes have definitely been really like serious and, you know, kind of dark in some moments. So it was nice to have like just a nice goofy one.
Yeah, that was fucking weird. I understand why the set looks so weird in the beginning, because they didn't spend any time there. And yeah, I guess they just had a day where they just packed everyone up in a van and they went out to California and had a fun time at a park where there's a desert and a forest nearby. But yeah, that was a really fucking goofy episode, but hilarious too. Just when they fucking, I thought they killed off McCoy. That was just laying there with the fucking with the red hole. But yeah, super weird. I'm just wondering if there's anything, if we're gonna encounter these people ever again. But it's kind of nice to see him take a vacation.
Yeah, and
all weird and relaxed.
And, you know, Spock literally tells us, you know, towards the beginning of the episode when he's talking to Kirk, literally talks about how when he takes a vacation, he just likes to rest, and he doesn't understand why people, you know, take vacations and go to basically amusement parks, right? Or go, like, spend a bunch of energy. Basically tells you right there what you need to know about this planet, but of course it doesn't really make sense until in hindsight at the end of the episode. So I really enjoyed that reveal. Wish they could have done something a little bit more fun with Spock when he went down to the planet. Maybe see something that he thinks up. But beyond that, just a fun, goofy episode. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. It's nice to throw these in every once in a while. Kind of refreshing.
Yeah, where there's not a life-ending type situation. Ironically, because someone does die. Well, not really die, but gets fucking stabbed. Yeah, I really hope they explain to the rest of them, like, why, they explain to him, hey, don't think anything bad, because it's still very dangerous down there. And, like, why was he trying to drain their power? Like, the guy, why was he fucking with them? You know, why didn't he explain it earlier? I get it. It's a TV show. You gotta have the mystery. But, whatever. I enjoyed it.
Comment down below, let us know what you guys think of this episode. Interested what you guys all think of a more kind of silly, goofy one here in the season. I enjoyed it. We're going to continue watching the rest of the season and the series here on the channel. We're also watching all the stuff I talked about earlier. We review movies occasionally, react to movie and series trailers, so make sure to subscribe and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We're the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I think that last episode was a nice, goofy, kind of change of pace, kind of a palate cleanser, like we said. And some of the comments, you know, were very funny about that as well. But also, one comment we've gotten recently, I forget which video it was on exactly, but they brought up a podcast from Scott Mantz, who, when I was first, getting into the YouTube movie scene, Scott Mantz was like on, Screen Junkies and a bunch of stuff. So big fan of him, and I started listening to it. It's called Enterprise Incidents. So I started listening to it. They talk about every episode, and I've listened to some of the ones that we've watched. So I've gotten some new insights there too. So Star Trek's just taking up more and more of my day, basically, is what I'm saying.
That's crazy. Yeah, from someone who never gave a fuck about it ever to now it's becoming one of my favorite forms of media, especially from a Star Wars fan. There's my Boba Fett mug that my friend Dominic got me. It's it's crazy. I mean, you can always play both sides of the coin, I guess. But they also feel like totally different. It's like one feels like smart, the other one feels a little smarter, I guess.
And which one do you mean? We'll leave that up to the comments to decide.
That's for you to decide. Ambiguous ending.
All right, well, we're going to get started today. If it's your first time here, though, make sure to subscribe. In addition to this, we're also watching HBO's Barry, about to finish up the first season and then get right into the second because the third one is airing right now, so we're trying to catch up as quick as we can on that. We just finished Moon Knight, the MCU series, and Kenobi, the Star Wars Disney Plus series, is going to be starting at the end of the month, so we got a lot going on here. We also occasionally review movies, react to trailers, so subscribe, become part of the target audience.
En route to Marcus 3 with a cargo of medical supplies. Priceless opportunity for scientific investigation.
Ooh.
That's probably an updated effect, but it looks really cool.
I remind you, Captain, I'm entirely opposed to this delay.
And may I remind you that I have standing orders to investigate all quasars and quasar-like phenomena wherever they may be encountered.
I.e., shut the fuck up and let me do my job.
The plague is out of control on New Paris. We must get those drugs there on time.
No problem.
Those shuttlecraft look a little bit less like a Winnebago, more like a spacecraft.
Yeah, I'm glad they updated that.
Whoa.
Mr. Spock, radiation is increasing.
Galileo to Enterprise. Galileo to Enterprise. Come in, please. We are out of control, being pulled directly into the heart of Murasaki 312.
Anything at all?
Nothing clear, Captain. Just a few words about being pulled off course.
24-foot shuttlecraft. Off course. Out of control. Finding a needle in a haystack would be child's play.
Oh, we didn't even do the intro yet.
I already feel like that guy is somehow... He knew what was
Our villain of the week?
Yeah.
As soon as he walked out on the deck, just...
Yeah.
I knew something was up.
I was opposed to this from the very beginning. Our flight to Marcus 3 is of the very highest priority.
I'm aware of that, Commissioner.
There's one planet in this solar system capable of sustaining human life. As far as we can determine with our equipment malfunction, it's just about dead center of the Murasaki effect.
With half the characters gone, Ahura gets a bigger role in the episode. Good to see.
Nice. Oh god, they crashed.
Oh. Nice selling there in the back. With his just holding his wrist.
Yeah. The one guy's just like this.
What a mess.
Picturesque descriptions will not mend broken circuits, Mr. Scott.
Traces of argon, neon, krypton, all in acceptable quantities.
Krypton?
I was going to say, they've filmed this whole scene with one shot, which is really cool.
Mr. Latimer, Mr. Gaetano, you'll arm yourselves. Scout out the area.
Oh, there's a cut.
You ruined it.
This is a very large planet.
Then you don't think they'll find us?
Not as long as we're grounded.
Oof. Bones is basically like, look, am I going to die or not?
All wavelengths dominated by ionization effects, sir.
You don't really think you'll have any luck, do you?
Look, these people are my friends and my shipmates. I intend to continue the ship's search for them until the last possible moment.
Notice how he said friends first.
Launch shuttlecraft Columbus.
I was going to ask, is Columbus the name of the other one? And there you go.
Oh, Galileo Columbus. That scene was also all one long take, so I wonder if this is like a directorial choice, whoever directed this episode.
Oh, we'll have to check the credits.
Ooh, directed by Edgar Wright.
Oh, wow.
Very bad, Mr. Spock.
In what way?
We've lost a great deal of fuel. We'll have to lighten our load by at least 500 pounds.
The weight of 3 grown men.
You could put it that way.
You mean 3 of us must stay behind?
Unless the situation changes radically, yes.
Damn, Spock.
All right, Mr. Spock.
Who? My choice will be a logical one.
He was avoiding the question a little bit, though.
Yeah, Spock and Bones have really settled on their characters very well. Like, they totally got to figure it out. Ooh, POV shots.
Oh my god! Ah! Wow, how big must have that thing been if it threw that huge spear?
Maybe it was hairy mud.
Oh man, it really impaled him.
Ooh.
Rude about the shaft, I believe. Not very efficient.
Is that all you have to say? What about Latimer?
Bringing him back to the ship should not interfere with our repair efforts. If you need assistance,
We'll do it.
Damn. Spock versus the world this episode.
Any word from engineering on our sensors?
They're working on them, sir.
You're running out of time.
I haven't forgotten that, Commissioner.
I hope this guy ends up serving more of a purpose than to just, like, remind
just
Kirk.
A constant reminder.
Yeah.
The man's dead. He deserves a decent burial.
Mr. Spock, that's your place.
My place is here.
We may all die here. At least let us die like men, not machines.
I wonder how much of their disagreement with him is in what he actually is telling them to do versus, like, how it comes off.
And if there's any racism. Like
if,
oh, you fucking Vulcans.
Yeah, like if Kirk was doing all of these same orders, which he wouldn't, but if he did it with his personality, if they would still disagree as much, interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That first one was a weak-ass lob.
Mr. Boma, you return with me to the Galileo. Mr. Gaetano, you remain on guard here, keeping contact with the ship.
Sorry, bud.
Oh!
They should have cut a little earlier on that one.
Good
no
to see.
Purple nosebleed. He seems to be okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say, good to see he's not eaten in half.
Uh-oh. I think that hit him! That hit him!
as well admit it, Mr. Spock. Your precious logic brought them down on us.
Uh-oh.
Step by step, I have made the correct and logical decisions. And yet 2 men have died. How much longer, Mr. Scott?
Another hour, maybe 2.
Jeez.
What word from the sensor section?
That last report they were getting...
Hey, just a friendly reminder.
You have 2 hours and 43 minutes, Captain.
I'm perfectly aware of how much time I have left.
Mr. Scott, how much power do we have left in the ship's batteries?
Well, they're in...
Do you think they have some extras just rocking the set back and forth?
I would insist upon a decent burial, even if your body was back there.
Mr. Boma.
Well, I'm sick and tired of this machine.
That's enough. All right, Mr. Boma, you'll have your burial, provided the creatures will permit it.
I'd be like, fuck you, man. Get out of here. I don't care about a burial. Live. Don't let me die for nothing.
Yeah, I feel that he's probably going to end up dying, too.
You have your orders. Recall your search parties and proceed to Marcus 3 immediately.
Prepare to abandon search. Set course for Marcus 3.
Damn. He's got to do it, though.
Stand ready, Mr. Sulu.
A lot of interesting camera work in this one. Oh, no!
Damn it. Oh, there you go, Spock. Oh!
See how he's holding it? Like he's trying to keep it on his leg because it's so light.
I told you to lift off. Don't be a fool, Mr. Spock. We couldn't leave you out there. The logical thing for you to have done was to have left me behind.
You said a while ago that there were always alternatives.
I may have been mistaken. Well, at least I've lived long enough to hear that.
Mr. Spock.
Oh, he's going to make himself noticeable.
He jettisoned the fuel and ignited it.
We need that fuel to maintain orbit.
Something there on the screen. Taurus 2.
10 seconds to atmosphere.
Maybe the last action you'll ever take, Mr. Spock.
Transporter's locked in, sir.
Activate beams.
So now they can beam people up from the deck?
So they're going to come in the sitting down position and just collapse?
Captain, transporter room just beamed up 5 persons.
Ahead warp factor 1.
Aye, sir.
Oh, we're not going to get a reunion hug? Oh, they glazed over it? Oh, I wanted to see a run and embrace. Oh my god.
Or at least their reaction to like realizing they've been beamed up would have been nice.
I don't understand about all this, and maybe you can explain it to me. Logically, of course.
I examined the problem from all angles, and it was plainly hopeless.
See, you mean you reasoned that it was time for an emotional outburst?
Checkmate, Mr. Spock.
You're not going to admit you committed a purely human, emotional act?
No, sir.
You're a stubborn man.
Yes, sir.
Robert Gist.
I see that laugh. I've never seen him laugh like that.
Oh, where he's like, oh.
Robert Gist.
Or Robert Gist. I don't know how they pronounce it. Oh, wow, they're all cracking up. They really liked that one.
I guess we were right about that one asshole just being just a pure reminder. You know, he comes in on the bridge like he's going to have some meaning to the episode, but no, nothing. Even when he takes over, nothing. He just leaves, and they still get him anyway. Even fucking pointless character. He didn't seem too into it either. It just seemed like he was just reading words off a script. But everything else, Spock and McCoy, and yeah, it's McCoy, right? Bones, yeah. And the character development of Spock, and you know, developing as a character, but also staying true to who he is, and how everyone is still like against him because he's a Vulcan, and we kind of see why he's not like the captain, but still in his situation he made the best of it, and you know, he's a shitty crew. The 2 dudes were just complete assholes, you know, not realizing the life or death situation, and they need to have a burial. It's like, come on, dude, we need to get out of here. Yeah, and the ending joke was fine, you know, yeah, that was nice. After like a happy-go-lucky episode from last week, it's nice to have a nice death-threatening situation.
Yeah,
that we're so used to.
Yeah, it's cool to see. You know, it was kind of an episode of what would happen if Spock, had to take over as captain in a situation, although it was, a very specific and odd situation with an odd group of crew members. But, it showed why he would be flawed as a captain and why, someone like Kirk is so rare to be able to have all facets and sides to, make the right decisions, because you can't always be emotional, like McCoy. You can't always be logical like Spock. You have to have all of it like Kirk does. So that was nice to see play out.
That's a good point. Really quick to cut you off. It's like McCoy and Spock are his two halves, and he's always like devil on the shoulder, angel on the shoulder. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, exactly it. And I do think the crew that was with them, the no-named ones, I mean, I know they had names, but they weren't like named characters before this. It was weird how quickly they were like skeptical and not wanting to obey Spock's commands, but maybe that is him being a Vulcan, or maybe it's just convenient writing. I don't know. But overall, I enjoyed the episode for that storyline. The guy at the beginning you're talking about who ends up not really playing a role, I guess the only positive is that not every single episode where they introduce another character doesn't end up being the villain of that episode. So that's good that you can't always assume that, I guess. But yeah, he did end up being pointless.
But they're continuing the trend of crew members just being dicks, or just one or two. Instead of one, they changed it. It was two this time. And also, feels very un-Star Trek-like that they didn't make any progress or reasoning with the locals on this planet. I mean, I guess they just weren't smart enough to even try. Yeah. But it's like, I feel like a theme is, to explore and discover new worlds and make peace and maybe have them join the Federation. But I guess they decided, there's no way with these fucking apes. And I'm glad they should have shown a lot less than what they did. Because I think the mystery was, better. As soon as they came into frame, I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Just, it is yeah.
And also the odd thing I thought about it, obviously Spock ends up making the decision to save the day, but when you look at the episode from Kirk's part, I mean, this is probably right up there with like the flashback episode of the Menagerie of Kirk, least amount of being in the episode. But the amount that he was there, basically a complete failure from his part. Not necessarily his fault, he didn't do anything wrong, but if it was just all on him, he would have failed in this episode. They would have died. So it's interesting because you don't typically see that. It usually is Kirk who ends up being the one getting them out of the situation, so it was nice to see something a little bit different there. But yeah, not one of my favorites or anything.
Yeah, it was fine, but it's nice to know that the crew without Kirk can also make it. But they needed Kirk ultimately in the end to find him. I mean, but still, if they wanted to find him, if it wasn't for the crew putting aside all their differences, not being used to being in charge or in this type of situation where someone they don't like is the leader, and still coming together, being a good team.
Absolutely. Well, that'll do it for this episode. We're going to continue to be watching this series as well as all the other ones I talked about earlier, so make sure to subscribe to the channel, give the video a like, and comment down below any thoughts you had on this episode from your watches, maybe something we missed or didn't talk about, what you liked, didn't like. We're always interested. We read all the comments, and we like most of them, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. We'll see you in the next one. Hello, everybody. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today, we're back after a super long break. A couple days, I think. Felt like forever, but also felt really short. Back on the Star Trek wagon. Woo! Last week, the Galileo 7 felt like a what-if episode. What if Spock was captain? Felt like a multiversal episode a little bit, which was fun. It was interesting to see the dynamics, the two halves of Kirk kind of be the leaders in the situation with a shitty crew and a shitty situation. It was fun. Once again, going blind, it's so weird. I'm so used to fucking where it's all narratively connected. It's like I don't know what to say at the beginning of these intros because it's like, oh, it's gonna be completely different.
Yeah, I'm ready to jump in as well. And it's been about a week since we actually watched an episode recorded, so it has been a little bit of a break, at least more than usual for us. And I'm ready to watch some more Star Trek for sure. Been starting to get the itch, so I'm ready to jump back in. We're obviously over 1,000 subscribers now, so that's awesome. Thank you to everybody who's joined us here to watch along with us. Make sure to comment down below anything we miss or don't talk about. This is our first time watching this show if you happen to be new here, so everything we go into is completely blind, as far as Star Trek goes. So, yeah, it looks like this episode is the Squire of Gothos or Gothos. No idea what that means, so we're going to jump into it. If it is your first time here, though, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We're also watching the HBO series Barry. We just finished up Moon Knight, the MCU series, and we'll be starting up Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Star Wars Disney Plus series here at the end of the month. So got a lot going on the channel, really excited for. And yeah, we're going to get started.
Oh, clear ahead, Captain. Sensors indicate 0 register.
There's a new yeoman, I guess.
Get across this void in a hurry.
Void. Stardust.
Oh, we were talking about them being like Devil and Angel on the shoulders, and they're standing behind them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We'll be passing close.
Inconceivable this body has gone unnoted on all our records.
And yet, here it is. We're 40 degrees to starboard, Mr. Sulu.
40 degrees.
Uh-oh.
What?
No! No!
Ah! What's happening?
Infinity War!
Wow, and that's it. What an intro.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
Stardate 2124.5.
Ah, Spock's
First
doing it.
Officer Spock. Mr. Yeager.
Yeager, nice.
No detectable soil or vegetation.
I love all the different accents everyone has. Really shows how in the future all these countries came together.
Greetings and felicitations.
Some kind of a joke, sir?
Oh, this is going to be like a travel to the past type episode.
Once on the planet's surface, you'll establish contact with us immediately. Use the laser beacon if necessary.
Okay, that's obviously a backdrop of a set, but those trees look pretty realistic just to be, like wheeled in sets.
Yeah, a little bit more effort than just some rocks everywhere.
Yeah, those same plastic rocks they shuffle around.
In every movie or TV show ever where you go to a planet and you're wearing something, the air's fine. Immediately.
Like, there's no risk of, diseases, poison.
Something's blocking the beacon. Gotta find open ground.
It's funny because in the last episode, I was like, oh, I think this episode, it's like the least Kirk has ever been in an episode. And in the beginning of this one, he just disappears.
Right away.
Oh, here we go.
I like how these writers and Gene Roddenberry have like a fascination of the future and what could it be like, but also that same respect and admiration for the past. Like, let's bring back Shakespeare. Let's do something like this.
In the name of heaven, where are we?
Oh my God.
Oh, it's the monster from the man trap.
I was about to say, it looks exactly like the one from the first episode. Oh, they're trying so hard to stay still.
Yeah, they're really trying.
Like they couldn't put like a freeze frame.
They're like waxworks figures.
No!
Well, I suppose you want them back now.
Well, that was simple. Now Kirk's gonna punch you.
You disappeared from the bridge after Sulu. We've been looking for you for 4 hours.
But when I saw you passing by, I simply could not resist.
I'm Captain James Kirk of the United Starship Enterprise.
Absolutely smashing. General Trelane, retired.
We've lost contact with the ship, Captain. We're trapped here.
I'm keep waiting for that one guy who's in the the chair that changes every week to be an asshole, but he seems pretty good so far. I'm just waiting, like when's it gonna happen?
Yeah.
I've been looking in on the doings on your lively little Earth.
And you've been looking in on the doings 900 years past.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's interesting.
Not yet.
He's just gonna shoot him.
Ah, monsieur, vive la gloire, vive Napoleon. You know, I admire your Napoleon very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, gehen wir mit den Schiffsgewehr.
I think he's like, because he was complimenting Napoleon, Hitler. Like, he's clearly, like, into warlords.
He's looking at Earth from 900 years ago, but it's taken so long to get here that he's just way behind. He sees Earth as it already happened. Oh, there goes the prop.
You don't understand something, so you become fearful.
True.
No!
He's gone again!
Oh, what were we talking about? The masks? What we were just talking about.
I was going to say, just based off of that, just kill him. But I think that if they were to kill him, they would all be stuck on that planet in that condition because this whole thing is an illusion.
Yeah, that whole thing could collapse and they just won't be able to breathe.
We'll attempt to transport up any living beings our sensors detect.
Shooting in the dark, Mr. Spock?
Or stand by and do nothing, Mr. Scott.
I might not be able to beat Kirk in chess, but I can beat you, bitch.
Notice the wood fire, Captain? It doesn't give off any heat at all?
Yeah, we've already established that none of it is real.
Good job, Jaeger.
Party's over, thanks to Mr. Spock.
Wait! I won't have this! Stop!
What?
I won't have this!
Report, Mrs. Spock. How are our scanners?
I want to see Spock fight this guy.
Captain, I was so worried.
Scotty.
Okay, yo.
Nice.
Oh, Captain, I was so worried. It's like, oh my God. Like, they have so much respect for Uhura. You know, it's like, respect her as a character and as a human being, but like the Yeomans. Ah!
Don't you display your weapons?
My father is from the planet Vulcan.
And are its natives predatory?
Not generally, but there have been exceptions.
Damn.
Anyway, the decor of my drawing room is much more appropriate and tasteful.
Oh, nice cut. Very nice cut. Wow.
Come, everyone. Let's forget your bad manners. Let's be full of merry talk and sallies of wit.
I was about to say, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, except that it's not real.
I object to intellect without discipline. I object to power without constructive purpose.
Oh, look at Kirk's face. He's so proud of Spock.
Ah, come, my little wood nymph. Won't you dance with your sway?
Oh, Sulu's had enough. McCoy's gonna drink. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, of course he has to take advantage.
That probably wasn't even in the script. You know, I feel like this character would do this.
That dress hardly matches this charming scene.
If it's fighting that you want, you may have it.
You slap him with the glove?
Just like the pair that slew your heroic Alexander Hamilton.
So I guess if all these people die, Scotty runs the Enterprise?
Yeah, who's up there right now? Yeah.
He's the only regular up there right now, right?
Oh, wait.
He's gonna shoot the mirror.
Unchallenged, I claim the first shot.
Oh, what?
We shoot together.
My fate is in your hands.
I'm glad he didn't shoot him. I like this. I knew it!
You're right. Called it. Why are the noises so silly?
Ah!
Set course for Colony Beta 6.
She's still in the dress. Fucking Gene Roddenberry. Ah, keep it on.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, he did get rid of it.
Yeah.
May I take a moment to change?
Yes, I think you might.
Large body ahead.
It's Ego, the living planet.
Prepare transporter room.
Captain, not beaming down.
Yes, I am, Dr. McCoy.
The prisoner may approach the bench.
Oh! They're gonna hang him.
You will hang by the neck, Captain, until you are dead, dead, dead. Becoming quite tiresome. It's also very easy.
But where's the sport in a simple hanging?
A royal hunt. Predator against predator.
So it's basically the most dangerous game.
Ah! Oh!
Nice.
Touche, Captain.
Oh no.
Order you.
Oh! What?
No, you said I could have this planet for my very own.
We've told you before.
Time to come in now, Trelane.
He's a kid!
I was just playing.
We said, come along.
I never have any fun.
Stop that nonsense at once.
I would.
You must forgive our child. The fault is ours for indulging him too much. Forgive us, Captain.
Wow.
Beam me up, Mr. Spock.
You know, the famous line is "Beam me up, Scotty," but I don't think he ever says it in the show. It's like one of those Mandela effect things.
For the record, Captain, how do we describe him?
God of War, Mr. Spock.
Well, I hardly find that fitting.
Then a small boy.
It will make a strange entry in the library banks.
But then he was a very strange small boy.
Out of all the episodes, obviously a lot of them have had twists and things like that, but that one felt very, like, Twilight Zone-esque. Like, it felt very, like, last 5 minutes of the episode, random twist that completely resets the whole framing of, you know, the story of it. So, to me, it just felt a lot more like an episode of the Twilight Zone in that way than some of the other twist episodes we've seen. It was also very reminiscent of the Charlie X episode. A little bit different, doesn't take place on the Enterprise, mostly takes place on this, I guess, planet. I don't even know if the planet was real, but kind of very similar in that way too.
Yeah, I liked it a lot, and another God Complex episode, and he was like a kid, and it's like this weird species we know nothing about, but he has, you know, he's a kid with a fascination, and he's playing with his toys, but you don't know that going into it. You think he's some like weird ominous being, which he is, but it's just a kid. And it's weird how the resolution of this didn't really have anything to do with well, sort of. Kirk was like what's the word I'm looking for? Delaying, stalling almost. But he didn't know he was stalling for the parents to come. He just felt like he was, you know, trying to get through to him somehow. But he didn't know why he couldn't. And then you find out he's just a child, and like that's how it's resolved through the parents, not really what anything Kirk or the crew did. So it's a little weird that it didn't resolve from the crew using their wits and all that, besides Kirk unintentionally stalling just so he can get his crew away, not even himself. He just wanted his crew to get out. Looking back, it makes sense, like the way he was acting. Like, so ridiculous. And I really like the mystery of trying to figure out what the fuck this is and what was that machine. Why would they write about that machine? Or maybe like that machine really was nothing, and they heard their conversations saying it was a machine. In his mind, he created a machine behind that mirror just to fuck with them. Let them think they escaped. So if that was the case, I really like that part of it. Yeah, super neat. Super neat.
Yeah, I think that I probably liked it a little bit less than you. I just felt that the first like half hour of it, I was just like waiting for them to actually do something. Like he kept like transporting them down to his house and then doing nothing. So I was like, all right, when are we gonna get to? I really like the ending sequence, and you know where they start to do the whole most dangerous game thing where he's hunting him and they have the sword fight. There's a lot of creativity there, and so I really liked the last 10-15 minutes of it or so a lot more than the beginning part. But yeah, interesting one. It was weird, like you already kind of said, it was weird to see something where, you know, again, no real resolution from them or from the Enterprise. It's just like events that happen to them throughout, and they're kind of helpless. Yeah, not one of my favorites, but yeah, no, still definitely had some enjoyable parts to it for sure. Well, that's gonna be our thoughts on it. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff here. You guys can comment down below about either stuff we didn't talk about or maybe stuff you guys have a different opinion on, like didn't like the episode. Let us know. Make sure to give the video a like, spread this video out so that more Star Trek fans can come and join us here in the target audience, and make sure to subscribe to the channel if it's your first time here.
Absolutely. One more note. I really like the actor who played Trelane. That's it. But that'll do it. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hello there. I'm Josh. This is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today we're continuing our watch along of the first season, Star Trek, the original series from the 60s. We're about halfway, a little bit more deep into the first season. Last time we watched the Squire of Gothos, an episode that I didn't really care for that much. found some things enjoyable. Alex, I know you liked that episode a little bit more than I did.
Yeah, I really like that episode. I love mystery episodes, and people were commenting on the video saying, like, it's nice to watch a set of reactors where they have different likes about it. Like, one person can like it, one person doesn't, because, I don't know, I guess some people, I guess the others, you know, they're full on or full off. But, I mean, this whole channel is just me and my buddy talking about stuff we like. I mean, we started this because, you know, it's an excuse to watch stuff together and debate stuff. And I mean, luckily, it's gained an audience through this show from the 60s. It's incredible. Yeah, a lot of good comments. William Campbell, I think that's his name, the guy who played Trelane. I really love his performance, and someone said he comes back for another appearance as another character. I guess there's some like character actors in here. And yeah, it was great. Can't wait for more.
Yeah, on the first part, you said, you know, just a little background about us. We've been friends for a really long time. And if there's one thing that we know about each other, it's that we disagree on most things. So that's why that's why
we've made it for so long.
Yeah. I'm ready to jump into this one. This one is just called Arena. Gotta like the simple title after the last few we've had. Galileo 7, Squire of Gothos, just Arena. I dig it.
Yeah, gives you a little, because the last, you know, 2 episodes, I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck this is going to be about, but with this, it's like, okay, it's probably going to be about fighting, Kirk's probably going to punch someone, and I'm all for it.
If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel and give the video a like. It helps spread out the video to other Star Trek fans that can join us on watching this as well. We're currently also watching Barry. We just started Season 2. That's the HBO series that is actually in its 3rd season right now. We're trying to catch up so we can watch that as well. And we're going to be watching Obi-Wan Kenobi, which debuts later this week on Disney+. We're going to be watching that here on the channel. So make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
And yes, absolutely. And also, if there's any other niche shows out there that aren't part of the big, you know, super megacorps, a show like Barry, if there's anything else out there that's maybe not brand new if you want us to watch, please. I'm always looking for new shows to watch that aren't, you know, all connected or Star Wars or Marvel. Like, Barry was something fresh for me, so if you got something fresh, let's hear it.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be brand new like Barry either. It could be something, you know, older. And obviously Star Trek's taken up a lot of our time, so if there's anything out there, you know, one of the reasons we watched Barry was because it was so few episodes and it's a shorter show that you can kind of get through, you know what I mean? So if there's something out there that we're unaware of but isn't, you know, 200 episodes and it's something we can more easily fit into our schedule, just leave all those recommendations in the comments. We read all of the comments and we like most of them, so.
Robot Chicken, 15 minutes. Let's do that.
Yeah, every episode of Robot Chicken, yeah.
Energize.
They got a red shirt with them.
Cestus 3 has been destroyed.
Those messages we got, Captain. The one directing us here yesterday.
Faked. All this happened several days ago.
Captain, over there.
Internal injuries for certain. He's in a bad way, Captain.
Keep him alive, Bones. I want to know what's been happening here.
Captain, I see something.
Oh! What? Already dead.
Jesus.
Didn't last long.
Captain, we're coming under attack.
I like how last episode and this one I've noticed Sulu has this little bang going on here. Nice little character addition.
Oh, yeah.
Protect the ship. We'll hold out here.
Oh, that was nice.
Damn, someone's just raining down on him.
It seemed pretty calm, though.
Stuck with it, Mr. Spock.
It's just another day at the office for them. Oh, they're carrying the guy. Oh, yeah, this had to cost a lot.
Oh, yeah.
The arsenal?
About 100 yards in that direction. But after an attack as thorough as this one,
I'll risk it.
Is he about to do the 1917 run? He is!
Oh, my God.
Oh!
Dude.
Oh! Holy shit!
I'm warping out of orbit.
They're leaving him there.
Check me when you can. Kirk out.
He's all about saving the ship.
Those explosions were so close. Like, that really has to be well choreographed.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, they must have, you know, really mapped all that out, because it's not like those are effects. Those are practical fucking explosions.
My God, now they're doing it to freaking him, to Spock, too?
they've locked onto my tricorder.
Oh! Thank God he figured that out pretty quick. That could have been bad.
They got Lang, sir.
Oh man, another one down.
That was quite a grenade launcher. Jesus Christ.
Captain, the alien's withdrawing. Lock onto the alien, Mr. Sulu. I don't want to lose her.
Apparently that bomb just solved the whole problem.
That
No
one
more
grenade
explosions. I mean, that was a fucking huge grenade, whatever that was. I totally thought that set was going to be at the arena, but I guess not.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Nice makeup job.
Tried to surrender. We had women and children. I told them that. I begged them. Why? Why did they do it?
How can you explain a massacre like that? Threat is clear. Invasion.
You must make certain that the alien vessel never reaches its home base.
I intend to.
Fucking Kirk is bloodthirsty this episode, dude.
Well, dude, he almost just got blown up. He's like running by explosions. I'd be pissed
That's
too.
true. He wants to punch. He never got to punch someone. That's why he's so pissed.
Yeah, there's no one down there for him to punch.
22.3 parsecs beyond latest chart limit, sir.
Parsec. That's a Star Wars term, even though this came first, so I guess it's a Star Trek term.
I mean, was it a real term before? I don't know.
Someone will tell us.
Warp factor 7.
A sustained warp 7 speed will be dangerous, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. I mean to catch them.
We'll either catch them or we'll blow up, Captain.
Imagine giving your ship the capability to go so fast it'll blow up.
Well, they do have phasers that blow up if they get too warmed up or whatever, so it seems to be a theme in this.
Yeah, it's a theme, yeah, for space in the future. Stuff blowing up.
Warp factor 8.
Oh! We're stopped, Captain.
So they entered a dead zone?
We are being held.
Ooh, okay.
That's new.
We are the Metrons. We have prepared a planet with a suitable atmosphere. The winner of the contest will be permitted to go his way unharmed. The loser, along with his ship, shall be destroyed in the interests of peace.
Damn.
I'm the captain now. Ah, I did the eyebrow thing. Oh, what? Oh no.
Is that the alien?
I'm pretty sure I've seen like joking clips online about him fighting this thing. So now I'm super excited.
Facing the captain of the alien ship.
He seems to be wearing a rubber suit. This looks like the same desert set from the Vacation
Shore
Planet.
Leave? Yeah. I remember comments saying that they would use it again. Again, I gotta appreciate that even in the remastered version, they keep the integrity of the original guy in the lizard suit here.
Look how slow he's moving. You probably can't see a fucking thing.
Whoa!
Oh!
No shine, straight to the cutoff.
The suit doesn't look that bad. Like the muscles on the legs and everything, it doesn't look that. It looks pretty good. Bear hug. Rest hold.
Straight to the rest hold.
It looks like they both have guns on their hips. They're just not going to use them. It's over, Gorn. I have the high ground.
Oh, ineffective.
Oh, he's going to pick up the big one? No way. Yes, do it.
Oh.
Ooh.
This is Captain James Kirk of the Starship.
Oh, they had the communicating devices that they were talking about. They said they would give them communicating devices. They're not phasers.
Okay. Okay.
I'm engaged in personal combat with a creature apparently called a Gorn. He's immensely strong.
On this episode of Gene Roddenberry makes Kirk run all over the set.
Still running.
But oh my god, if this thing collapses on this fucking thing, I'm gonna laugh so hard. Oh, please. It fucking laughed.
Oh!
Yay!
I mean, even knowing that it's obviously just like a styrofoam rock, he did a really good job acting the weight into it, you know?
Yeah, and they had the sound effects in so you can hear it like hit against the ground. It's very nice, very nice. But oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh, now he's gonna shank you.
He should have been flat on his back, sit up like the Undertaker.
Oh, he set a trap. That's what he was doing. He set a trap.
Oh no. Oh, what the?
Ah, commercial. Ah. Oh.
Oh, damn. They're gonna give him that pay-per-view.
We've put the fight up for free on Peacock. Oh, he spoke!
Oh, through the communicator.
I have heard every word you have said.
You butchered, helpless human beings.
Destroyed invaders, as I shall destroy you.
Was Cestus 3 an intrusion on their space? It may well be possible, Doctor, that we could be on the wrong. Perhaps.
That's the thing about expansion.
Yeah, still seems kind of sketchy morally, though, to just kill all those people, but...
Because I don't think any of those humans killed any Gorns when they landed there.
Yeah, but we don't know.
We don't know, yeah. Homemade grenade launcher?
He's like, enough of this. God, dude, how far away was this guy? Oh, there he is.
There he is. Oh! What?
I can't tell if he's hurt or not.
Do the Hunger Games thing where you both agree not to do it.
No.
Oh!
No, I won't kill you. No, I won't kill him.
They're doing it.
Do you hear? You'll have to get your entertainment someplace else.
Did every form of media steal from Star Trek?
By sparing your helpless enemy, you demonstrated the advanced trait of mercy. Therefore, you will not be destroyed.
So they were going to destroy him anyway?
If you like, I shall destroy him for you.
No, that won't be necessary.
There is hope for you.
Captain!
Did they see that whole thing? Did they see the ending and stuff too?
After you touched off your primitive cannon, Captain, we lost the picture the Metron was sending us.
There's the answer.
We're a most promising species, Mr. Spock. Maybe in 1,000 years or so, we'll be able to prove it.
1,000 years, Captain.
Well, that gives us a little time.
I think that's the first time I've seen that name, Joseph Penvey.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that one. Fantastic. I think that episode is like basically the whole premise and idea of Star Trek from what I've heard about it and what I know and what we've seen so far. In terms of using our words, things not being what we seem, not being too quick to kill, destroy, fight, and just, I'm not gonna lie, the first quarter of the episode, I'm like, I wasn't feeling it, and then when it started getting into, Act 2, Act 3, I'm like, okay, I'm all in, and even with the goofy rubber suit, it's like the story was still there, and it didn't, it didn't take away from anything that was happening. Not my favorite, but this episode is basically what Star Trek was meant to be, like a lesson almost in terms of humanity, debates, understanding, and I thought it was great.
Yeah, I mean, this time I'm basically right there with you. I thought this was an awesome episode. It was definitely my favorite that we've seen in a while. For sure, a contender for being up there with my favorites that we've seen so far, but definitely in the last 5-6 plus episodes, this one stood out for me. I guess the only thing I would disagree on is that right from the beginning I was totally bought in. I thought that whole sequence in that first planet they were on with the explosions going off and them running around, I mean, it was very different from what we've been seeing because it was very action heavy, very stunt heavy, and I enjoyed all of that. And there's probably a few handful of nitpicks I could say about the episode, but honestly, it's like when they do something like have a guy in a rubber lizard suit and they're able to make it, believable and not something that takes you out of the episode completely. It is a little bit campy, sure, but it's campy in the good way, in a way that I want it to be campy for Star Trek, so I really enjoyed it. And yeah, of course, when he first pops up, you're like, oh god, it's a guy in a lizard suit, but you totally forget about it after you're immersed because the writing and the story is so good. So I really won't even get into my small negatives about it because they're such nitpicks that it probably really doesn't even matter. I really enjoyed the episode.
Yeah, and even with the beginning, all the explosion stuff and still the mystery of what's going on. I mean, I didn't hate the first act. I'm just like, okay, what? There's other episodes that we've watched where I'm like, in the beginning, I'm like, okay, whatever. But and then it just really flipped a switch and everything landed pretty well. And credit to them for knowing the limitations and like knowing like how to build that fight without compromising the suit in any way. They knew when to cut, and then they cut back, and the rocks on top of them, they're using feather rocks. And for the most part, they were able to build that reality that it's not a fucking feather rock, that it's a legit heavy-ass boulder. And great job. Great episode.
I've really also, it's been really interesting in the episodes we've seen so far that every time, for the most part, they come across another alien race, it really shows, even in this future, how primitive the human species still is. Like, they're super outmatched with so many species they come across, and it gives kind of like a new vulnerability to the Enterprise, because not only are they going through space to discover new planets and everything, but you also are reminded that they're so vulnerable. Like, at any moment they could just come across one of these super powerful beings that, you know, don't reason with them or don't get convinced by them and just destroy them. You know what I mean? Like, so many of them could, even already at this point, 18 episodes in. So it adds just an extra layer to the story. So yeah, really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, and they have to grow together, you know. It's like there's 700, I keep forgetting how many years, but they're so far in the future. They're way ahead of us, but they're also not as far as they can go. And it's still showing that we could grow as people.
And I do think it's pretty cool how, like you mentioned, the Hunger Games, and, you know, we say a lot of these references.
That was it. So many, that was it. Sorry. So many forms of media seem like, I don't know when the Hunger Games book was written, but it's like so many forms of media seem to draw ideas from this show. And that's like so cool to come back and see where it possibly all began.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is, you know, we make these references, you know, as a joke most of the time, like the beginning of the last episode where you referenced Infinity War when they disappeared. Like, obviously we're referencing these things as jokes, but it does go to show at this time when the show came out, you know, how original all this stuff was and how many, you know, ideas they were able to capture, and why it's so hard for things to be original today, because so many things have been done that, you know, you could name so many different forms of media that even if the author of the Hunger Games never watched Star Trek, who knows? You know what I mean? But the story still is that similar, you know. So it's,
there's a saying: "What's old can be new again." I mean, it was new to us when we saw Hunger Games, but you know, because there's some audiences who haven't seen every form of older media, so everything's recycled in some way. But yeah,
absolutely. But yeah, that'll do it for Arena. Definitely one that we both enjoyed. So excited to continue on and finish out season 1 in the coming weeks here, Star Trek the original series, as well as all the other stuff we're watching here on the channel. So make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely, that episode was great. I'm going to give it an F. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We're at the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks guys so much for watching, liking, subscribing, commenting. We love it all, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello there, I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today is number 19, episode 19 of Star Trek, the original series, Gene Roddenberry's baby. Today we have Tomorrow is Yesterday, but before we get there, I just want to touch up a little bit on last week's Arena, possibly my favorite episode of Star Trek of all time, which means that it's only downhill from here, but hopefully not. But a lot of wonderful comments from last week. One in particular talking about a parsec is an actual unit of measurement in astronomical space, which is interesting. And Star Wars fucked it up and had the retcon it in Solo. Solo's underrated, by the way.
Never seen Solo, but I will say, yeah, the response to the last video was awesome. I knew going into it, we had gotten some comments that it was some people's favorite episodes, and that was confirmed after we posted a bunch of comments coming in of people saying exactly that. One of their favorite episodes, or favorite episode of the first season, favorite episode of all time, you know, all those kinds of things. So I'm glad that everyone enjoyed it. And I also just really like to see all the people talking about what we were talking about in terms of other material being inspired by Star Trek, specifically from that episode, and people having discussions about that in the comments was really awesome to read through. We do read all of the comments, so appreciate that. And yeah, it was one of my favorite episodes as well, as I said. And even after sitting on it for a few days and doing the edit and rewatching and stuff, like it's a contender. It might be my favorite as well. And then going into this week, a lot of people have also said a lot of these upcoming episodes are really good, and this one specifically, Tomorrow is Yesterday, I think I remember people talking about in our comments of one of the very first episodes, saying that there's some like loose connections to this one. So I'm excited to see if we'll notice anything while we're watching it, because you know the connections between episodes are always so rare. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, when we see Harry Mudd, that'll be, you know, that'll tie everything together. I hope this is it. He's going to get us to 2K. And speaking of 2K...
Yes, so, as a lot of you know, one of the last videos we just did here on the channel was our very first subscriber special reaction. We reacted to the movie Forbidden Planet from 1956, and that was in celebration of hitting 500 subscribers, and we've grown a lot since then, and that's awesome. And our next subscriber special, we've decided, is going to be when we hit 2,000 subscribers. And I know you're probably thinking, I'm already subscribed to the channel, like, what else can I do? But truly, seriously, liking the video and giving a thumbs up does a huge boost to as far as pushing it out in the algorithm to other Star Trek fans. That is the best thing you can do. Comments are awesome. Watching the whole video, of course, is awesome, but liking the video for whatever reason, that's what really drives YouTube to show it to other people. So please do that, and as soon as we hit that 2,000 subscribers, we'll post a new poll of what movies you guys can decide for us to react to. So leave those in the comments as well, so we can start getting that list together and bring another movie film reaction to you guys. I'm really excited for that. U.S. Air Force.
Aircraft of some sort. By the size of it and the speed.
Are they going to see the Enterprise?
Doesn't even read like anything I've ever seen.
Oh, it is. And they're going to think they're aliens.
And this has got to be like the first footage from our Earth in this show, I think. Pretty low altitude there.
Yeah, it's really low.
That's awesome. This should be interesting.
It required all warp power in reverse to pull us away from the star. To stop here, wherever we are.
Everything is out, sir. We're on impulse power only.
This definitely looks like the set when there's no effects or anything on. Like just the set of the ship.
It's very dark. Oh no, Uhura's not in their chair.
Mr. Scott is still with
As soon as she sat down, all the lights came on. That makes me wonder, if they go down to regular now time Earth, would they even recognize it?
I mean, I would assume not.
This is the 5:30 news summary. Cape Kennedy. The first manned moonshot is scheduled for Wednesday, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That's good timing.
That was in the late 1960s.
Apparently, Captain. So are we.
I'm like, come on, just talk to him. Just try to talk to him.
Yeah, if they can read in the radio frequency, the Enterprise can probably send something back.
Scotty, activate tractor beam. Lock onto that aircraft and hold it out there.
Just disintegrates him.
Oh, they're gonna bring him up.
Oh man, imagine you're on Earth, like your pilot just gets friggin' abducted.
The first man abducted by aliens was actually abducted by humans from the future.
Welcome aboard the Enterprise.
Dramatic lighting.
It's been gone for a while.
I'm Captain James T. Kirk.
I hope they don't do something stupid like, who are you? Oh, I'm, Bill Kirk. Bill Kirk. My great-great-great-grandfather was...
Good morning, Captain.
Morning, Captain.
Oh, come on. That's the first thing. He just gets distracted by a woman. Woman in space? Huh?
I never have believed in little green men.
Neither have I.
Nice.
Feel free to look around, Captain. Don't touch anything, but I think you'll find it interesting.
Interesting is a word and a half for it, Captain.
Cannot return him to Earth, Captain. He already knows too much about us and is learning more. Such a man could manipulate key industries, stocks, and even nations.
Ooh, this is a rough choice.
If that was his fear, just return him now. Before he knows anything.
Just knock him out.
They don't have the Men in Black memory flashing light.
I was literally just thinking that. Oh, they got him a nice sweater. How about that?
Here, throw this on.
You work here now.
You know what the future looks like. If anybody else finds out, they could change the course of it, destroy it.
Well, then my disappearance would change something, too.
Oh, gotcha.
I have run a computer check on all historical tapes. They show no record of any irrelevant contribution by John Christopher.
Damn! Oh!
We can't take the risk.
I don't want to know about risks. I have a wife, 2 children. What about them?
Oh, I was afraid that was going to come up.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I can't go home, but neither can you. You're as much a prisoner in time as I am.
Can't describe this episode as slow-paced.
No, it's high stakes, interesting. Oh, no!
I'm gonna step into that thing and you're gonna transport me back to Earth.
I like how they totally faked this out. Like, oh, it's gonna be a hide and seek. Nope. Right away. Kirk's there.
Maybe he could be retrained, re-educated.
Now you're sounding like Spock.
If you're gonna get nasty, I'm gonna leave.
Damn.
I find that we must return Captain Christopher to Earth, after all.
Why?
He's gonna be a relative.
That your son, Colonel Sean Jeffrey Christopher, will head the first successful Earth-Saturn probe.
I was half right.
Unless we return Captain Christopher to Earth, there will be no Colonel Sean Jeffrey Christopher to go to Saturn.
I'm going to have a son.
Yeah, I don't want to poke too many holes in it. It's time travel. Whatever. I'm not even going to talk about it.
It's, that whole thing reminded me of that About Time movie that we really like. Where, like,
yeah.
what if while he's gone, he was supposed to, conceive, and because he conceived at a different time, different kid.
Yep. I'll just go out on a limb and say no time travel in any media makes sense ever. So there's no point in talking about whether or not it makes sense.
And we still haven't worked out how they're going to get back.
It's like there's so much going on that them getting back to their time is like on the back burner because there's just so much happening.
Yeah, I feel like they'll just write that off at the end really quick. Like, oh, the star put us back.
Yeah, Sulu. I figured it out, Captain.
Or Scotty. Oh, I just had to press this button here.
Oh, they're on Earth.
This reminds me of Endgame with Steve and Tony.
Yeah.
Infiltrating the base. Was that stolen as well? I like how they're playing this off like, oh, this is so cool. We're in the past. Oh, see, he's checking stuff out on the wall. Like, it's neat. This score and the way this is shot, it's like they're filming a horror movie.
Shouldn't you be working on your time warp calculations, Mr. Spock?
I am.
I really love how they've developed the relationship between these two.
Hold it. Get your hands up.
Oh, God.
What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Beam up immediately.
Oh, no. Oh, gotta take him too.
Shit.
Just take the whole base.
This guy's playing it off great. Oh, don't send Spock first. He hasn't moved. Oh no.
Oh my God. He's gonna fight them all off. Oh!
Ah! He wanted the roll, but he bumped into him.
Oh, crossbody! Oh my God, dude.
Oh my God, they're letting him have a field day with this one. Jesus. Ooh. Oh! This is a spot.
Oh no, I had to pull out the gun.
Oh my God, that was so exciting.
All right, where's the other one?
One of them.
Your partner. I saw you looking that way, and I saw somebody move in there.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure that guy was in Willy Wonka in one of the goofy ticket segments.
Wow, great memory if you're right.
They're keeping your husband captive. What do they want? They want your case of Wonka bars. It's your husband's life or this case of Wonka bars. How long do I have to think about it?
You got all the way inside here without tripping any alarm. How did you do it?
You wouldn't believe me.
Is that a uniform of some kind?
This little thing. Something I slipped on.
I love how he's being so coy about it.
I am going to lock you up for For 200 years.
That ought to be just about right.
You don't trust me, Spock.
I do. But only to a certain point.
Well, I appreciate the nuanced answer there.
Hold it.
Ah! Nice.
See what that is, Airman.
Oh! Ah!
Don't you find that painful, Captain?
Yes, I do.
They addressed how much he punches people.
But how are they going to get back?
Spock, come out of there. Spock!
You'll go home, Christopher. But you'll do it our way.
Spock is just too good. Like, there's nothing you can do.
He's the best. He has solutions to problems you haven't even thought of yet.
Then pull away at full power. The whiplash will propel us into another time warp, and we'll transport you back at a point before any of this happened.
What I am worried about, sir, that we may not have much control when we're thrown forward again.
This is like Superman, when Superman flies and reverses Earth's rotation to go back in time. So wait, he transported into himself? Right? Is that what they did? Like the exact moment it was taken, they put it back?
Yeah, I guess.
Braking should begin now.
Oh!
Enterprise, this is Starfleet Control. Come in, please.
The Enterprise is home. Kirk out.
Damn, abrupt.
But perfect. Perfect ending, in my opinion.
Really solid episode. It's cool that we had two back-to-back that were both so good. Hopefully, that just keeps on going. As far as the time travel stuff, at first I was surprised how much of it was being, played for laughs. Used more in a comedic sense. But overall, I think I actually like that because, like I said in the middle of the episode, no time travel in media ever makes sense, ever, once you actually start to break it down. They're never going to be able to make it make complete sense, and there are things we could talk about in this episode that, prove that. So the fact that they played it mostly for comedy while using it for some serious tension, I think overall was the way to go. I think it worked.
Every form of media has different forms of telling how time travel works, and the way they explained it in this one I thought was great and interesting. I'm a little shaky on sending back to where they were, the two people, but oh, we can't return you. It's like, oh, well, you can't get back, blah, 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 blah. And they keep running into more problems, and they keep elevating the stakes. It's like, oh my God, how are they going to fix this? And the fight scene was wonderful. Kirk got to go all out. It's always nice to play with time and go back to how things looked in the 60s with purple military suits, I guess.
Yeah, two things on that. The first one being kind of similar to how I felt with Miri, although obviously that was like another planet that just resembled Earth for whatever reason. We know the behind-the-scenes reasons of reusing the sets, but as far as in-show, same thing here. You go back to Earth as Earth was in the 60s when this show came out, and it still, to me, feels a little bit wasted. Like, it feels a little bit like this is the first time that these characters are going to Earth, and it happens to me modern day for when this show released, and we don't really see anything of Earth other than them just in this Air Force base, which is fine, and I understand that's not the point of the episode, but to me, I would love to see an episode where they actually explore Earth, either Earth from the 60s or even a futuristic take of Earth, but actually get to explore that a little bit more. So maybe that happens down the line, or maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But every time we get into these premises, that's what I'm almost hoping for, and so far it hasn't happened. Not really a flaw with the show, but just more of a personal preference that, I would be excited to see.
Yeah, they're teasing us a little bit, with Kirk and Sulu, looking throughout the Air Force Base, looking at the trophy case. They're he's feeling, I think it was the fire alarm. He's like, ooh, what's this, So maybe that was credited to the actors, thinking, hey, I'm not from this time. And it's nice to suspend your disbelief and actually believe they're from the future, even though they're literally from that time period. The person who played the pilot who got beamed up, I thought his taking in of everything happening was great. I like the guest stars, the day players on this show are always for the most part, fantastic. Like, they know how to pick them. They're day players.
Yeah, rare that you see just like a straight up bad performance, at least thus far in what we've watched. They're usually either just fine and good to great. So I think there were some good ones in this episode as well. Overall, besides that, the story was a bit more simple than I expected, so I don't have much more to say. It was enjoyable. Like you said, very tense at moments and also very exciting, so really liked it. Would definitely be one that I would rewatch overall. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so saying all that, I have to give this episode an F. That's going to be the punchline for every video.
Yeah, every single one.
Everyone.
But yeah, so comment down below if there's anything we didn't talk about or anything that you disagree with. Let us know in the comments. As I said earlier, give this video a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't, on the road to 2,000 subscribers, and join the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thank you again, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, episode 20, can you believe it, of Star Trek the Original Series. And with the amount of content that's left of Star Trek for us to watch, we'll be done when our grandkids are graduating college. But for now, we're enjoying the ride. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. 20 episodes, and this one's titled Court Martial. And from our YouTube comments, we seem to be in the peak of some good Star Trek episodes, and with an episode titled like Court Martial, I'm sure Kirk's going to be going through some tough shit, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, me too. It's crazy to think we've watched 19 episodes. Starting with this episode, there are only 10 left of the first season, so we should probably be finishing it up here this month before we dive into the second season, and it's been incredible so far, and I'm excited to continue and finish up this first season. As you said, a lot of commenters have mentioned that there are a few episodes they're really looking forward to coming up here at the end of the season, so I'm ready to jump in and keep it going. Just as a reminder to everyone out there, right now, our current subscriber goal is 2,000. We just passed 1,400 as of recording this today, so that's awesome. Once we hit 2,000, we will be letting you guys, our subscribers, choose a film, a movie reaction for us to do. We've already seen some down in the comments. That's great. Make sure to comment what movies you would want us to watch or react to for the channel, and once we hit 2,000 subscribers, we will do that, so make sure to like the video so this gets spread out to other Star Trek fans. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. In addition to this, we're also watching Star Wars, The Clone Wars, the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, HBO's Barry, a bunch of stuff going on here on the target audience, so join and become a member of the target audience.
We've been through a severe ion storm. One crewman is dead. I have ordered a non-scheduled layover on Starbase 11 for repairs.
700 years in the future, and there's still layovers.
The green sweater! The green sweater returns!
Jamie.
There you are. The man who killed my father.
That's not so. He was my friend.
Jeez, dude. I don't want to judge that girl too early, but in the last episode we just talked about all the side characters performing well every time, and then that was not great.
Might have jinxed it.
You say you jettisoned the pod after the red alert?
You have my sworn deposition.
This extract from your computer log says you jettisoned the pod before going to red alert. Consider yourself confined to the base.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
All right, so a court episode. This is basically what I've been watching the last month, so that's cool.
Matt Murdock's going to show up. You need a really good lawyer.
I have been ordered to stand by on Starbase 11 until the inquiry into the death of Lieutenant Commander Finney can be conducted.
Of course, Bones is at the bar.
How you doing, Mike?
I'll get by, Jim.
No one wants to talk to him.
You've already made up your minds?
Even the music stops. Jesus.
That's awkward, but I really like this. Like, being at a starbase with other people from other enterprises, presumably. That's pretty cool.
Dr. Leonard McCoy. And you?
Ariel Shaw.
Leonard. Have we ever heard his first name? I don't even know.
I don't think so, actually.
Well, you might as well join me for a drink. With this inquiry coming up, he's going to need all the friends he can get.
Kirk's being court-martialed, so I get to have the romantic interest of this episode.
Common knowledge that something happened to your friendship.
I relieved him on watch once and found a circuit open to the atomic matter piles that should have been closed. He drew a reprimand and was sent to the bottom of the promotion list. As a result, he was late in being assigned to a starship.
You played out, Jim.
Jeez.
I'm telling you I was there, on the bridge. I know what happened. I know what I did. I intend to fight.
Then you draw a general court.
Draw it. I demand it. And right now, Commodore Stone, right now.
That felt very Shakespearean. You draw a court,
Yeah.
then draw it.
For real.
Bones leaves for 1 minute and he loses his chance.
I'm a lawyer in the judge advocate's office, remember?
I remember.
The prosecution will build its case on the basis of Kirk versus the computer.
Now I'm thinking of court cases like Roe versus Wade, so-and-so versus U.S., and then Kirk versus computer.
Will they reference it in future Star Trek shows? If you look back to the court case of Kirk versus computer.
You still haven't told me how you know so much about what the prosecution's going to do.
I am the prosecution.
I am the prosecution.
Word for word.
That's good. That's a good twist.
Well, at least she was honest with them. Like, hey, I'm going to bring you down.
What is all this?
I figured we'd be spending some time together, so I moved in.
I don't think we've seen any books in Star Trek.
You have to be either an obsessive crackpot who's escaped from his keeper or a Samuel T. Cogley attorney at law.
Right on both counts.
Oh, that's great.
Court is now in session.
The Illuminati will see you now. If it's what I think it's going for, I think this episode is going to teach us the importance of, physical, not trust everything in the future, respect the past.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a little bit more nuanced than just like computer bad, book good, but I have faith.
Do you know of any malfunction which has caused an inaccuracy in the Enterprise computer?
Negative.
Now the star
But the
date...
computer is inaccurate, nevertheless.
Do you think whatever he has his hand on is like the equivalent of like hand on the Bible? Like, I swear.
Yes, but I was also thinking it's actually just like a lie detector as well. Like if he lies, it'd go like beep, beep, beep or something.
I speak from pure logic.
I do not see what that has to...
Gentlemen, it is impossible for Captain Kirk to act out of panic or malice.
Once again, why Spock is the best.
The GOAT.
Also, incredibly weak prosecution there. Just let him talk over her the whole time. Let's get Bones up there. Hey,
oh, shit.
there he is.
I don't know why I'm here. I have no involvement in any of this. I'm the doctor. All right, thank you, Bones.
Is it possible that Lieutenant Finney blamed Kirk for the incident?
It's possible.
Blamed him for never being given a command of his own, correct?
You could, huh?
Speculation.
And perhaps even involuntarily began to reciprocate.
But he's not that kind of a man.
Is it theoretically possible, Doctor?
Yes.
I would like to call Jamie to the stand. I want to talk to his daughter.
Well, I definitely think she's going to end up playing a bigger role here than... Because, it wouldn't be showing her this much.
What you are about to see is precisely what took place on the Enterprise Bridge during the Iron Storm.
So they just had the footage this whole time?
Steady as she goes, Mr. Hansen.
Freeze that!
Oh, no way.
He clicked the wrong button?
Condition signal reads yellow alert, not red alert.
Ooh.
Oh, man. There's got to be some serious sabotage going on.
I'm suggesting that maybe you did have a lapse. It was possible, you know, with the strain you were under.
Even he's going to start believing it.
Who knows? You may be able to beat your next captain at chess. Kirk out.
Chess.
Uh-oh, wheels are turning.
I realize it wasn't his fault. Make him change his plea.
It's too late for that, Jamie.
Yeah, she's totally behind this.
You're about to lop off the captain's professional head, and you're sitting here playing chess with a computer.
Spock, you're the most cold-blooded man I've ever known. Why, thank you, Doctor. Transporter room standby. We're beaming down.
Someone messed with it.
Did Finney sacrifice his own life just to take Kirk down?
Respect. If you hate someone that much.
You're willing to kill yourself just to have him lose his job.
The computer cannot make an error. The best that could normally be hoped for would be stalemate after stalemate. And yet I beat the machine 5 times. Someone adjusted the programming.
Will you tell the steps you took to find Mr. Finney after the storm?
Oh my god, dude, is he alive?
I submit to you that Lieutenant Commander Ben Finney is not dead.
What?
Gentlemen, that sound is caused by the heartbeats of all the people on board the ship.
Oh, wow.
We'll use this white sound device to mask out each person's heartbeat.
Oh, and they're gonna get rid of everybody so that they can tell there's still a heartbeat. on the ship.
And lastly, myself. That's all of us, except for the crewman in the transporter room. Mr. Spock, eliminate his heartbeat.
I've killed
Just
him.
kills him. One of you just on the ceiling this entire time.
So Finney is alive.
It would seem so.
It's coming. It's coming. It's gonna knock his ass out.
Hello, Captain.
I'm glad you're alive.
You mean you're relieved because you think your career is saved?
They told you to do it to me.
He looks maniacal.
The Enterprise should have been mine.
Looks like Brad Dourif.
I was a good officer. I love the service more than any man ever dared.
Court has not yet reached a verdict.
Oh, come
Hear
on.
this witness out.
Very well, sir.
He's alive!
Yeah, the witness of the whole trial is about him being dead. No!
Yeah!
There it is!
Oh, he loves that double-handed. Woo! Oh! He just dove on him. He always just a wrench. A comically sized wrench.
Knocked him out.
I rule this court to be dismissed.
Absolutely no objections.
But I hope that I will still be paid for this.
How long will it be this time before I see you again?
Right back to it.
Sam Cogley asked me to give you something special. He's defending Ben Finney. He says he'll win.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
That's hilarious. If Bones is there, oh damn it.
It's like, oh, he was right there.
Yeah, he was right there, just staring.
He's devil and angel.
She's a very good lawyer.
Obviously.
Indeed, she is.
Oh wow, a lot of people wrote that one. Okay. So first of all, I just want to apologize in advance because that was an extremely dialogue-heavy episode, so the edit is going to be rough on this reaction. We spent a lot of the episode just watching it, so, but yeah.
Even when we did talk, I felt bad, like, oh no, did I miss something?
Yeah, so there was some action there at the end, but we really had to kind of just shut up and watch to keep up with what was going on, but I think it was also because we were both pretty interested. I don't want to speak for you too much, but I was very interested in the story. We joked about it. There's obviously a very mainstream popular court case going on right now. So to have an episode about a court case is, pretty ironic, since, I'm kind of in the mood because of current events. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I was not disappointed, when something like any type of media tries to tackle, like a court situation. I've seen really, really good ones, and I've seen really bad ones, and I thought this was done really well. And the little things they added in to make it a little bit more futuristic, like having, the different stuff in the courtroom and about, like, the computer being involved, I thought was really well done, and I was surprised by the twists. So overall, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, when you go into something like this, not knowing what's happening, and you're trying to figure it out, what it's about, and you're just not getting it, and then when the twist is revealed, you're like, what? He's alive? Because they never said about him finding their body, the guy's body or whatever, so that didn't even cross my mind. What happened with, like, Kirk's fingers on the buttons? What did the guy exactly do to, like, mess up the computer?
My best guess would be that he did hit the red alert button, but the guy just, like, basically edited the footage to cut out the part where he hit the red alert, and it's not fully explained. It's just kind of up to our imagination that he would know how to edit it so precisely, but that's what I got from it.
Yeah, they talk about original Star Trek, like, not the people in the show, but people have always talked about, like, oh, it's super smart, gotta be, smart to watch it. And then, like, watching this episode, I felt like, okay, I really gotta, stay focused here and have my brain work. As you saw, like, we were just glued in, like, trying to figure this thing out, and it was fantastic. The introductions of the characters, like, with the one lawyer coming in with, like, all flamboyant, like, and then it's like, I am the prosecutor, and then the next scene she's in the all red garb, all ready to go, and then the guy with the books, he just moves into Kirk's hotel room with all of his books, and it's like, I'm your lawyer now. It's like, that guy was great, and you try to figure out the ideas. Oh, it's going to be how machinery isn't up to, we shouldn't always trust it. You got to, trust books as well. But it wasn't just that. It was also Kirk being above like the other dude who should have also been above with him, and that swerve. So, if you throw a lot of shit into a pot and you mix it all together, sometimes you'll get shit. But every now and then, you'll get a masterpiece. And I feel like this episode nailed that. It all came out great. The pacing, the timing, the characters being established, and their character traits coming out. And yes, it worked. Good episode.
Yeah, for sure. I was completely wrong when I was saying that I thought the daughter was in, sabotaging him or had something to do with it. That didn't really lead to anything. And I was surprised how close you were when you, half jokingly was like, did he kill himself to take Kirk down? And he didn't kill himself, but it was him. Yeah, really good. I did mention towards the beginning that the acting of the woman who was playing Finney's daughter, I wasn't really a fan, unfortunately. But overall, there was a number of guest performances in this episode, and I enjoyed basically all the other ones. The prosecutor, her performance was really good. Finney, that guy was really good. So,
oh yeah, we didn't even talk about him yet. Jesus, sorry, go on. But yeah, that dude was like, they picked the perfect actor for that guy.
Yeah, for sure. And I really liked, how he was introduced at the end of like his voice at first over, coming over, and then he reveals himself. Yeah, we were really drawn into the episode, and not many complaints about it. I definitely liked it. Oh, and then one last thing, the costume design, really liked that for this episode. The different outfits they were wearing in the court. I made a couple comments about it, but like Bones, Kirk, Spock, what they were all wearing for the proceedings, looked really cool, and the set looked really good too.
Yeah, the consistency with that too, because the other court episode was like the one with the Menagerie. The Menagerie, with the old captain stuck in the chair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I think they all had that same type of garb on, so it's nice that they kept that consistency of like these are court clothes. Very nice little detail. Good.
Okay, well that'll be our discussion of Court Martial. Leave your comments down below if there's anything we missed or didn't talk about, or anything you disagree with about what we said, and let us know what you think about the episode. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. Join the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us guys and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, Star Trek, the original series, episode 21, The Return of the Archons. I hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, I apologize. Last week was one of the craziest episodes of so much stuff thrown in one episode, and it was great. And I've heard in the comments that this one's a little weird, and I'm all about the weird. I want to see what weird is in the 60s.
Absolutely, me too. So I'm totally bought in, and just from like the little thumbnail framing here they have on Paramount Plus, it looks very interesting and different. So I'm all in for it as we start our journey here on the last 10 episodes or so of this season and have it get wrapped up. I'm really excited to see how this season ends up going, because at this point you would think they have a few under their belt production wise when they were making the show. They're past those first few of filming them and knowing how to do them and everything, so it'll be interesting to see now that they get the snowball effect going a little bit, how these episodes will be, and I'm really excited.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're ever going to start turning it where they become more story, where they're more interconnected, or if this is just a theme throughout the whole series where it's like very loosely connected. Maybe because I'm so used to modern television, like we're watching Kenobi right now, and obviously, it's like every episode's connected. We'll find out.
Absolutely. Well, if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. In addition to this, we are, as Alex mentioned, currently watching Obi-Wan Kenobi on Disney+. We're also watching HBO's Barry, as well as Star Wars The Clone Wars. And we do a bunch of other stuff here on the channel. At 2,000 subscribers, we're going to be letting you guys, the subscribers, choose a movie for us to react to. So comment those down below as well. And make sure to like the video to spread this out to other Star Trek fans. I'm ready to jump into it if you are, Alex.
Let's do this. Well, it's different so far.
We've got to keep going.
Hey!
Come on.
Is that Sulu? What?
It's no use, Mr. Sulu. Look, there's one of them.
This must be one of those reusing old sets episodes. I like their outfits, though.
Run, I tell you, we got to get out of here. You know what they're capable of. O'Neill.
Is he going to get left behind?
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, he's gonna get, like, beamed up to the ship with some weird thing going on.
Where's Lieutenant O'Neill?
What?
Who? Lieutenant O'Neill, where is he?
You're not of the body. They knew we were Archons. These are the clothes they wear.
Lieutenant O'Neill, where is he?
Paradise.
It seems that they always save Sulu for whatever weird stuff happens. George, we got a weird episode for you. I'll do it.
I think you were saying Archons right, though, so that's good.
Search detail.
Spock.
Why is he in the hood?
The expression on that man's face. The mindlessness. Vacant contentment.
Is happiness the enemy of this episode?
Come for the festival, eh, ya?
Yes.
It's almost the red hour.
The red hour. Oh, God.
Tula, come!
Is this where the Purge got their idea from?
Let's get out of here.
Really, you think?
I was gonna say, up until that happened, it was very effectively creepy, and now this is just insane.
Okay, so it's not just manic, it's also lust?
Sorry to break in on you like this. We didn't expect that kind of a welcome.
Welcome? You are strangers?
We heard that you might have rooms for us.
They've come looking for shelter. Can I turn them away? Come, please.
This is so weird.
Yeah, it's such a weird, interesting concept.
You mock the lawgivers, and the strangers are not of the body. You will see.
How many weird ideas did Gene Roddenberry have? Like, this is so weird. I'm so curious about it.
Oh, God, look at those beds.
Quiet.
Look terrible.
I'd like to hear more about this festival. And Landru.
Spock's still wearing that hood.
My God.
The lighting on that one guy's face was fucking creepy.
When we leave here tomorrow morning, I want to have a plan of action.
Weird transition. I'm sorry, there's no way I'm sleeping on that bed. It doesn't even look like there's a mattress.
He's not sleeping either. Just
They're still going. Oh, it's
they go for 12 hours?
I thought it was actually 1 hour.
It is true, then. You did not attend the festival last night.
Well, obviously. You guys have been standing outside the doors.
Are you Archons? What if we are?
Oh, no.
He is the one. He mocked the lawgivers. I heard him.
You will be absorbed.
What do you mean absorbed?
You will be absorbed.
Okay.
I'm not even going to pretend to act like I have any idea what's happening.
You are ordered to accompany us to the absorption chambers.
Uh-oh. He just took it from him.
That was pretty simple.
This is merely a hollow tube, Captain.
He did already shoot stuff out of it. They all saw that.
Is that fake? I mean, it looked like a pretty cheap firecracker. I'm just curious what the fuck's happening with these people. Oh, no, it can't be fake because he fucking tagged Sulu. Sulu's still stuck there on the Enterprise. What's he going through? What happened when the red hour hit on him? Did he go nuts on the Enterprise? None of the big three are there to help.
Good question.
This fucking guy.
Morning, friend.
Morning, Feeler.
What is it?
Telepathy, Captain.
Oh, no.
Fire. Lieutenant O'Neill. He's one of our men.
Not anymore. He's been absorbed.
Oh, that's the guy from the beginning.
Okay, so being absorbed is becoming these guys.
I also think that was the first time we've seen a phaser take out, like, a group of people. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought it was just like one beam per person, but that was like a big wide thing. That was cool. I feel like we've definitely seen this set reused somewhere.
Comes from a time before Landru.
Before Landru? How long ago was that?
Some say as long ago as 6,000 years.
So why was this guy and the two others not absorbed? Why were they allowed to just hang out in that That house.
I don't know.
I want some exposition. What the fuck is going on?
Some of us escaped the directives. Not many, but a few.
I am Landru.
You are holding my ship. I demand that you release it.
You have come to a world without hate, without fear, no war, no crime.
He's reminding me of Barry Keoghan's character from Eternals.
Seemed like a lot of crime happened last night during the Red Hour, but maybe they just don't consider it crime.
Yeah, that too. What's up with that?
He doesn't hear you, Captain.
Maybe he'll hear this. Put that away.
God, like every episode has to have like a hot-headed younger classman to ask all the dumb questions and be ridiculous.
And shoot first.
Mm-hmm.
You will experience the absolute good.
Well, that's not good.
Cut the credits, is that it?
Yeah.
Dr. McCoy.
He was gone when I woke up, along with the other guard. Where is here?
Evidently a maximum security establishment.
I wonder if this is like a version of the Sunken Place, where their less conscious bodies are just floating up and about out there.
That's kind of what I was thinking, is that they're just in this fake prison scenario.
Oh no.
Hello, friend.
We were told to wait here.
They got him.
Don't you know me?
We all know one another.
Okay, so we're wrong there.
Think, man. The Enterprise, the ship. Remember?
Give him a good smack.
From away.
You do remember.
He knows and he watches. You are strange.
We lost him. So they're taking him back there 2 at a time, maybe, to switch him over?
Dr. McCoy, what will happen to him?
He goes to meet Landru.
Oh, nice cut.
They got him. Oh
Joy
no.
to you, friend. Peace and contentment will fill you.
So now you're the main character of this episode, Spock. It's up to you.
You saved the day last time. Can you do it again?
Everyone else has been human, so I wonder if it'll even work.
My name is Marplon. I was too late to save your first 2 friends. They have been absorbed.
Secret agent?
Wait a minute. He said I was too late to save your first 2 friends, but he just let Kirk go.
What about the captain?
He is unharmed,
Oh.
unchanged.
He was acting.
We are not Archons, Marplon.
Whatever you may call yourselves, you are in fulfillment of prophecy. We have not much time.
Who is Landru?
I cannot answer your questions now.
Jesus, can anybody? Can anybody answer the questions?
He used to go by another name. Harry Mudd.
These guys are so freaking stupid, so they don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea.
I am formulating a theory, Captain.
Uh-oh. Bones can hear him.
But is he smart enough to do anything about it?
You speak in strange whispers.
We need to get the fuck out of here. Jesus, that was creepy.
Landru must die.
A prime directive of non-interference.
That refers to a living, growing culture. Do you think this one is?
Is that the first mention of the Prime Directive?
You're not
Damn
of the
it.
body.
Peace.
You're not. Peace. Lawgivers! Traitors!
Just hip toss his ass. Oh!
There you go.
Spock threw the punch. What?
Isn't that somewhat old-fashioned?
Ha ha! He even busted his balls for it. That's great.
Gotta get the Spock punch every once in a while.
Do not see him.
You're gonna take us there.
Oh man, this is gonna be some Wizard of Oz type shit. Don't look behind the curtain.
No, I was wrong. I bear myself to the will of Landru. Lawgivers, help! Help me!
All right.
Got a Spock punch and the Vulcan neck grip, both in the same episode. There you go.
Top 10. Just off that.
Despite my efforts to save you, you have invaded the body and you are causing great harm.
We have no intention of causing harm.
You must die.
Listen to me.
Useless, Captain. A projection.
Dude, I think you're right, man.
Let's have a look at the projector.
Oh. It's going to be Clint Howard. Gentlemen.
No, it's going to be the person they left behind. You left me! And I orchestrated all this to get back to you.
I am Landru.
It's not even a person, it's a machine.
Landru died 6,000 years ago.
I am Landru. I am he.
He may have programmed you, but he could not have given you a soul. Without freedom of choice, there is no creativity. Without creativity, there is no life.
Are you aiding the body or are you destroying it?
Spock's like, let's cut to the chase.
Yeah, like, all right, enough.
You are the evil. The evil must be destroyed. Fulfill the prime directive.
Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me.
That was a pretty neat resolution.
You can get rid of those robes. If I were you, I'd start looking for another job.
And Mr. Sulu's back to normal.
I love the nonchalantness of freeing this society that's been pretty much enslaved for 6,000 years by a computer. It's like, all right, back to work. See ya. Deal.
Sociologist Lindstrom is remaining behind with a party of experts who will help restore the planet's culture.
Okay, well, that's good. Like they did with
There you go.
the Planet of the Children.
I like how they have so many crew members to just leave behind on these planets.
The original Landru programmed it with all his knowledge, but he couldn't give it his wisdom, his compassion, his understanding, his soul.
I prefer the concrete. The provable.
You'd make a splendid computer, Mr. Spock.
That is very kind of you, Captain. How often mankind has wished for a world as peaceful and secure as the one Landru provided.
And we never got it. Just lucky, I guess.
That last like 5-10 minutes, just the story and importance of humanity and having a soul and compassion and will, like all that shit was like super powerful. It's like, oh, people have always wanted this sense of order, and it's a good thing we never got it, because it'd be something like that. I do have some questions, like this whole festival thing and the Red Hour. Like, what was all of that? Was that just like filler in order to like get the 50 minutes maybe, or just to keep the audience confused? Because the ending is just that it's a computer designed by a dude. The dude put all of his, thoughts and beliefs, but not his humanity, because he couldn't, into this computer. So it's like, was Red Hour just like the 1 hour where the computer like rests, like so humanity just goes crazy because they have no idea what's going on, and they come back when it's done? A lot of questions, but I think the ending lesson was, there's a lot of like peaks and valleys to get there, but that last lesson was great.
Yeah, I think for me, more than any other episode so far, this one is a mixed bag for sure. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff in it that I really, really loved, and then there's a few things that are, made it, some parts of it, not very good. So on the positive side, I thought Dr. McCoy, that actor's best performance so far in the show, him getting to do something different, even like trying to attack Captain Kirk at one point, all of that stuff with him was great. The whole opening and first act premise was super intriguing, and I was totally bought in with what happened to Sulu, the Red Hour, them saying that they're the Archons, or they're visitors here for this festival. That whole thing, I was super intrigued. And then also, like you said, the ending, all of that was really well done once we found out what was going on. But the kind of the middle part of the episode, for the most part, is what kind of let me down, because we lose almost all of that setup from the first act of the Red Hour, the festival, these people. And while we do eventually find out who Landru is and what's happening, it doesn't really explain a lot of what happened in the beginning. Who are these guys with the sticks? How do they have the power to like change Sulu? It was just kind of like all very random and kind of a mixed bag in that sort. And a lot of it in the middle was just pretty boring to me. Like it felt like it was going in slow motion, just like going slower and slower to the point of where the plot completely stopped, up until the point of when that one guy helps out Spock and Kirk by not, transforming them, and helps them. Then it starts to pick up again. But for a while there, it came to a complete standstill, and did feel like, what you said, kind of a lot of filler there.
Yeah, like in that middle, like I didn't want to say I was too bored, but I felt like I was just theorizing what's happening because there was nothing else going on. It's like, well, it could be this, could be that. It's like they were taking them back one at a time, processing them. And yeah, there's questions like, why the Red Hour? Why are these? Who's immune and who's not? Why is that guy able to fight against Landru, but the other people aren't? What happened to those two dudes older dudes in the beginning? Why were they just standing in that? Yeah, there's so many questions. A lot of good ideas, a lot of interesting ideas, kind of like a J.J. Abrams where they has a good.
Oh,
we have a good.
Don't say that.
Oh, like Lost or like even like Star Wars, like interesting beginnings where it's like, oh, we have this is mysterious, and then as it goes on, it's like, it's like, oh, kind of lost us as it kept going. But they wrapped it up with a nice button at the end, so whatever.
Yeah, I think that, in a lot of ways, to me, it was disappointing just because that first act, the premise, I was really interested in. It was really setting up to become one of my favorite episodes so far. So for it to kind of really dip down was disappointing for me, but I am glad that at least the ending gave me it had a cool message, cool resolution, and the actual way it played out with the computer, blowing up from its own directive and everything was all, I think, really well done. I just wish it could have been a little bit more coherent in the way they spread it out through the episode, and it didn't become such a slow process there in the middle. And we don't just mean slow in the fact of like, oh, we want to see a whole bunch of action. I mean, last episode was all dialogue, and we both really enjoyed it because of the way it was told. It was intriguing the entire time. So we're not just talking about slow in the way of there not being any action. That's fine, but to actually tell the story in a more of a pacing way in order to pace the story a little bit better. Again, we're being super critical about a show 60 years ago, but hey, that's why we're doing this.
Yeah, I was going to make the joke like, well, I'm sure they'll improve for us, and they'll hear our criticism and improve in the next episode.
Yeah, next episode, yep.
Not that it's 60 years old. It's a little too late. Our thoughts don't really matter. It's just for the people who want to rewatch the show again with us.
Yeah, just our first impression. But yeah, that'll be our discussion on it. I'm sure there's a lot of different thoughts on this one, I would imagine. So put them down in the comments below. Agree, disagree with us. Anything that we missed or didn't talk about, let us know down below. And make sure to subscribe if you're new here. Become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. We are the body where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, Star Trek, the original series, episode 22, Space Seed. Now, before we start talking about this, I just want to talk about last week's episode, just to touch up on some of the comments. Definitely one of the fastest rising debut in views, per se. A lot of interesting comments, opinions, and facts pointed out to us about it, how it definitely inspired The Purge. Ben Stiller has a company that's literally named the Red Hour after this episode. Big Trekkie fan. And what a controversial episode. I mean, there's parts we liked, parts we didn't. And, yeah. And apparently people are saying this episode's also pretty high up there in terms of popularity in Star Trek fandom.
Yeah, I mean, I said it in the video, I knew watching the last episode, Return of the Archons, that there was going to be a mixed reaction because of our mixed thoughts. And I just thought, if I have mixed thoughts, I know that means that there's going to be a crowd of people that really love it and a crowd of people that don't. And that's exactly what was in our comments. But I think that's what so far has been most impressive to me about our comments and about the Star Trek fandom is that it's such a wide variety of opinions on almost every episode that we react to, but it's not like in a vitriolic or a hateful way. Everyone just kind of respects each other's opinions for the most part, and I've really enjoyed that piece of it. So having an episode like the last one that I really loved some of it and some of it I didn't like at all, seeing people's perspectives in the comments was awesome, and one of the reasons that we read all the comments. So yeah, really enjoyed it. But I'm excited to get into this one. As you said, a lot of the comments also were getting us hyped up for this episode here, so I'm excited to jump into this too.
You know the meme of like people fighting and then people sitting at a round table? Like Star Wars fandom is the people fighting in the arena, and then the Star Trek fandom is the people in the arena.
Yeah,
and luckily we're both. We're both, and I understand both sides.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. In addition to this, we're also watching Star Wars. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi series going on right now, and we just started Season 2 of Star Wars The Clone Wars. We're also watching HBO's Barry to get caught up to that and watch the third season that just premiered and is finishing up here, actually. So we're trying to get caught up on that as well. So subscribe to the channel. When we hit 2,000 subscribers, we're going to let you guys, the subscribers, choose a film, a movie for us to react to. So make sure to do that and leave the video a like so the video gets spread out to other Star Trek fans as well.
Absolutely. We're also watching Scream, the Netflix series, and when Scream 10 releases, we'll go back and finish it.
Yeah.
But right now, we're not going to. I wonder how many hours a day they just stare at the blankness of space. You know what I mean? Like in between the episodes, they're just staring outside the window as if they're driving.
I'm picking up a signal, sir.
I thought you said it couldn't possibly be an Earth vessel.
I understand why it always gives you pleasure to see me proven wrong.
An emotional Earth weakness of mine.
The last such vessel was built centuries ago, back in the 1990s.
Can't be human, though. They're too faint and average, only 4 beats per minute.
Wow, 4 beats per minute. That's like nothing, basically.
Jesus. That's like dead.
Weapons department. Maintain battle.
Every time I don't see Sulu up front, I'm like, ah, damn. Not this episode.
I want that guy's hours. Works 1 day a week, maybe. Probably gets a full salary. Meanwhile, the big three are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Also Uhura, too.
The mid-1990s was the era of your last so-called World War.
Oh, man. It's so weird to hear them talk about the 90s when they were 30 years away.
Yeah.
And now we're 30 years away.
Completely unemotional.
Doctor, I would be
All
pleased.
right, gentlemen, as you were.
He's like, that's enough of that.
Care to join the landing party, Doctor?
Well, if you're actually giving me a choice,
I'm not. Here's a chance for that historian to do something for a change. What's her name? McGivers?
Lieutenant MacGyvers.
Lieutenant MacGyvers. Acknowledge.
So they just have this historian on the ship, like, just in case they ever need her. And she's just like, because Kirk was like, oh, we can finally use it. So this whole time she's just been on the Enterprise, just painting and, like, studying history. That's pretty funny.
You had to wonder, like, apparently there's like 400 people on the ship. What are they doing? You know, I guess that's one of them.
And how do they feel when all of these, like, crises or emergencies are going on? Like, they probably still have hectic lives, even though they're not, like, used in the emergency.
Oh, someone tried to turn Kirk into a robot? Oh, that's interesting. Anyway.
What the hell? Oh, this is the ship they're going to, probably.
Definitely Earth-type mechanism, sir. 20th century vessel.
Oh, and then cryosleep?
Captain, look here.
I like their Aquaman suits.
What's happening?
That guy literally looks like Aquaman.
Yeah. So are these going to be people from the 90s that have just been asleep?
Heartbeat dropping.
What happens if we get them out of there?
We'll die in seconds if we don't.
Punch it! Yeah! That counts.
Lock in on Dr. McCoy's beam. He's transporting back with a casualty we discovered here.
Magnificent.
She's just mesmerized by him.
I find it interesting they didn't know about this. Like it was some like secret project.
12 units have malfunctioned, leaving 72 still operating. 30 of those are women.
You had to let Kirk know how many women there were.
People dating back to the 1990s.
A strange, violent period in your history.
Okay.
Ironically, the 90s were very violent.
Star travel was considered impractical at that time. And why no record of the trip?
You suspect some danger in them.
What a Chad haircut that guy's got.
No wonder he was the leader.
Uh-oh. Where's the nearest Blockbuster video? Sir, there is no more Blockbuster video. This guy's jacked. Oh, no. Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Where is Blockbuster?
It would be most effective if you would cut the carotid artery just under the left ear.
What a nice little character moment for him.
I mean, damn, talk about balls of steel.
Like, he could have just pushed out, oh, you're... No, it's like, if you want to kill me here, motherfucker.
James Kirk, commanding the Starship Enterprise. And your name?
Khan is my name.
Oh, wow.
Wait. Is this Khan like the Khan?
I would guess so.
From the famous Khan?
May we continue this questioning at some other time?
If this is like the villain, that is interesting.
I was once an engineer of sorts. I would be most interested in technical manuals on your vessel.
They're available to any patient.
I think, isn't it like Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan? I think that's the title of one of the movies. So,
yeah,
if that's the same Khan,
By my estimate, there was some 80 or 90 of these young supermen unaccounted for when they were finally defeated.
Are they all on that ship?
They escaped on the ship.
That's an entire ship of killers.
Ship's historian, Lieutenant...
Marla MacGyvers. A beautiful woman.
You knew that was coming.
Why do you wear your hair in such an uncomplimentary fashion? Where it's not attractive.
Oh, boy.
I think it looks nice.
Perhaps some other time when you feel more like talking about the past.
Now we got the return of the cubes.
The most ugly looking salad ever.
I hoped you might guide me to our dinner engagement. Fine technique.
It's a gladiator named Flavius.
And now she has her hair down.
Everyone kisses like the same way in the show. They all just... they just shove their face full in.
Very aggressively.
It looks so uncomfortable.
There was the war to end tyranny.
Tyranny, sir? Or an attempt to unify humanity?
Like a team of animals under one whip.
These two are gonna have some trouble.
I love it already.
This is a social occasion.
Social occasions are only warfare concealed.
That's a great quote, actually.
We offered the world order. We.
I don't know what that blue drink is, but I want some.
With your permission, Captain, I will return to my quarters.
Interesting how he asked for permission. Not fully, playing his hand yet, I think. Just still wanting to be on their good graces. Even though I think they know what's going on.
I wanted to apologize. I don't know if you're going to like living in our time.
Then I'll have to remold it to my liking.
Please don't.
Go.
It was such a quick reaction.
He's like, listen, do you want me or not? I'm so curious if, after this episode, it kind of just goes back to the normal Trek, random episodes, and this guy comes back,
years later
in the movies? How crazy is that?
I intend to take this ship. Will you assist me?
Oh, please, God, don't ask me.
Leave me then.
My God. It's all right, get out of there, obviously.
Do anything you ask.
Wow.
Name? Khan Noonien Singh.
Relative of yours?
Joshua
Captain, although your abilities intrigue me, you are quite honestly inferior.
Have you ever seen him throwing a punch, my dude? I don't think so.
Yeah, you don't know yet.
Do you have any other questions? Thank you. They've all been answered.
Oh, these two are gonna fight, and I can't wait for it.
What?
You see the bump that guy took? Holy shit.
Great sell by that guy.
That was a great sell. Wow. No. Oh, he's got his own version of his neck grip, huh? The Khan neck grip?
Captain, security here. Khan's escaped.
Communication channels are jammed, Captain.
Once he finds out what's happening, he's going to be like, we finally used this MacGyver woman, and this is what she does.
We had her sitting on this ship, getting paid for doing nothing, and finally we use her, and this happens.
Galileo, it's the bridge. Captain!
Intruder control systems inoperative. Mr. Khan was very thorough in his study of our tech manuals.
Oh, you showed him the fucking he studied all of it.
Your air should be getting quite thin by now. Every person on the bridge will suffocate.
Oh, this is tense.
Only moments of air left on the bridge now.
No!
I take full responsibility.
Nice little neat touch of showing Kirk's strength, him being the last one standing.
I also think that was the first time we actually saw him recording a log.
Oh, you fucking dick! Man, she took that like a champ. It's all you got, motherfucker? You know who I am?
Your captain will die.
There's no reason I must watch this, is there?
But I hoped you would be stronger.
Is she going to save him? Last minute change of heart?
I fucking hope so.
Take Mr. Spock next.
Damn it, that'd be the last person I would have him take. Most important person on the ship after the captain. There we go.
There you go. Babyface turn. Woo! 3, 2, 1. Ah! Oh, there you go.
Yeah, nice. Teamwork.
Armory, this is Khan. Report.
Just to think, if this is the Khan, like one of the biggest villains came from them just trying to help someone.
Yeah, they could have killed him or let him die.
They could have just left him there.
Oh,
but,
Scotty with the punch.
Good for Scotty.
Clear first. Spock out.
Jesus.
Come on, Kirk. You can do it.
Oh! There you go.
Hurricanrana, come on! Yeah! Oh, he's just eating them.
I have 5 times your strength.
But he's got the technique. Oh!
Gotta bring out the foreign object.
Oh, that was so exciting.
Why was I expecting him to turn around and he'd just be gone? Just like,
like Michael Myers.
Yeah.
Under the authority vested in me by Starfleet Command, I declare all charges and specifications in this matter have been dropped.
Wow.
Mr. Spock, I believe our heading takes us near the Ceti Alpha star system.
Planet number 5 there is habitable.
They're gonna drop them off.
No more than Australia's Botany Bay colony was at the beginning.
They're gonna let them go.
Those men went on to tame a continent, Mr. Khan. Can you tame a world?
Oh, wow.
Have you ever read Milton, Captain?
I understand. Lieutenant Marla McGivers.
You're fired.
You'll receive the death penalty.
I'll go with him, sir.
This hearing is closed.
Interesting. He wasn't even in handcuffs.
I'm not up on Milton. It is better to rule in hell than serve in heaven.
Wow.
Would be interesting, Captain, to return to that world in 100 years.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
Did they just tease that he would come back? They did. Oh! With that line right there. I mean, that's definitely Khan from Wrath of Khan. They definitely just, like, set up him coming back, building his empire, and coming back to fuck with Kirk. Holy shit! That was great. That was totally insane.
So, let's talk about first, before we get into the episode. What I know is that the second movie is called Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, and Khan is the villain. I don't really know anything about him. I obviously know the moment you're talking about of Kirk going, Khan, just because of, like, the meme. I don't know the significance of it or anything. At the time of this being made, you know... Okay, well, before we even get to that, are you the same on that page? Or what do you know about Khan?
I know exactly that. You know, it's like, There's a film called The Wrath of Khan, and, you know, famous scene, Khan! But, you know, in terms of what happens in that film, nothing, you know. I mean, the fact that we didn't even know until we heard the name Khan is, you know, it's like, okay, wow, they just discovered a major fucking villain. But I wonder if they knew at this point that, you know, like, we can bring this guy back because he made such an impact. Because in my opinion, he did, because he was like a serious threat in this episode. I was like, holy shit, this guy is a problem. And it's interesting that a problem in the future is someone from the past, and how he successfully, and like almost like a fault in the future, like they rescued this crew. You know, it's like, oh, it's, you know, we should, you know, teach him about the future since he'll be living here. And then, like, he took all that. They discover he's a conqueror, and then, like, he took all that information and used it against him. It's like, holy shit, that's so neat and interesting and scary.
Yeah, I find it extremely interesting that, you know, at the time of them making this, obviously they don't know how long they're going to be on the air. You know, the episodes are episodic. But, you know, I don't think that it would be 100% a coincidence that the person that they build up to be like the strongest, most well-rounded, in-depth villain we've gotten in the whole show, also just happens to be the first villain that they don't kill in the same episode and like let survive. And Kirk does have the reasons behind letting him survive, but it is kind of weak to the point where it makes me feel like they had to have had an idea for him. I'm not saying bring him back in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Obviously, they would not have known that at that time, but the idea to reuse this character at some point, I feel like, had to have been on their minds.
That's interesting. I don't know if Gene Roddenberry had any involvement in the films or how long after they took place. Because I know I've seen pictures and clips from the films, and they look a lot older, like at least 10 to 15 years older than they do now. I mean, maybe they thought it was innocent. Like, oh, well, do you want to conquer a world? Here, we're going to drop you on this planet. Good luck. And never expected them to get as far as The Wrath of Khan, which that title makes sense because, oh, you left me here, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm going to come kill. I'm guessing that's the plot of the movie. I don't know.
To talk, about the episode specifically, it was definitely one of my favorites so far. The bulk of it is Khan, like getting to know this character, his background, and when we first get introduced to him, I really loved the idea of someone from the modern day Earth in that time, the 60s, but he's from the 90s, which would have been a little bit in their future, and there are different things about him as far as being genetically farmed and those things, but for the most part, he's a human from Earth in the 90s. To have this person then be introduced into this futuristic scenario, I think is really cool. And then it just also happened to be Khan, so I did not know that about the character, and I'm like, oh, that's a really neat fact about that character. So I enjoyed that, and really not much of the story. Was pretty simple because it was all based around him, which honestly we haven't seen a lot of that, where we get to know a villain and the story is just simply they're a tyrant, they're a conqueror, and they just want to take over the ship. But it was not boring at all. It was simple but incredibly effective.
Yeah, I think it was perfectly paced as well, just finding out every little detail. And, like, I'm sure, like, when the name was dropped, I'm sure both of our faces were like, what? It's like, because it was innocent. Like, oh, they just picked a random person, and it's like, oh, he's dying. And then they recover him. He's with McCoy, and, like, he pulls a knife on him because obviously he's scared, and McCoy has this little nice character moment. Oh, cut this gland here. And then, like, they discover his name. It's like, and then after that, just everything starts snowballing very well. Yeah, very nice, well-paced episode. And I wonder if he's going to come back at all in this series, or they just save it for the film. But I guess we'll have to find out.
Absolutely. Well, just 7 episodes left in this season. As we finish up here, if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel to watch with us as we finish the first season and then go beyond in the Star Trek universe. Join us for all the other stuff we're watching here on the channel. Comment down below. I'm sure, obviously, this is going to be an episode that has a lot of thoughts about it, so without spoiling anything that comes in the future for us, comment down below your thoughts on this episode, things we didn't talk about at all or missed, or things that you agree, disagree with what we said. We read all of the comments, and yeah, subscribe if it's your first time here, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, episode 23, LeBron James during his time in Cleveland. A taste of Armageddon. Now, last week was probably our biggest hit in terms of Star Trek fandom, in terms of viewership and all that, and discussion. Learned a whole lot, and my dumbass thought, oh, did they know ahead of time they were going to set him up for a movie in the future? Like, no, it's just like years later, like, hey, you want to make a movie? Yeah, who can we use? I don't know, how about that Khan guy? He didn't die. But holy shit, what a debut, and I think we have a lot of media to go through, but I'm excited to see this guy back, because that guy was the best.
Yeah, and I'll address that in a second. But first I want to say I don't think it's dumb. I think we have a very unique perspective to be watching that episode for the first time while never seeing any of Star Trek, but knowing, just hearing of Khan through popular culture. The same way we heard about Captain Kirk and Spock and everything through popular culture. So, very unique perspective, and that's one of the, reasons we're watching the show. But I did want...
But we had 21 episodes to condition us that each episode's unique, so I'm an idiot. It's all right. Go ahead.
I did also want to just talk about, we did get a lot of comments obviously on that video and a lot of discussion in the comments about us watching The Wrath of Khan. Obviously a lot of new people here, not just from that video, but from the last few months, a lot of new people here to the channel. And we said this at the beginning, so I just want to quickly go over it again. We are watching Star Trek, as we do almost everything on the channel here, in release order. So when it comes to The Wrath of Khan, we are absolutely watching it, but we are not going to be watching it right now or right after that episode. And the main reason for that is just because while I understand the perspective of watching it right after the episode is fresh in our minds, if we make an exception for that and we jump from the 1960s to, whenever in the 80s that movie came out, that really opens the door of chaos to make exceptions for anything else. I mean, who's to say we don't watch an episode of Star Trek and someone says, oh, well, this is similar to the Next Generation episode, go watch that. You know what I mean? Like, we're just watching it all in release order. We can't open Pandora's box in that way. So that's the main reason.
We want to watch it as everyone else did when it came out. We want to experience it the way they did, as close as we can. And the best way we can do that is release order.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. And again, this is nothing against those of you that commented to watch the movie. We totally appreciate that. And like I said, the good thing is we are going to watch the movie, just not right now. So subscribe to the channel, and then you can watch that movie with us once we get there. We are just about 300 subscribers away from hitting our next goal of 2,000. When we hit that, you guys, the subscribers, are going to be able to choose what movie we react to here on the channel. So make sure to subscribe, but also comment down below what movie you want us to react to. We're getting a list together of those films so that we can release a poll once we hit 2,000 subscribers. And okay, that is it. We can jump into the episode. Are you ready?
Yep, they skipped all that, so it's okay.
Yep, it's fine.
Message coming in from E-Mini-R7.
Code 710 means under no circumstances are we to approach that planet.
We mean to have that port, and I'm here to get it.
Oh my God.
You might well involve us in an interplanetary war.
I'm quite prepared to take that risk.
Great. It's always these fucking new guys. Or like, oh, I mean, by new guys, I mean new guy on the ship.
You're well aware that my mission gives me the power of command. That's a direct order.
Laying down the law.
We're going in.
We also haven't talked about the title yet. A Taste of Armageddon. That's a pretty good title.
Better than Mud's Women.
Looks like Earth.
About to say, yeah.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
The ship is yours. Take care of her until I come back.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hell yeah. You saw Scotty throw that punch last week, and it's like, this guy can handle himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whoa! The future. They have monorails.
Look at their hats. Oh, got 2 red shirts and a red dress.
I see no danger here.
The danger exists. If you will come this way, please.
I'm not going to tell you what the danger is, but you're in danger.
We'll get to the exposition later. We want to keep the mystery alive a little longer.
My mission is to establish diplomatic relations between your people and mine.
That is impossible.
Okay.
We have been at war for 500 years.
There is no evidence of this.
Disease?
Total from 1 to 3 million dead each year from direct enemy attack.
My gosh.
With whom are you at war?
The third planet in our system, called Vendikar. Vendikar is attacking.
Ma'am, Emperor, I guess.
Well, speak of the devil.
Yeah, like right after mentioning it.
Do you hear any explosions, Mr.
None, Captain.
They playing a board game or something?
This is some sort of game you're playing.
This is no game, Captain. 500,000 people have just been killed.
What?
They fight their war with computers, totally.
Yes, of course. Computers don't kill 500,000 people.
Of course, they have 24 hours to report to our disintegration machines.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, no. Quite real.
Oh my God, they're playing a strategy game and you literally have to kill your people if they get an attack.
Wow.
Oh my God. That is fucked. There's got to be a better solution than that.
What is it, just like a random draw?
Once your ship was in orbit, it has been classified destroyed by a tri-cobalt satellite explosion.
So now everyone on the Enterprise has to go into the machine. Sorry.
That's one of the most
What an interesting idea.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the most unique premises I've heard.
I too have been declared a casualty. I must report.
Oh my gosh.
If I refuse to report, and others refuse, then Vandekar would have no choice but to launch real weapons.
How about peace?
Limited telepathic abilities are inherent in Vulcanians, Captain.
We've seen him do this before, right? He did this in one of the earlier episodes.
He did like a mind meld or whatever before. I don't know if this is the same thing. Seems more like the Force, to be honest.
Ooh! That was the throat jab.
We'll try to take it easy, but if we're forced to kill...
Yeah, I mean, they're going to disintegrate you guys, so it's fair enough.
Nice little effect that the doors make different sounds on this planet than the Enterprise.
Oh, is this?
Oh, this is the chamber.
Sir, there's a multi-legged creature crawling on your shoulder.
And they all just stare at him, like, what the hell?
He could have just sneaked up behind him. It's like, no, I'm gonna do this as plain and bluntly as possible. Oh, he's gonna blow it up.
Oh, what are you doing?
Did they only have one machine?
They are armed. They resist. Do what is necessary.
I'm assuming he's talking about really fighting.
Ship's log, stardate 3193.0. Chief Engineer Scott recording.
Yay!
Scotty log.
Of course, I could treat them to a few dozen photon torpedoes.
Oh, I forgot about this guy.
How about you go down there?
And I'm responsible for the success of this mission. And that's more important than this ship. Is that clear?
Oh, fuck you.
If you check your regulations, you'll find that my orders get priority.
Damn.
We captured 4 of their disruptor-type weapons, 2 complete outfits of male clothing, and perhaps most important of all, one of their communication devices.
Tell me what I want to know.
Using that charm a little bit there.
While firmly grasping her shoulders.
Yeah, she doesn't really have a choice.
An error in our sensors indicated that your ship was about to attack us. I am giving orders that our attack be stopped. The minute their screens are down, open fire. These are trying times for us, you understand?
Oh, what a dick.
My authority. I know about your authority, but the screens stay up.
There we go, Scotty.
Hey, what are we drinking? What is it?
Oh, God.
Kirk heard a drink being poured and it appeared out of nowhere.
I didn't come to drink. Where are the communicators?
Is he going to communicate with the other planet and tell them to blow the whole thing up? Now that wouldn't make sense. And also, what are the rules with this computer game? Like, where they can't just like, oh, I blew up the entire planet. You know, how do they establish that?
Yeah, what are the limits to their weapons? How do they actually keep track if the other person is, you know, killing people? I try not to think about it too hard.
Ooh! Yeah.
Oh! There you go.
Oh! 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 Ah!
Come on, Kirk. You can take 2 guards.
I know that smack in the back of the head with that metal gun probably hurt, but come on, get up.
Oh, God.
Who's that? That's the closest thing we've seen to a normal business suit.
You were taken immediately to one of our casualty stations so that your deaths may be recorded.
You mean we are to be killed?
That is correct, Mr. Ambassador.
Oh, no, don't take him, please. Not him.
Scotty here, Mr. Spock. Go ahead.
Orbit out to maximum phaser range and stand by for further orders. Spock out.
But aren't those guards in the background? Are they just cool with this? Oh, no, it's the 2 red shirts.
You stay here and prevent this young lady from immolating herself. Knock her down and sit on her if necessary. This is a killing situation.
Interesting choice of words.
What are you doing? I'm a representative of the United Federation of Planets.
They're like, oh, our bad. We didn't realize you were a representative. We'll let you go. Oh! I love how Spock has just been, like, walking up and kicking ass this episode, like, does not care. Damn, they were really setting a bunch of fires on set for this episode.
Are those 500 people of yours more important than the hundreds of millions of innocent people I mean, you're in Vendicar.
It's not what it's about.
I'm a barbarian. You said it yourself.
This is the USS Enterprise.
Study! General Order 24, 2 hours. In 2 hours!
You heard me give General Order 24. That means in 2 hours, the Enterprise will destroy Eminiar 7.
The whole planet.
Hundreds of millions of people.
I didn't start it, Council, but I'm liable to finish it.
There you go.
Oh no, we lost that one guy.
Oh, the suit guy. He got hurt somehow.
Damn it.
Over there. You, over there. Move, move, move.
I'd assumed you needed help.
If everything goes according to plan, you can beam us up in 10 minutes. If you don't hear from us, carry out General Order 24 on schedule.
I feel like they're going to have to contact the other planet in some way.
We're just going to blow these computers up and just leave. Good luck. Ah! Called it. Blow it up and leave.
You realize what you have done?
Contact Vendicar. I think you'll find that they're just as terrified, appalled, horrified as you are.
As a third party, interested only in peace.
Shut up, dude.
I think he's actually going to help, though.
There may be a chance. We have a direct channel with Vendicar's High Council.
Oh my god.
Cancel implementation, General Order 24. I had a feeling that they would do anything to avoid it, even talk peace.
You almost make me believe in luck.
You almost make me believe in miracles.
Fantastic.
So first I just want to say, clearly I look different. My light decided to just go out in the middle of that episode, so I'm using my regular daylight, which is why my face is so bright. Apologize for that. But as far as the episode, really enjoyed it. I said if you go way back to our first reaction, The Man Trap, and we watched that, and I was like, this is not at all what I expected when I thought of Star Trek. This episode, if I had watched this as my first ever episode of Star Trek, I would have been like, this is exactly what I expected. I mean, Kirk and a crew going to this random planet, everything being weird and futuristic, people dressing weird, this like futuristic type of war that's being simulated, and then you have Scotty and McCoy on the ship, all their shenanigans. This was like exactly what I thought of, before we ever watched the show, of what I thought Star Trek would be, and I really enjoyed it. It did not disappoint. I'm not saying this is the first episode, by the way, that's like that, but it definitely is one, and I really liked it. I think I'll get to the few nitpicks I have later on, but overall, yeah, really solid episode.
Yeah, piggybacking off of what you said of like what we thought Star Trek would be, yeah, this was it. Strange New World, which is actually the name of one of the newer shows. Finding diplomatic solutions, weird new worlds, how can we use our words, but also a little bit of action, some philosophical speeches at the end there. Let's see. Let's go through. Scotty, he gets a good punch, and he's becoming his really strong standout character in this episode, showing a lot of character and heart. And huge fan of his. The whole idea of having a war only through computers, and it's like through a contract, how it's set up with how what you're allowed to blow up at what time, but like just the honor of having to go to these disintegration machines because they're afraid of actual war. And this episode also shows like how damaging familiarity can be, because they've been doing this for 500 years, and it's like almost like afraid to change, and how dangerous that could be. It's like someone like Kirk comes along who beat Spock in chess, and how we can look at this from something different. Like, okay, I'm going to play their hand here. I'm going to make them destroy these machines because they're going to be so afraid of war they'll even talk about peace. And that was perfect. That's exactly, thinking like that is exactly who Kirk is. This episode was fantastic, and they always have that one episode asshole ambassador who sort of redeems himself at the end, but whatever.
Yeah, and going off of that, obviously at this time in the 60s, there was in the United States just a lot of, nuclear war scare going on, with Russia and those things, so I'm sure that played a part into it as well. And I want to talk about Scotty, like you said, because, you know, and this that ties directly into what we were talking about before the episode. I mean, for the rest of the show, I will remember this episode and remember Scotty's, character growth and how it showed his character in this episode. Even though it's episodic and it doesn't directly tie into any other episodes, I now know that about his character, you know, and how good of a leader he can be if needed and how versatile he is. And it just makes you look at the character differently moving forward, knowing that he's been on this previous journey, even if it doesn't directly tie in. And you could say that about all of the characters in the different episodes that they have, you know, their time to shine. And I think that's just another reason why, even though it's episodic, there is character growth or there's character moments throughout the show. And with that being said, I'm really missing Sulu. He hasn't been in the last few episodes, and that's been a bummer. But it was cool to see Scotty shine so much.
Literally, when you were saying that, I literally thought of, like, Sulu. Like, I'm afraid that, like, the next episode or two, like, Scotty's going to disappear, and, like, maybe Sulu will be back, and hopefully he'll get some... They'll have some weird idea for next week, and you say, oh, it's a weird idea. We got to bring in Sulu. It's going to be super weird. But even when we see Sulu, I still think about that episode where he was running around with his shirt off and all that, despite it being episodic, you know, however, what order it was filmed or how it doesn't even really matter, because are these characters thinking of what things that happened in the past? Is it an order? But it doesn't matter. But for our sake, you know, we have that thought about them and what they can do and what we can expect, hopefully, from future episodes. And this episode was good, man. This episode was really good. What are your nitpicks?
I thought Kirk William Shatner's performance was just a little weird. It's not like it was bad or anything, but I don't know, just the way he was like delivering some of the speeches and stuff, or like when he was talking about, he's like, "Oh, I am a barbarian." It's not that it was bad. It was just very like different than what we've seen from him before, and it just felt a little bit off to me. I'm not sure if there's reasons for that, or you know, who knows what the production of this episode was like for him, but that was a little bit odd. And then I had wished that they set up such an awesome, cool premise, and I feel like this is becoming a common complaint of mine. So I'm trying, like I said earlier, I'm trying not to think about it too hard. Like I'm trying to just accept the premise, but it's like, it's so interesting and unique. I wish we would have just dug a little bit more into it. Like, what are the rules of this agreement? How do they keep track of if the other person is actually killing their people? What is this other planet like? Yeah, there's so much you could get into. You just don't have time, unfortunately, in the episode. But we're never going to see this planet or this premise again, most likely. And it's just like, I have so many questions about it. It's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, they said something about, like, oh, we haven't sent the reports of people we've disintegrated yet. But, you know, they can drop a line like that. But you like, I haven't seen, like, a premise like this in any other form of media. Like, they could make a whole movie about something like this. But I haven't seen anything else like this. Like, like, you watch it in the reaction when they brought up that idea that they're just killing people virtually, but they have to honor a contract to kill people literally. It's like, holy fuck, that's so interesting but terrifying. But yeah, that's how the show is. They introduce these cool ideas, and we can't go too far into it because we have to figure out a solution to it within, you know, the 50-minute runtime. But
you know, and you can fill in the blanks with your headcanon. You know, you don't have to have all the answers. You can kind of think about it after you watch the episode and figure it out how you feel about it for yourself, what would be the coolest, you know, kind of explanation. So again, not a huge flaw or anything, but overall, yeah, really liked the episode. And after the last one, I'm surprised that it's followed up by such a strong one. I posted a poll a few days ago on the channel of, like, for the rest of the season, have we already reacted to your favorite episode, or is your favorite episode of the season still to come? And surprisingly, a lot of people, the majority of the poll, said their favorite episode was still to come of this season. And we only have, after this, I think 6 left. So I think there's still a lot more in store for us even before we finish out this first season of the show, and I'm really excited.
We've had some bangers and, like, some, like, top tier episodes, in my opinion. So if that's the case, like, let's keep the party rolling.
For sure. Well, if it's your first time here and you're not already subscribed, make sure to do so. We want to hit that 2,000 subscribers so we can do our next subscriber special, a movie of your guys' choosing. Check out everything else we have going on the channel, and make sure to leave the video a like to spread it out to other Star Trek fans and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody except for Josh, because all of his on his walls is gone. But but content's made for absolutely everybody. But we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, Star Trek, episode 24, The Side of Paradise. But as we like to do, we like to talk about the episode last week just a little bit after you've had it reflect, read some of your comments, and some neat ones that I saw. How that episode was like kind of like a commentary on the Vietnam War, maybe like how the higher-ups were dealing with it. Scotty, once again, some praise for Scotty and how he was like a real-life badass, apparently. How cool was that? Yeah, that was one of my favorite episodes, and judging by the thumbnail of this upcoming one, it looks kind of weird. So Sulu might be back.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. In regards to the last episode, it is one that at the time when we first watched it, my initial reaction, I had some issues with it or some things I had questions about. And after I've sat with it for a little while, I did like it a lot. After kind of letting my initial thoughts about it go, it is one of my favorites as well, and I really enjoyed it. A lot of good comments on there too about stuff people either liked or even didn't like about the episode. A lot of good conversation. So I'm ready to keep it going. Only, I think, 5 or 6 left of this season. So we're trucking along. If it's your first time here, all of the previous episodes of Star Trek, the original series in release order, the first 23, are already on the channel, and we're going to continue to watch it. A lot of people have been asking because there's a lot of new people here. Yes, we are going to watch the movies. We are going to watch Next Generation. That's the plan. So subscribe if you haven't become part of the target audience. We're almost at 2,000. That is our current subscriber goal. And when we hit that, you guys are going to get to decide a movie for us to react to. So comment that down below as well. What film you want us to watch once we hit that milestone.
Absolutely. Let's get into this. What did I say? What did I say? Look who it is.
You did call it.
All I get is dead air. Shall I continue?
Maintain transmission pattern. There were 150 men, women, and children. What are the chances of survivors?
Absolutely none, Captain.
And what about us?
We can risk a limited exposure.
Equip a landing party of 5 to accompany me to the planet's surface.
Oh, okay. On location episode, like shore leave.
Oh, look who tagged along. Of course.
Sulu?
He's been in like every Earth episode, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, not Earth, but looking at the set, it's like, okay, this is obviously, this obviously isn't, a built set. They're on location on a real place.
Spock just looks like a tourist, like he's holding a camera.
It took these people a year to make the trip from Earth. They came all that way and died.
Hardly that, sir.
Dramatic beat.
Welcome to Omicron 83. I'm Elias Sandoval.
Okay.
Judging by the title, it might appear to be a utopian type place, but then something dark going on. Just my initial guess.
Yeah, dark side of the moon of the Omicron. Ooh, Omicron. COVID. Alright, let's put our thinking caps on.
We haven't seen anyone outside our own group for 4 years since we left the Earth.
What an ugly shade of green.
Yeah, that's a sign right away they're villains.
These people shouldn't be alive.
Is it possible that they're not?
You shook hands with him, Jim. His flesh was warm. He's alive. There's no doubt about that.
What if the other 3 were still standing there just listening to all this?
Yeah.
Like, we're waiting you to follow us. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, they were standing like 100 feet away, just like, do you think they're talking about us?
Elias.
Oh no, not a blonde with glowing hair. Don't look at him. What? Spock? Oh, what a swerve. Oh, man.
Mr. Spock and I have met before.
Oh.
It's been a long time.
Kirk knows something's up.
Kirk's like, it should have been me. Me. I'm the love interest.
We have few mechanical things here. No vehicles, no weapons. We have harmony here.
So they're kind of like Amish people, in a way.
Yeah.
Which we have a lot of in Ohio.
When it comes to farms, I wouldn't know what looked right or wrong if it were 2 feet from me.
This barn isn't even built for them, just for storage.
What do they eat?
Mr. Spock's feelings were never expressed to me. It is said he has none to give.
Would you like him to stay with us now? To be as one of us?
There is no choice, Elias. He will stay.
Uh-oh. Something nefarious going on.
There seems to be a total absence of life on the planet, with the exception of the colonists themselves and various types of flora.
But the hills are alive with the sound of music.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle, all one color. No key to where the pieces fit in.
That's a great expression. A jigsaw puzzle, all one color. I like that.
That can be explained
Please do.
later.
I've never understood the female capacity to avoid a direct answer to any question.
Yes.
Spock for the boys.
I missed you.
Logically, you should all be dead.
Is Spock the first Sigma male?
And you, as a scientist, should know that that's not possible.
Come.
Awkward shot here.
Who framed the shot? Oh, so we can do this. Okay.
Whoa!
Oh! Okay, maybe that's why.
It shouldn't hurt. Not like this. It didn't hurt us.
I am not like you.
Oh, God.
Spock catches the feels.
This would be only the second time that he shows emotion after the naked time. Oh! Good for him.
Good for him, but I thought he was Sigma. Not anymore.
My orders are to remove exactly what I intend to do, with or without your help.
Without, I should think.
Would you like to use a butterfly net on him,
No. We have orders to evacuate all colonists to Starbase 27.
Maybe I missed it, but have they said why they have to take all of them off the planet?
Those beams. They think that there's these dangerous beams coming down that causes them to die in like a month or so.
See the tail and
He's already in a jumpsuit.
I've never seen a dragon.
I have.
This was the thumbnail I was referencing, by the way, because before we watched the episode, it shows us like a quick little thumbnail from the episode. I'm like, well, this looks weird.
Yes, what did you want?
Spock, is that you?
Yes, Captain, what did you want?
Where are you?
Holy
I don't believe I want to tell you.
Spock, I don't know what you think you're doing. We're evacuating all colonists to Starbase 27.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so what?
Oh, sassy Spock.
Report to me immediately.
And I love Kirk's response with not knowing what's going on with him.
So confused that he's acting this way.
Didn't sound at all like Spock, Jim.
I thought you said you might like him if he mellowed a little.
I didn't say that.
You said that.
Not exactly.
Little moments like that make it feel like this is happening literally. This location is beautiful. Where do you think this is?
California.
Yeah.
Spock. Mr. Spock?
He's like so shocked to see Spock like that. He like his voice cracked.
I'm starting to get the sense that it's a commentary of like they're high, you know, like the flowers signify like weed, basically. I mean, it doesn't explain the whole story with the colonists, but just with Spock.
You were told to report to me at once.
I didn't want to, Jim.
Oh no.
Got him. Sulu.
Mr. Sulu understands, don't you, Mr. Sulu?
I called it. Sulu, we got an episode for you, buddy. George, we got a good one.
But you're all going back to the settlement with me, and those colonists are going aboard the ship.
They're very consistent with showing how Jim's like the mentally strongest one.
Hiya, Jimmy boy.
Oh, he got
I'm
hit.
taking care of everything. Now, all y'all got to do is just relax.
Did they sneak some flowers on board the Enterprise?
Put me through to Admiral Comac at Starfleet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain.
Of course.
You showed it.
Get back to your stations.
I'm sorry, sir. We're all transporting down to join the colony.
I said get back to your station.
Oh, sir.
He's all alone.
Kirk's had to fight every villain, but now he has to fight every member of the Enterprise.
I don't know.
Oh, don't tell me they got Scotty. No!
Y'all ever have a real cold Georgia style nut julep, huh?
I like that he has a thick southern accent.
Who wants to counteract paradise, Jim boy? McCoy out.
Phones. Bones.
Like, Jim, why are you even trying? You know they're all fucked.
The plants, they find a human body to inhabit.
In return, they give you complete health.
It's a true Eden, Jim.
We weren't meant for that, none of us. Man stagnates if he has no ambition, no desire to be more than he is.
I agree with Jim. That's a good point.
You'll come around sooner or later.
That's wild. So it's like the plant gives them a virus that makes them healthy.
But also content with no need to change or grow or be better. That's why there's no technology down there or anything.
Except for myself, all crew personnel have transported to the surface of the planet.
I wonder if people back in the 60s, knew how late this episode was. If, like, for any hardcore fans, like, oh, is this the season finale, show finale? Or they just lose? Probably not, but...
I am marooned here.
Definitely seems like it's about to, like, end at a cliffhanger.
Like...
Uh-oh! Did the second blast get him?
How's he going to do this by himself?
Okay, that's a good question. Is there, like, a timer, like, on a camera? 10 seconds to get into the...
I can leave.
That was a good shot.
Captain's log supplemental.
Yeah, great lighting, too.
I think I've discovered the answer.
Is he going to try to fight him?
Why don't you beam up now?
Just a moment.
So he has to make him mad? Is that his discovery? Anger?
All right.
Oh, my God.
This loyal, computerized half-breed, we'll see about you deserting my ship.
Ooh! A machine can be computerized, not a man.
What makes you think you're a man? You're an overgrown jackrabbit, an elf.
An overgrown jackrabbit.
I think that was Leonard Nimoy actually breaking there for a second.
Probably did, yeah.
Rotten, like the rest of your subhuman race, and you've got the gall to make love to that girl.
Uh-oh. He's getting pissed.
Oh!
Oh my God.
No, Spock, no!
Oh, what a commercial break.
Had enough? Anyhow, I don't know what you're so mad about.
You did that to me deliberately.
Oh.
I had to make you angry enough to shake off their influence.
Trying to initiate a brawl with over 500 crewmen and colonists is hardly logical.
I was just thinking that.
Striking a fellow officer is a court-martial offense.
Well, if we're both in the brig, who's going to build the subsonic transmitter?
He's like, we really don't have time for another trial episode.
I was kind of hoping we're going to have a roast session for each member of the party.
But they wouldn't have nothing once they get to Sulu. He's too elite.
Can I come aboard? I've never seen a starship before.
It'll take a few moments. Just wait there.
I think he really does feel something for her.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's like a Jedi Knight.
I'll be back shortly, Captain.
Here's a question. What made Kirk angry again for him to snap back?
Yeah, he just kind of like fought through it, basically.
That's what he does.
Come back with me, please.
I can't.
I know it's not right, but a part of me wants it for him.
He deserves it.
I can't lose you now, Mr. Spock. I can't.
I am what I am, Layla.
I've lost all of it.
Ooh, not just anger, sadness too, I guess.
Do you mind if I say I still love you? You never told me if you had another name, Mr. Spock.
You couldn't pronounce it.
Nice.
I'll not hear this, of course. It'll be more a sensation of feeling it.
Kind of like a dog whistle.
Ah, gotcha.
Sorry, Giselle.
What do you think you're doing?
I said I was sorry.
More like you're clumsy.
Oh, no! Damn! I think they made a movie kind of like that called The Signal.
We don't need you, not as a doctor.
Oh, no?
Oh, shit.
He's gonna smash that glass on his head.
Ooh! Right where that appendix used to be.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Sandoval wishes to speak to you.
Put him on the speaker.
Look at Kirk's face, like, yep, I figured it out again.
We'll give you every cooperation.
We'll begin transporting your people aboard as soon as more of our crew checks in.
Damn, he looked right into the camera on that one.
Maybe we can't stroll to the music of the lute. We must march to the sound of drums.
Oh, dude, he's messed up from this.
We haven't heard much from you about Omicron Ceti 3, Mr. Spock.
I have little to say about it, Captain. For the first time in my life, I was happy.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
Spock! Why you gotta do that to me? Wow. Oh. For the first time in your life, you were happy. I mean, I get it. He feels suppresses emotions, but why you gotta do that to me?
So I don't know, man. I'm very shocked, but I think this might be my favorite episode so far.
Really? Wow.
I'm surprised because like the first 15-20 minutes, I was like I mentioned during the episode, I was thinking like, oh, this is just a, this is the 60s when this was made. This is just a metaphor for like, oh, drugs, namely marijuana, makes everyone lazy, not want to work, and I thought it was going to kind of go down that path, but it ended up, I think there was still some of that there in the comic relief aspect of it, but it ended up being so deep, and the story was just with Spock and this actress, and whoever that actress is that plays the love interest, great job. I mean, we've never heard about this relationship, never heard about this woman, but she like makes you believe this real relationship they had 6 years ago. And I'll get into a lot more in detail after you go, but yeah, I really loved Enemy Within. That episode with the two Kirks, that was my favorite episode, and it might still be, but this one is definitely up there.
Yeah, man. The first 10 minutes of every Star Trek episode, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What is this? And then when it finally clicked, it's like, oh, wow. But like, I'm always skeptical during that first 15 minutes. But I think the best part was the swerve, where like, as every Star Trek episode, it zooms in on the blonde with the glowing hair, and then it cuts to Kirk. But when it cut to Spock, I'm like, oh, that. From that point on, I'm like, okay, we got something interesting here. And yeah, just to praise that actress, like when she was crying at the end for not being able to be with Spock anymore, like those were like real tears, man. Those were real emotions that were coming out. That like nothing felt fake about it. It felt super real. I felt all of it. And then especially with Spock's ending scene for the first time, I was happy. And you just like, oh geez. And this episode really sold you. I'm like, oh fuck, it might end on a cliffhanger when Kirk's just on the Enterprise by himself. It's like, oh my god. Because it was only like half hour in, but like it felt like it was at that 45, 48 minutes. It's like, holy shit. But I guess the only thing I didn't like about it is like, Kirk's just, like they just push him over the moon, where it's like he doesn't get affected by the first dose, and then like he does get by the second, and then something happens where he remembers to be angry. He's like, that's it. But the lighting and the shot with the spin around the suitcase when he's standing at like the beam board, all that was fantastic. But and like even Kirk's smile at the end, like, oh yeah, I figured it out again. It's like, but besides that, yeah, wonderful episode.
Well, he's basically like Super Cena, it's just like Kirk wins, lol, every episode. But yeah, just a few other things. I thought there was a great character moment with Sulu when they're first looking around, and he's like, I don't know what would be weird on a farm if it was 2 feet in front of me. Like, just a great line and a little character growth moment that doesn't really lead to anything in the episode, but just gives you a little piece of his character. And we got a few of those with some different characters in this. Obviously the acting from Leonard Nimoy, and I always forget the name of the actor who plays Bones, but both of them, when after they took this, had this virus from the flower, the different ways they acted, I thought was great. And then just a couple funny things. I thought the only time we see Scotty is a shot of the back of his head, so it clearly wasn't the actor. They didn't want to pay him for this episode, so that was kind of funny. And you called it last episode. You're like, now Scotty's not going to be here for a couple episodes. At least for this one, he wasn't. And then also you mentioned that scene where the actress and Spock are talking at the end. The score, I thought, in this episode was also excellent. And that scene in particular, when it's swelling up, really plays on the emotions of that scene. And then just throughout the episode, I think they've used some of this score before in other episodes, but just a really nice, soothing score in the background throughout that just really stuck out to me more than in most of the episodes. I really like these outdoor episodes where they're like in these landscapes, but whenever they do that, a lot of it gets like ADR'd and it sounds really weird. My guess is that because they're outside and at the time they didn't have the technology to like have good enough, microphones, so they had to re-record a lot of the lines. It makes it stick out a little bit, but I'm not going to blame it too much for that.
I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, I was watching some like that didn't like match up right. I don't know if like the thing was skipping, but it felt like totally ADR. But you got to think the wind's probably blowing. It's like, they're probably using boom mics. But yeah, whatever location this is was fucking gorgeous. It's like, I want to like go on a vacation there. It's like, I made that, Sound of Music joke because it looked exactly like that set when they shot that. And really quick, the character stuff really makes you feel like this is all linear. I said it in the watch along, but it really makes it feel like, okay, they've established and they're putting all these things in there, probably on purpose, where it can make it feel like, this is happening, chronologically instead of just dropping us into a random episode.
Yeah, and it makes sense that even though they were filmed in a little bit of a different production order, as they're writing these episodes and they're filming them, they're gonna be a little bit impressioned by the ones they've already written and filmed. Like it's gonna play a little bit of a role even if the story isn't directly linear. So I really loved the episode. Like I said, it could be my favorite, but definitely one of them for sure so far. So, and just a huge string of really good episodes. The last like 3 have all been top tier. It's nuts. So hopefully that continues.
Yeah, I've said for 3 episodes it's all downhill from here, but so far it's still going uphill. So keep it up, please.
All right, well, we're going to continue. Comment down below your guys' thoughts on the episode. You agree, disagree with anything we said. If there's anything we missed or didn't talk about in the episode, leave that down below as well. And make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We're the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, we're in episode 25, but according to CBS/Paramount Plus, episode 26. Of Star Trek The Original Series. I guess, what was that episode called? The Cage? They're now recognizing it as episode 1 on the website here, which is odd. But today we're watching The Devil in the Dark. Excited about that. But before we get started, I'd like to address that I'm going to rip down all these Star Wars posters and put it up all Star Trek posters, because Kenobi was... I was a little harsh on Kenobi. I want to say I really liked it. I like the duels. I just... I'm Team Trekkie now. I'm on your guys. I'm more excited to watch this than I am any new show now. It's crazy, and this show is late 60s, and I'm like, I was so excited to watch this today. I'm like, because we haven't recorded for like a week or a little less than a week. I'm like, I was chomping at the bit to get this done. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. As far as Kenobi goes, I mean, I think it is kind of funny that no matter the program, so far on this channel, we've had a handful of things where we've given a negative, whether it's a reaction or a review, whatever the case is, and on each of those videos, we will get the most thumbs down or negative comments of any of the videos that we post. Sometimes we'll have positive reactions to something and get some negative comments, but I just think it's ironic that it's like whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, Marvel, The Matrix, like it really doesn't matter if we put out that we just don't really like something that much. People get very angry.
People have called me a hater. I want to look at this poster right here and these posters over here. It's like, and I have Star Wars books on my floor. It's like, I was cheering throughout all of Book of Boba Fett when people were like, oh, this show sucks. I'm like, no, man, it's like, and I finally show a little bit like, well, maybe it's like, oh, you're a hater. It's like, come on. Next time I go to a restaurant that I don't like it, I'll become a cook. Okay.
Moving on to Star Trek, last episode that we watched, This Side of Paradise, was one of my favorite episodes so far. I really enjoyed it. I would say it's at least top 2, might be my favorite for me thus far in the season, and so I'm really excited to watch these last few, as I know that a lot of these, including I think this one, but a lot of the last few here of the season are some people's favorite episodes of the series, so doing Devil in the Dark today. Very excited for that. And we're just about 100 subscribers away, a little more than 100 from our subscriber goal of 2,000. Once we hit that, we're going to let you guys choose a film for us to react to. And that's any movie, not a Star Trek movie. Any movie. Comment down below what you want us to react to. We've already gotten a ton of great comments. We're putting the list together. Once we hit 2,000, we're going to put that list as a poll for you guys to vote on and decide what movie we react to and put on the channel for that milestone.
Absolutely. And I think we will definitely do that in person, which changes up the dynamic a little bit. It's fun. So please, let us reach that goal. I want to deliver DoorDash to Josh's house once again.
Absolutely. So we're going to jump into it here. If it's your first time here, obviously, like I said, make sure to subscribe, get us to that 2,000 goal, and become part of the target audience.
A little more intense intro.
Sure relief, Sam.
This has got to be the first cold open with outside characters. I mean, there's just like no one from the Enterprise here. It's just a bunch of random people.
Stay on your toes, Schmitter. Keep your phaser in your hand at all times.
How about all those other people before the monster got them?
Do they have gangster accents?
Is it true the Enterprise is on its way?
It's coming.
You could get here in the next 4 hours?
You'll be all right.
Good luck. Oh, didn't last long. They weren't even gone yet.
They were gone for like less than a minute.
Burn to a crisp.
That was like a pure horror opening.
It's gonna get dark.
I feel like if I had seen that as a kid, I would have been afraid.
And the best part is, they didn't even show us anything.
Mr. Spock, Dr. McCoy, and I.
The big three!
Always.
Administrative head of Janus 6.
I mean, usually they throw a couple other people, but no, just the big three this time. Okay.
Sensors gave us an unusually rich per diem reading. Not only per diem, whatever you want. Uranium, cerium, platinum.
Vibranium.
About to say, per diem, the monster's being paid to be there for the weekend? What, $20 per day?
I don't know what this butchering monster is, but I know what it's doing.
This is my ant farm.
I'd like to examine the body.
We kept it for you. There isn't much left. Roberts will show you.
Do you think this was a routine stop for the Enterprise, or did it receive a distress call, like, hey, we need your help?
I think he said they received a distress call.
We'll need your complete cooperation.
You'll have it. Just find that creature, whatever it is. I've got a quota to meet.
Just worried about his quota.
Not about the men dying.
A chemical corrosion. Almost as if he'd been thrown into a vat of extremely corrosive acid.
Oh.
Ooh. They were doing the heartbeat from McCoy's medical day. Oh no, they got Ryan Gosling's dad. Oh!
That's very cinematic looking.
Back to your stations. Look at that.
Credit to them for using an echo effect.
Oh yeah, good point. Nice little detail. I wonder if that's a remaster detail.
PXK per GM reactor? No, sir. We don't.
Welcome back.
You find that monster and kill it.
The missing pump was not taken by accident. It was the one piece.
Weird cut.
What's that?
I knew that would come into play.
But what if life exists based on another element? Silicon.
Scotty, ride herd on it. Kind words, tender loving care. Kiss it, bathe it, flatter it if you have to, but keep it going.
I'll do what I can, sir.
That was pretty good.
To level, checking out every foot of opening.
Oh, we got a whole line of red shirts.
And remember this, 50 people have died. I want no more deaths.
50?
The creature may or may not attack on sight, however, you must.
Well, after 50 deaths, I would assume it would attack on sight.
I don't know any safe place, Captain. The way that thing comes and goes.
Well, gentlemen, you have your instructions. Let's get at it.
He just ignores him. He's like, all right, well, anyway. All right, we got a group of 3 here. Are they all gonna die?
A life form, Captain. 4 degrees.
One of our people.
No, sir. Silicon.
Spock's only interested in proving that he was correct. Dude, why are you just standing there? I'd be running.
Dude, every shot of that thing has been the same, where it just comes up at the last second. Dead.
You never even had a chance to fire, Captain.
Only been seconds since we heard him scream.
Oh, he had a chance to fire. He stood there and stared at it for like 3 seconds. Also, he was in a group of 3. It's like, why did he leave? Everyone that's died has been alone. Oh my god! Well, that is not what I expected.
I'm pretty sure I smoked somebody that looked like that in high school.
Did you see it, sir?
Yes, we saw it. Where does the tunnel go, Mr.
Look at this guy next to Kirk. I want that touch of gray. What a Chad. He's got the Chad haircut.
Yeah, with a nice stone jaw. Oh, a little piece of it fell off. Yeah, it's breathing.
If it is the only survivor of a dead race, to kill it would be a crime against science.
That's an interesting twist.
Our mission is to protect this colony, to get the Pergeum moving again. This is not a zoological expedition. I'm sorry, Mr. Spock, but I'm afraid the creature must die.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that people pointed out like the reason like Kirk was able to break through the trance of the spores last week is because of his love of his crew and ship and all that. And similar with an earlier episode, I'm like, okay, that makes a little more sense than him just, breaking through.
In an effort to surround it, possibly capture it.
Your orders are shoot to kill. Protect yourself.
Oh, we got a little disagreement going on.
Scotty here, Captain. My brilliant improvisation just gave up the ghost. It couldn't stand the strain.
Did Scotty just put himself over?
His brilliant improvisation.
The reactor will go supercritical in about 10 hours, sir. You have that long to find the mechanism.
We'll do our best.
Where's McCoy at?
Yeah, he's been gone for a while. Maybe that's all they needed him for, so they sent him back up. They're like, okay, well, we know the medical side now. You can go back to the ship. I'm willing to bet they went over budget on this episode.
I'm about to say, they built this entire tunnel here. This is pretty impressive.
Explain.
Only a theory I have.
Oh, shit.
Captain. Jim.
Seem to have had a cave-in.
Oh, he didn't even see the monster?
Dude, what if those are eggs?
Okay, oh my god.
I understand why they froze. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, now I get it. It's just pure disbelief.
I'm just picturing some guy wearing this rubber suit just laying on the ground.
Yeah.
All right, start crawling forward. All right, stop. All right, back up. All right, good.
Okay, so it's obviously like sentient. It can tell like a phaser's being pointed at it.
You don't dare take the chance, Captain.
Kill it.
I thought you were the one that wanted kept alive.
Yeah.
Jim, your life is in danger. You can't take the risk.
It's like they've switched sides now. Where Spock's saying to kill it and Kirk doesn't want to.
Now Kirk sees something in it, but now Spock's like, oh, screw it, kill it. Back to logic. And then Kirk's like, no, wait.
Well, because Spock is all he cares about is, the captain. So as soon as he's in danger, he's like, kill it.
Well, you can be hurt, can't you?
Oh, is that from when he got hit last time?
Yes.
You're right, I think.
All over the place.
You're aware of the Vulcan technique of the joining of two minds.
He's gonna mind meld it. All that thing do has is to quickly flash up and he's burned.
Yeah, I know. Imagine, like... Oh! I was gonna say, imagine bonding your mind with this creature.
Pain!
Oh, God.
Existence is pain. What?
Oh, my God.
No kill eye.
Get the fuck out of here.
It gained an immediate knowledge of us from its empathy with me.
Ah.
It calls itself a hoarder.
Dr. McCoy, this is Captain Kirk.
Yes, Captain.
Grab your medical kit and come down here on the double. I've got a patient for you.
So that confirms, obviously, that Bones is up on the Enterprise. I mean, think about what went into even just making this costume. It's like breathing and
a lot of moving parts there, yeah.
What in the name of...
Great reaction.
What the fuck have I missed?
The thing is virtually made out of stone.
Help it. Treat it.
I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer.
Cry for the children. Sorrow for the murdered children. The thing you search for is there. Go. Go. For the end of things. Go. There is a passageway. Quickly.
Really had to stretch it out there, huh?
That's pretty long.
It's like, all right, we get it. Go through the tunnel. Good performance by Leonard Nimoy, but I was like, come on.
Whenever he gets to stretch his acting chops beyond his usual character, yeah, I'm sure he likes that.
So much for being the last of its kind.
That's right, Lieutenant. Just beam it down to me immediately, and never mind what I want it for. I just want it.
Jeez, who's he yelling at?
What are they going to send down?
Their operations destroyed thousands.
And that's why the monster was killing him.
They're coming.
Oh, what the?
All right, let's...
What was that?
That thing has killed 50 of my men.
You've killed thousands of our children.
What?
Every 50,000 years, the entire race dies, all but one. This creature here is the mother of her race.
Seems to me that we could make an agreement.
Work together. Yay.
They tunnel, you collect and process. And your process operation would be 1,000 times more profitable.
Okay, so there's absolutely money in the future. Like, people have commented that on a lot of our episodes that there's no money. They're literally talking about profit.
It won't die. By golly, Jim, I'm beginning to think I can cure a rainy day.
Well, I had the ship beam down 100 pounds of that thermal concrete. You know, the kind we use to build emergency shelters out of.
And it'll act like a bandage until it heals.
There we go, Bones. Finally, we're on the Enterprise.
Yes, Chief. Kirk here.
Just wanted to tell you the eggs have started to hatch, Captain.
Are Scotty and the Red Shirts still knocked down on the planet down there? Did they ever wake up? When they were knocked out by the jumpsuits?
Yeah, that would have been an awkward exchange when they had to admit to doing that.
Well, you people are going to be embarrassingly rich.
You know, the Horde aren't so bad once you get used to their appearance.
What Sheep Vanderberg said about the Horta is exactly what the Mother Horta said to me. She found humanoid appearance revolting, but she thought she could get used to it.
Tell me, did you happen to make any comment about those ears?
She found them the most attractive human characteristic of all.
I suspect you're becoming more and more human all the time.
Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted.
Ahead, warp factor 2.
I live for those end of the show moments between the big three. I love them so much. They just it's like the nice ending to a sitcom. Despite all the great life lessons and everything we learn, I just like that little banter between those three, between, just picking on Spock and Spock giving it right back to him. Okay, you go first.
Yeah, so first of all, really like it. It was a very different episode. The opening was just like a straight horror cold opening that didn't even have any of the main characters. The whole episode was much different than anything we've seen, and the ending, I really liked how it ended up concluding, and the explanation of why the creature was doing this and how they resolved it. Now, I know this would never happen in a Star Trek episode, but if this was a little bit of a darker show, would have been awesome if they set up this whole agreement they go back up to the Enterprise, and then the guy calls from the planet, and then the monsters are actually eating, killing all the humans still, not going on the plan. But that's for a different type of show, not for Star Trek. I don't know why that just popped in my mind. Like, that'd be a great twist ending. But as far as the episode, I don't think I connected to it as much as some of my favorites. I enjoyed the story for what it was, and I'll talk more in detail about some of the things after you go, but not one of my favorites, but I definitely liked it, and I thought it was, a completely solid episode.
Yeah, for me, it falls under that classic Star Trek type persona or rumor or ideal that people think of Star Trek of, where it's like there's we're set up with this problem. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. There's a resolution because it's the future, and we work together. That's exactly what that episode was. And I thought it worked pretty well. The whole horror aspect was great. The creature was kind of goofy. Looked kind of goofy. You can tell it's just some guy on all fours in a rubber suit just, pushing stuff around. But they did a good job of, having a lot of moving pieces there. Spock got to stretch his acting legs, connecting with this creature. And, I feel like there's been plenty of that so far where it's like just a big, misunderstanding. We got to come together and like, oh, there's a mutual benefactor here. They survive off the mining and, building the tunnels, and we get the minerals. And it's like, oh, yay, we're all good. So it wasn't that deep per se, but there's something to be learned from it in terms of humanity and other things we might come across, how we can, rather than just kill it. Because at first, like, Spock didn't want to kill it, and then he wanted to kill it. And then maybe just to make Kirk look more like the hero in that sense. But I don't know. Everyone got their moments in this episode. McCoy was able to be a doctor and something he's not familiar with. Kirk figuring out. Spock doing his mind meld thing. Solid. This is a solid entry.
I really liked seeing the character moments where, Spock wants to preserve the creature at first because he thinks it's the last one. Kirk's like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to protect these people. I'm going to kill it. And then once Spock thinks that Kirk isn't any type of danger, he's immediately like, kill it. Immediately is like, the captain's life is more important than whatever the case is with this creature. So I really like to see that. And then also Bones at the end there, that was hilarious and awesome seeing him come down and heal the creature after at first being like, I'm a doctor, I'm not a bricklayer. That was an awesome quote. And then he ends up figuring out how to save its life. That was great. And I also wanted to comment on the actual appearance of the creature. At first, I didn't think they were going to show it at all outside of those little glimpses we were getting, and I thought that'd be the right choice. And then when they actually showed it, I was like, oh no. I was like, this is not it. They should not have shown the creature because it looks so ridiculous. But the fact that they actually like committed and showed so much of it, and the creature actually became its own character in the episode, it kind of went so far past the initial ridiculousness that it ends up becoming good. You know what I mean? Like the campiness, the cheesiness, they actually bought into it. So it wasn't like they showed it once and then never showed it again. Because they committed to it so much, I was able to actually buy into it. And I liked that they showed it as much as they did.
I think they made a solid choice, and once they showed the full thing, they kept it pretty limited at that point. They didn't have it do too much besides going, back and forth, up and down. I thought it was a bit ridiculous when it typed out like no kill eye or whatever. It's like, oh, like what the fuck? And it's like, oh, because he mind melded with Spock. I'm like, okay, I'll give you that one.
But yeah, like you said, I don't think the story is like too deep. There's a nice, environmental message. Like even in space in the future, humans are still finding a way to mess up the ecosystem that they're, drilling or whatever they're doing. And there's a nice story about working together with, nature and other creatures. But beyond that, it's not, a huge, a deep theme that I connected with or anything. So that's just probably why it's not one of my favorites. But I wouldn't say there's really anything wrong with the episode. It was also very weird seeing basically no Enterprise in the cold open throughout the episode. They beam right down. Only at the very end we see it. That was very odd to me. I thought we weren't going to see it at all. Like for some reason they couldn't shoot on the Enterprise that week or something. I found that very interesting.
I don't think we saw we didn't see Sulu, but I don't think we saw Uhura either.
Nope, that's rare. Yeah.
No regulars on the deck in front of Kirk. Yeah, very odd episode, but enjoyable. It wasn't like, I I was interested. The direction, music, choices, and everything else, kept you hooked in, but it wasn't too deep as some other ones where I'm like, oh, where you just rethink your whole life, basically. It was just a good lesson, If a kid watched this, he'd be like, oh, okay, that's a good lesson. And even as an adult, I'm like, that's a good lesson. So
yeah, absolutely.
Bravo.
Well, that's going to be your thoughts on the episode. Comment down below. I know this episode was some people's one of their favorites, so comment down below what you agree, disagree with what we said, or if there's anything we missed or didn't bring up, comment that down below as well. In addition to this, we're also watching Season 3 of HBO's Barry, and once we finish that, there will be a bunch of new stuff that we have working on here coming to the channel that we'll be talking about soon. And of course, when we hit that 2,000 subscriber mark, we'll be doing that subscriber special movie reaction for you guys. So make sure to like the video, spread this out to other Star Trek fans, and subscribe if you haven't already. Become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Your improvisation is great, Josh. Is that what Scotty said? Improvisation?
His brilliant improvisation?
Yeah, brilliant improvisation. That was great. But that'll do it here for the target audience. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
Hello there, I'm Josh, this is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. And I know what you're thinking. Already another Star Trek reaction? Yes, our second one this week. We were doing him at a solid 2 episodes a week a little over a month ago, and then we've just gotten really busy. We were watching some other stuff, but we're back. Hopefully 2 episodes a week moving forward, and we're going to be jumping into Errand of Mercy today. The last episode we just watched was The Devil in the Dark, a very interesting episode that a lot of the commenters seem to really like. Some of them I saw said that it was in their top 10 or one of their favorites of the first season or even the whole series. But what I thought was really great is how many comments we got about how the monster reminded them of like pizza or sausage pizza or baked lasagna. Those food references were all great in the comments.
Yeah, and I referenced it as weed, like I smoked something similar back in high school. Yeah, and we really praised that episode, and it really was just like when people think of Star Trek, they think of an episode like that. Misunderstanding, use your words. Oh, this isn't what we thought it was. Let's be civil about this. And I'm so attached to these characters. I've become a bigger Star Trek fan than a Star Wars fan, and I've been a Star Wars fan all my life, and it'd be blasphemy to tell my 10-year-old self this of what's going to happen in the future. But this show, man, it's something else.
It's great, and we're only have a few episodes left here in the season, but once we finish that, we're definitely going to continue, watch season 2 and 3, the movies, Next Generation, everything. So if it's your first time here and you're a big Star Trek fan, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are within 100 subscribers of the time of recording this, of our subscriber goal of 2,000. When we hit that, we're going to let you guys, the subscribers, choose a movie for us to react to. We've been putting the list together from your guys' comments and recommendations. A poll would be posted once we hit 2,000, and we will react to a film that you guys decide. So really excited for that, and really excited to watch the last few episodes of season 1 of this show. So we're going to get started.
Hey, woo! Sulu! I knew it. I knew we'd be back eventually.
Negotiations with the Klingon Empire are on the verge of breaking down.
Klingons, I've heard that before.
I've heard that before, too. There's a character in TNG I know named Worf that's a Klingon.
The automatic deflector screen just popped on. Body approaching.
Configuration, Mr. Simmons.
Been a while since we had one of those.
That's the most vibrations I've ever seen from that.
Only drifting debris. We got him.
All hands, maintain general alert.
Oh, wow. Imagine you go to, like, attack the Enterprise and they just blow the shit out of you. No chance.
Quick, fire! Oh, fuck, we're dead.
Your responsibility is to the Enterprise, not to us. Is that clear?
Perfectly, sir.
Back to the conversation last week, how he always puts his ship and people first. Like, hey, leave us. You get the ship out of here.
On the location here. There's some green goats.
Oh yeah, this looks like the set where they were in that town where everything was being bombed.
This is my first officer, Mr. Spock.
You're most welcome, my friend.
Is there someplace we can go and talk?
Oh, yes, our council chambers are nearby. Please.
Just that entire scene was ADR. But they're outside.
For tens of thousands of years, there's been absolutely no advancement, no significant change in their physical environment.
Tens of thousands?
Captain, I can see that you do not understand us. Perhaps...
Excuse me, sir. Kirk here.
A large number of Klingon vessels have just arrived.
You're opening fire.
Sulu in the captain's chair.
Contact the fleet. Return if the odds are more equal. Kirk out.
Several hundred men have appeared near the Citadel.
How does he know that?
They're clearly much more advanced than even the Federation.
Captain, our phasers are gone.
Did you take them?
Yes, Captain, I took them.
I like their outfits.
Were you armed, you might be tempted to use violence, and that we cannot permit.
Spock always has a hood or a scarf. He's always got to look the most fashionable.
Oh, is this them?
Who are you?
Oh, he is Barona, one of our leading citizens.
And he has no tongue?
I have a tongue.
Where is your smile?
Now what?
The stupid, idiotic smile everyone else seems to be wearing.
Damn, dude. This guy's intense.
You are now subjects of the Klingon Empire. You will find there are many rules and regulations. They will be posted.
Yeah, they look like they're not taking him seriously at all.
He will be examined. If he is lying, he will die. Take him.
Oh, shit.
If anyone can pass the lie detector test, it's Spock.
You may be a man I can deal with, Barona.
I hope Kirk gets to punch this guy in this episode.
Neighborhood controls will be established.
I like how there's a fire on the wall and the wall was just like burned.
He is what he claims to be, Commander. His main concern seems to be how he would carry out his business under our occupation.
He passed.
We can record every thought in a man's mind. Of course, when that much force is used, the mind is emptied.
And Spock beat this thing.
Are you sure you're all right?
Perfectly, Barona. But it was an interesting experience.
Well, if Spock beat it, so can Kirk.
Next time, keep your eyes open or I'll shut them permanently.
Captain.
Jeez, dude.
You didn't really think I was going to beat his head in, did you?
I thought you might.
You're right.
That's a nice touch how they had like the Klingon rules just posted like on the walls so people would see them. Oh! Knocked him out.
Is that a grenade?
6, 5, 4.
Jeez. Oh, wow.
God damn.
Satisfactory display. Of course we blew it up. Deliberately.
Great cut.
Fight and protect the ones you love.
Speak of courage, gentlemen. Does courage mean so little?
They're being recorded. Yeah, I think the Organians clearly like have this under control. It'll be explained, I'm sure, eventually, but they do not seem worried at all.
There's no need to use your machine on him, Commander. I can tell you his name. It is Captain James T. Kirk.
L1.
Damn it.
Captain of the USS Enterprise.
He knows.
All right. It's all out in the open now.
Do you always betray your friends?
I didn't want you to harm him. I'm sorry, Captain.
Nah, this guy's a snitch.
I have no desire to die for the likes of you.
Damn.
Jesus.
Oh, there you are, gentlemen.
Oh, he must have just taken care of the guards.
You expect us to trust you now?
Is there really a choice, Captain?
200 Organians have just been killed.
What?
200 of them.
They do not care. They are not worried.
Is this a representation of the Supreme Court not giving a fuck about us?
We don't care. We have lifetime appointments.
Seems it's up to you and me.
It would appear so, Captain.
There are only 2 of you against an army. Don't you realize that what you intend to do will be hopeless?
Do you know who they are? It's Kirk and Spock. They can do it.
Very bad.
It is necessary. They may harm one another.
They will wait until darkness.
I was like, oh, okay, a scene where they're talking alone. Maybe we'll find something out. No.
Nope, nothing yet.
Just
Nope.
vague hints. But here we go.
Fire.
Oh, nice.
It looks like they have Ugg boots on.
It has begun.
Oh my god. I'm gonna do something weird.
Come on, Spock!
Oh, whoa! Just a quick cut to the Enterprise there.
What just happened?
It's the old people, man. They're doing something.
We have put a stop to your violence. You? The same conditions exist on both the Starfleets.
Wow.
Our power's gone. Our phaser banks are dead.
Stand by, Sulu.
My fleet is helpless.
You didn't hear me talk to mine, but they said the same thing.
I'm going to put a stop to this insane war.
You're what?
You're talking nonsense.
What happens in space is not your business.
It's like, you motherfuckers came to my planet. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Like,
yeah.
Fuck you.
Oh, eventually you will have peace. But only after millions of people have died.
True.
In the future, you and the Klingons will become fast friends. You will work together.
Never.
Oh, they know the future now, too?
Worf, who's a Klingon, becomes a member of the Enterprise. That's crazy.
We were humanoid like yourselves. But we have developed beyond the need of physical bodies.
Not another god.
They're everywhere. Oh, here they go. That guy's great.
Well, Commander, I guess that takes care of the war.
A shame, Captain. It would have been glorious.
And then they all just left.
You and I have no reason to be embarrassed. We did, after all, beat the odds.
We didn't beat the odds. We didn't have a chance. The Organians raided the game.
No Bones in the episode. That's rare. He's usually always in it. I think the episode was, the best thing about it was the introduction to the Klingon race. The leader of the Klingons, I don't know his name, but the actor I thought did a great job being very aggressive, very kind of over the top without getting too ridiculous. I thought he played his part really well. For me, probably the biggest, so that'd be the biggest positive. The biggest negative for me was probably that the Organians, to me, instantly came off as they didn't care about this at all, and it to me it felt like they were going to be the solution to the problem immediately. So I never really bought into the stakes. As Kirk says at the end of the episode, they raided the game, so it didn't really matter what was going on. I knew at the end the Organians were just going to come in with a solution. It was made just a little bit too obvious to me, so that'd be the biggest negative for me. But I do think it was a good episode, and I do like the Klingons and the introduction to this race, similar to the Romulans, as this more aggressive, war-focused race.
Yeah, they kind of reminded me of Khan and his group of people, and they seem to have like this Mongolian type of mentality, where they kind of even look like Mongolians, like Genghis Khan, just taking over everything. But yeah, with the Organians here, just not caring. I like the little moment of Kirk and the leader of the Klingons. They both turn to the leader of the Organians like, what do you mean? Like, these two races are fighting on their planets, and it's like they're upset, like that they're not into it. It's like, what do you mean? It's like motherfucker, you're on our planet. Like, why are you come on now. I thought that little moment of funny when the two enemies are kind of teaming up against the planet they're on. It's like, well, they're not really involved here. I got to be honest, I don't have much to say about this episode.
There were a few really kind of long back and forths between the leader of the Klingons and Kirk that I thought were really good. Unfortunately, they were just, dialogue back and forth. So if a lot of it isn't in the reaction here, that's wise because, we were just kind of listening to it and enjoying it. And I thought that was a good back and forth to see both of their perspectives. But yeah, this episode from a reaction standpoint, there really just wasn't much to react to, I guess. But I just thought it was a good episode all around. I just wish it wouldn't have been made so obvious to me from the beginning that the Organians were going to be this overpowering force that had a solution. And I do just quickly want to say we've gotten comments in the past about us being too critical about that or thinking of this, remembering that it's a 60s TV show. you know, we do, and we understand that. Everything that we say in these end of the video recaps is all taken with a grain of salt of realizing the situation of the TV show. I mean, the whole point of us watching it is to give it this fresh perspective. You know, we're not watching it in the 60s on a television. You know, we're watching it in 2022. That's kind of the point of the reaction and our thoughts. But I say that just to say we're not saying it's a bad thing or that makes the episode bad for what it was. We're just saying from watching it today, that's how it came off to me, but I still enjoyed it.
Yeah, we're aware of the limitations and what things were like and what they did. And as far as I'm concerned, like a TV show like this would be like, it'd still be a masterpiece today, in my opinion. You know, this is old, but it's new to us, and it's like, holy shit, this is great. And Spock and Ugg boots, you know, just 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
So yeah, and also we had such just like a string of really good episodes, you know, just a little bit ago. So these ones aren't for me like hitting as much as being my favorites, but it's probably because we're coming off of this string of some of my favorite episodes so far. So I feel the same way with this one. Is kind of how I do with Devil in the Dark. Really enjoyed them both, liked the stories, but I just didn't like connect with them as much as I have with some of my favorites. But yeah, that's about all I have to say.
I just like how they're establishing these races and just knowing what I know from Star Trek, just in kind of like word of mouth, how like these races are going to come back in future episodes or movies, like Klingons and Khan. So it's kind of neat to see these introductions and knowing that they're going to be brought back later on.
Yeah, absolutely, because even as someone who's never seen Star Trek, I've heard of the Klingons, and, you know, I've heard about it just in popular culture, so, yeah, totally right there with you. Well, that's going to be our thoughts on the episode. If this is one of your favorites, or you agree or disagree with anything we said, put it down in the comments. If there's anything we missed or didn't talk about, let us know as well, any fun facts you know about this one, and make sure to like the video, spread it out to other Star Trek fans so we can hit that 2,000 subscriber goal and do that movie reaction, movie of your guys' choosing for you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, episode 27, right? Since they changed the numbers on the website, it's screwing me up. Episode 27. Everyone's favorite, supposedly, to all the comments, the alternative factor. I think this is one of the few times where people are telling us in advance, like, oh man, it's bad. I can't believe you have to watch it next. But I hope this still gets 3,000 views so they all watch it with us and, you know, we can all suffer together.
Yeah. I'm still trying to go in with an open mind. I'm not going to take the comments and go in trying to be really negative, you know. We'll see how it is. We'll judge it for what it is. But, yeah. Basically unanimously, I haven't seen anyone tell us that they've liked this episode. I'm just curious. I'm curious why. Like, why would it be so bad? No one's really gone into detail. Thankfully, we haven't been spoiled or anything, but no one's really gone into detail as to why it's so bad. So I'm just curious on that level as to why this is regarded as one of the worst episodes.
Yeah, same here. Also really appreciate all the no spoilers. This whole little community of Star Trek fans could easily just come in and, you know, like, oh, this happens in movie 4, and, you know, they're all neat and cool, so thank you guys for that. I'm kind of excited to see why it's bad, and I'm sure for some reason it's going to end up being my favorite episode, and I can't wait.
That'd be great. Well, we're going to jump into it. We do have a little bit of an announcement, though, here. A lot of you guys have been commenting, talking about our full uncut reactions. If there's any way you guys can, you know, get those, and we have decided we are going to start a Patreon. It's actually open right now. I'll put the link down in the description. Just $5 a month, and you'll get all of the uncut, unedited reactions to the full videos. Obviously, we can't include the episodes, but there will be a time code so you can sync them up on your own and watch the entire episode with us. Starting with not this one because we're still getting everything working here on the back end, but the next Star Trek episode, The City on the Edge of Forever, is going to be our first Patreon video where our full uncut reaction will be on there. But if you're not into the Patreon, don't worry. Everything here on YouTube will stay exactly the same. 1 to 2 Star Trek episodes a week, and Barry, a bunch of other stuff we're excited to have coming here soon that we'll be reacting to. So everything on YouTube is still going to stay the same. We're not taking anything away, but a lot of people did ask about the Patreon, so we're opening that up for you guys as well if you're interested in those full reactions, and go check that out. There's other stuff included in that we're really excited for. But yeah, also the 2,000 subscribers, either we've already hit it by the time this is posted or we're right there, right on the cusp. So that poll for what movie we're going to react to for our subscriber special either will be up already or will be up soon. So go vote in that. Choose what movie we'll be reacting to for you guys here on YouTube.
And absolutely. And we've been discussing this about what other future new shows we should watch. Because after Kenobi, we thought what else we should do and whether we should even continue with Andor or anything else. So in addition to any old movies you want us to react to for another poll in the future, also what any new, current, or even in the past shows as well. Little light crew, huh? Seems kind of empty.
About 4 more orbits ought to do it, Mr. Leslie. That'll wrap it up.
No Sulu. That's why it's bad right off the bat.
To make it worse, there'll be no bones either. I like this simple picture-in-picture effect.
The entire magnetic field in this solar system simply blinked.
What you're describing
is non-existence.
Are you saying that Thanos snapped them out of existence and then they were snapped back?
Well, what is it?
It is apparently human, Captain.
And its appearance coincided with this cosmic winking out?
Time jump.
Let's go. Communications, priority 1.
I can already tell I'm going to be questioning the whole episode, like, is this bad because I was told it was bad, or is it actually bad? I'm, like, trying to flush it out of my mind, you know? I mean, I thought it was kind of a weird opening, but it was fine.
If they're concerned about one dude on one planet, can they skip it? Or do they have to go down there? Oh, they're back at the desert. That's like the same desert where he fought the Gorgon, or whatever it was called.
Gorn?
Gorn, yeah.
Whole squad of randoms.
Yeah, no bones.
A one-man spaceship crash?
God, it's gotta be so hot in those clothes. Tight black pants. Skin-tight sweater.
You came! Thank the heavens!
Oh, God.
Oh, no! Oof.
That
It's
facial
gotta be
hair
the fakest beard I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, it's gotta be glued on.
Whatever that phenomenon was, it drained almost all of our crystals completely.
Without full crystal power, our orbit will begin to decay in 10 hours.
I feel like whenever they need to throw in an extra problem, they're always just like, the crystals, we're running out of crystals, we're gonna start declining. It's like, okay.
We need something to speed this up to have a little more tension.
McCoy, Captain.
Hey!
Oh, okay.
He'll be stiff and sore for a while, but he'll be all right.
I'll talk to him later, thank you.
That's how I feel every day. Stiff and sore, but I'll make it.
I'll talk to our unexpected guest. Maybe he can provide some answers.
A lot of fade dissolves here.
You say this one man destroyed your entire civilization.
To the last man, woman, and child.
Do you shave your upper lip, or does it just not grow there?
Help me in visiting justice and vengeance upon him.
My only cause.
Looks like their eye lines are off.
Yeah, he's not looking at Kirk.
He's looking like right at his chest.
I'll check your story out.
That's a pretty neat ship, though. Like a one-man ship.
Yeah, but it looks like a typical alien saucer.
They indicate no living creature on this planet.
Did they forget to scar him up in the last shot?
I was going to say, he wasn't all bruised up when they were just talking in that room. Especially the cut on his eye.
Yeah, that was in there.
Oh, God.
You come back in, is it?
Is this supposed to be lightning or gunshots? I can't tell. Oh, is it a newspaper? Oh. You know the newspaper spin?
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like they discovered like all these new effects on Windows Movie Maker, and they're just trying them all out. Let's try this filter. Ooh.
We don't have much of a story this episode. Throw a bunch of effects on it.
Is one of those supposed to be Kirk?
No, I think it's he's fighting whoever is in his flashbacks. I don't have no idea. I mean, I am a little bit intrigued, I'll be honest, but wish I could see it, though.
Breaking news!
Kill!
Damn, dude, chill out.
Maybe I'm imagining things and maybe I'm not. You tell me.
You tell me. That's why you brought me down here, isn't it?
Stepped into this room for just a moment.
Bones, I've got a lot of things to do. Get to the point.
Why then, when I returned, there wasn't a trace of that wound on his forehead? It was like he had never been injured.
Oh. Is that explained why in that first shot with him and Jim it was gone? And when he left it, it went back to the planet, it came back?
Maybe like the wounds and stuff are only affecting him when he's on the planet.
Reamplification finished on the dilithium crystals?
Yeah, ready and waiting.
Oh, he heard of the word crystals? Now he's freaking out?
That's the buzzword this episode. Oh, no.
Lazarus, you all right?
You decided to help me yet?
Ooh.
I have a ship's physician with a strange sense of humor.
No, but this is no joke, Jim. I know what I saw.
Kirk's been kind of rude this episode to Spock and Bones. He's just like not dealing with any BS.
Bones, if I had time, I'd laugh.
Jesus. I'm going to start dropping that in real life. If I had time, I'd laugh. I like that.
Give me the crystals. Out of the question. Those crystals are the very heart of the power of my ship.
You fool.
I'll take back what I said earlier. At least they're involving the crystals in the plot, so it makes sense for them to be involved.
I hope he doesn't see me through this see-through fence.
Chamber in 10 minutes. All
Oh!
The chamber will be ready in 10 minutes, sir. My assistant and I will... Captain! Captain!
That blunt was too strong.
I like how they saved this guy, and then as soon as they wouldn't give him the crystals, he just becomes a villain.
2 of our dilithium crystals are missing.
You can't even see his facial hair.
Is it still there?
Find the beast.
Wait, did they just not have time for the makeup that day?
It being that fake has to be a part of the plot point. It's taking my facial hair. Look.
Are you deaf as well as blind?
Sit down.
I guess she's okay.
Obviously some connection. We'll check it out. You may not have reason to thank me, depending on what we find.
He has a full beard!
Missing crystals aren't in your ship.
I'm starting to think they shot all of this in one day. Like, all the planet stuff. And then they just, did not follow it continuity-wise.
Guys, we only have the park for 2 hours. 2 takes max. Let's do this, okay?
Oh my god, dude, we get it. Breaking news! How much footage did they get of these two guys fighting like this?
Breaking news! It's gonna do it every time.
Captain, look out!
What?
Oh no!
Oh my god, that yell. Oh, what the...
Is he dead? Oh no, he's alive.
His heart's beating.
It's all right. You're on board the Enterprise.
This one red shirt's getting a lot of screen time.
My spaceship is more than just that. It's a time chamber, a time ship.
I was half right.
What did you say?
That they blipped, and they traveled through time, but he traveled through time.
He's fled me across all the years, all the empty years to a dead future on a murdered planet he destroyed.
So he's just been chasing this other guy through time. This other guy that we haven't seen at all except for these flashbacks.
You've got to get some rest, Jim. And would you get that muscle man out of my sick bay?
What did he do?
As if they noticed, hey, you're in a lot of shots here. Get out of there.
If he's here any longer, we'll have to start paying him union rates. I don't know if they had that back then, but... Oh no, he's just gonna leave.
What is your analysis of the mental state of Lazarus?
Almost as if he were 2 men.
Yes, 2 men.
He's fighting himself.
Oh, wow, okay.
2 parallel universes. Project this. One, matter. The other, antimatter. Annihilation, Jim. Total, complete, absolute annihilation.
Well, that's not great. Oh, God.
Maybe that explains why his beard keeps coming and going, because he keeps flopping back between these 2 personalities.
Yeah. I guess that guy's okay too.
I guess they're just fine. Back to work.
Yeah. Sorry, I got choked out. Back to work.
Back to work.
The Energizer's shorted.
Isn't engineering Scotty's department?
He's PTO.
Gotta get out of here. The whole thing might blow.
Man, they're putting that fog machine to work.
Fire the energizing circuit.
That's all you need, just a cloth over your face.
He's fine.
Under control, sir. But it couldn't have started by itself.
Lazarus, a trick to get the crystals.
I want to know what these crystals look like.
Sir, you shouldn't be in here.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, no. He gone.
I'll get you now. I have a threshold.
Are those them?
I'm guessing, yeah.
Energize.
Oh, he's back up? Okay. Just back to work.
They're just used to it, man, at this point. Get assaulted on the job, back to work.
As soon as an unfamiliar comes on the ship, they're like, you know, they just know they're gonna get beat up.
You took that. Not you!
What? Oh no.
Oh god.
He's in the upside down. Breaking news!
Breaking news! Is he gonna fight another Kirk?
Kirk, like, with the same beard as that one guy? As Lazarus?
Everyone in that parallel universe has that beard.
Welcome, Captain.
And if identical particles meet...
The end of everything. Civilization, existence, all gone.
Oh, okay, so this is the other one.
Surely Lazarus must realize what would happen if you should meet face to face outside the corridor.
Of course he knows, Captain.
And don't call me Shirley.
So you're the terrible thing.
Yes, Captain. Or he is. Depends on your point of view, doesn't it?
Gotcha. Breaking news! Kirk heads back to Earth 616.
Oh. Well, that was easy enough. Ooh! Ooh.
Stand back!
They weren't coming to help anyway.
Look, he's smiling in the back.
No! 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 I'm not ready!
Oh, it must be like when you cross through where the crystals are.
What of Lazarus?
And what of Lazarus?
I love that the climax was just like, just go kick his ass.
Biophasers.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Trapped forever with a raging madman at your throat. For eternity. How would it be?
The universe is safe.
For you and me. But what of Lazarus?
He'll be fine.
Yeah, I can see why it wasn't everyone's favorite, but there were some parts I enjoyed. I like how throughout the whole thing we're getting everything from the villain's point of view, and how like the other guy is the other Lazarus is the bad one, but really the other Lazarus is the good one. It's like, oh, maybe I am the monster based on this on his point of view. But I'm like, oh, well, that's neat. The whole like mirror universe type thing, how it's like they can't exist in the same one, or else I guess it'll blow up. I guess. As soon as they mention another universe, I'm just so burnt out on fucking multiverse type shit. I'm like, I don't care. I just feel like they had a couple neat effects and they just pushed them way too far and used them too many times. The breaking newspaper thing, and the Phantom Zone. It's like, oh my god, I'm so annoyed with it. But other than that, not too much to say.
Yeah, I think when I think about some of my least favorite episodes we've seen so far, episodes like Miri or Galileo 7, it's like the reason I didn't really like them wasn't because they were poorly made. It was because they set up this very interesting premise and then, in my opinion, just didn't deliver on those or execute them very well. And with this one, we don't even know what's going on until over half an hour into the episode. So it wasn't like there was something I was really excited for. And once they get to the point of explaining it, it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool, but we're already so far into the episode, and there's just not really any time or room to develop anything. It's like they had this idea written down on paper that they wanted to make this episode and this story, but just like didn't have the budget or the time or whatever it is that they wanted to dive into it. So you really only get the surface level of like 2 or 3 expositional scenes where you're just being told what's happening. We don't actually get to really see much of anything that's happening. And like you said, when we do see some cool stuff, it's all like thrown with 18 filters on it for some reason. This was definitely the first episode where I felt like in some ways it came off like poorly made. Or maybe not poorly, that might be too strong, but just like not as well made as the other episodes, and I don't know why that would be, but it did seem just kind of very off and weird in that way. But from the comments and everything, I was expecting a lot worse. I would put this on the same level as like a Mud's Women or something like that, where it's not an episode I like or will really rewatch, but there was some stuff I thought was funny, even if it was unintentionally funny, like him falling off the cliff and his old beard going back and forth for no reason. Like there was some funny stuff in there and some enjoyable stuff. But yeah, that. I agree. Not really much to say either.
Yeah, if I had time, I'd laugh.
Exactly. Well, that's gonna be our thoughts for the alternative factor. Next episode, though, is the complete opposite. A lot of people's favorite episodes of Star Trek the original series, from what I've heard in the comments, or one of their favorites. So that'll be obviously our first full unedited, uncut video on our Patreon, but it'll be right here on YouTube as well, and should be just later this week or in a few days. Hopefully we can get that done soon. So subscribe to the channel if it's your first time here, like the video, spread it out to other Star Trek fans, and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, episode 28 of Star Trek the Original Series. I think we're getting close to the season finale. Maybe one more after this one?
Yes.
One more. The City on the Edge of Forever, and this is another one of those ones where they say it's one of their favorite ones, but before that we got through what people thought of the worst one, and apparently the mustache dude, that was Drew Barrymore's dad, apparently, and he was also racist, apparently. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, what an interesting episode that was last week, but it's behind us. We got through it, and oh my god, do we have much more to get through.
Yeah, we still have plenty to go, don't worry. But this is one of those episodes that a lot of people have been saying that they really love. And, you know, we did get some comments on the last one of people saying that they're worried that the comments are affecting our reactions. And like we said in the last one, we really try not to, but it is kind of human nature. We hear that people really love this episode. So, of course, our expectations are a bit higher for it, at least for me. You know, I am expecting it to be really good, and I'm hoping it's really good, you know, because we've heard so much about it. I try not to let that affect me as I'm watching it, but, you know, just like when your friend tells you they saw this really cool movie and they want to show it to you, you're going to have higher expectations for that movie, you know. So that is what it is, but I do believe you guys for the most part in the comments, so I believe you aren't leading us astray and that this episode's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, for me, it's the same thing with movie reviews. Sometimes I try to avoid them, like for something huge, I guess, you know, for Endgame, Infinity War, that whole, you know, that wonderful time period. I avoided everything under the sun. But now, you know, I feel like I'm more like okay with like seeing other people's thoughts, because I like going into it and comparing if I'm going to think the same way or think something different. But other times I just like going in completely blind. Like there was days where I'd go in to see movies where I didn't even see a trailer, where I just wanted to go see a movie and go in completely blind. And God, those were good times, but I feel like those don't exist anymore. But, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's very difficult. But yeah, we're just going to jump into this one. We just opened our Patreon, so I'm just going to quickly say our full uncut reaction to this episode, as well as all of our future reactions to Star Trek, the original series, and other stuff we do on the channel, is available on our Patreon. Now, we can't take the full episode and put it on our screen because that is illegal, but we do have a time code on the screen, so you, either using Paramount Plus or your physical home releases, however you access Star Trek, can match it up with our full uncut reactions. You also get early access to these YouTube edits as well by being a patron, and there's some other stuff on there available as well. So if you're interested in that, that's available. Link is in the description. But yeah, I'm ready to just jump in.
Really quick, 2K. We did it. You guys did it. Thank you so much. Star Trek did it. What's old is new, and this whole community has been absolutely wonderful. So the subscriber poll is up on our community tabs. We got, I think, 4 or 5 movies there. Go vote, and we'll meet together in person, and we'll do another live reaction to one of those films. Woo!
All right, Sulu's here.
Sulu! No wonder this is one of the best episodes, apparently.
A few more orbits, Captain.
I'm trying to beat my expectation. Oh!
The bridge.
Is he all right?
Do we maintain this orbit?
Oh, no. He's knocked out.
This is of great scientific importance, Captain. We're actually passing through ripples in time.
Maintain orbit.
I like how Spock doesn't give a fuck.
Something or someone down on this planet. Bones.
It's Bones. Woo! Quick response time right there.
About to say, how close is that office to the bridge here?
Better risk a few drops of Cordracine.
Are you sure you want to risk?
You were about to make a medical comment, Jim.
Oh, no.
No! What?
Bones!
So much has happened in this first 3 minutes. Like, I'm trying to register everything.
In wrestling, we'd call it a hot start.
Killers! I won't let you!
Why is he talking exactly like the dude from last week?
I was thinking about that, yeah. But he was about to poke Sulu with that, and it gave him, like, that reaction. Wow, what an intro. I was going to say before all that happened, I'm trying to keep my expectations in check, but it has like that feeling almost like of a movie starting, you know?
Yeah. I still haven't registered everything that happened there.
2 drops of Cordracine can save a man's life. 100 times that amount has just accidentally been pumped into Dr. McCoy's body.
Oh, overdose. Oh, also, Josh and I are blue shirts, just so you know. Oh, God.
Yeah, we're blue shirts today. So he's going to be acting crazy all episode?
See how quick that was? We were talking last week, like they always have to worry about the guest of the week, fucking them up. But now it's their own doctor.
Yeah.
God, you can't trust anyone.
Uhura went down with them. Is that the first time?
Maybe, yeah. Ooh, I like the lighting. Ooh, look at this set.
For this to do what it does is impossible by any science I understand.
How many times have you said that, Spock, throughout this whole season? You'd think you would stop using that word. I mean, I get it. It's probably in your Vulcan nature to say that.
Yeah, he's logical, so if it's impossible, he's going to say it's impossible.
Search progressing.
Oh my God, he looks
Look at the
nuts.
makeup. Oh my God, the makeup they did on him.
A time portal, Captain. A gateway to other times and dimensions, if I'm correct.
As correct as possible for you.
Really?
Damn.
Annoyed, Spock?
He took offense to that.
That's an awesome prop.
I want to get assassins! Murderers! Killers!
Ooh. Bones got taken victim to the neck pinch.
I like how Bones' predicament really has nothing to do with this. It just happened to bring him down. You know what I mean? It's like, It's not tied in together at all. You just get overdosed.
Somehow take Bones back a day in time, then
relive the accident.
But wouldn't that be a paradox?
Well, you already know my thoughts on time travel. Just don't think about it.
Don't think about it.
Bones!
Oh no! And it's like, oh! He's gone.
I've lost contact with the ship. I was talking to them. Suddenly it went dead.
Oh, great.
All that you knew is gone.
What?
You mean we're stranded down here?
With no past, no future.
Jeez.
So whatever McCoy did when he traveled through time, the ripple effect already destroyed whatever happened in the future.
Wow,
oh my
this
God.
is wild.
What?
Oh, how far are we going back? Is it going to be the 60s?
It's called Depression, circa 1930. Quite barbaric.
Hey, 30s.
Well, Mr. Spock, if we can't disguise you, we'll find some way of explaining it.
That should prove interesting.
I just love the picture that everything in the 30s and the Great Depression was gray or had this gray tint, and they just stick out like sore thumbs with their bright colors.
Theft, Captain?
Well, we'll steal from the rich and give back to the poor later.
Like, the show is, like, often super serious with its tone and life lessons, but it's not afraid to be goofy either. Oh, boy.
All right. Drop those bundles and put your hand...
I also love that they have this plan, like, oh, let's steal these clothes, we'll dress up as civilians, and then just immediately caught. Like, doesn't that work?
Help you.
Ah!
They all saw it.
Run! Is this like on the Hollywood backlot? Like, this entire town seems like just like totally fake.
They were filming another Depression-era movie at the time, so they just used that.
And we face the unpleasant facts.
But they still ended up being able to use the clothes anyway.
About a week before McCoy arrives, but we can't...
Lumberjack Kirk. What a Chad.
And business casual Spock.
Excuse us, miss. We didn't mean to trespass.
Oh,
no,
boy.
no, not the music. No! No!
He's done for.
These clothes. We stole them.
Alright, he's just being honest with her.
Well, I could do with some help around here. Doing dishes, sweeping, general cleaning.
At what rate of payment?
What are your names?
Mine's Jim Kirk. His is... Spock.
He thought of lying, but just couldn't think of one.
Yeah.
You gotta listen to Goody Two-Shoes. If she really wanted to help out a fella in need.
Shut up. Shut up.
Good guy Kirk.
If you're a bum, if you can't break off with a booze or whatever it is that makes you a bad risk, then get out.
All right, I'll see you later.
What on earth is that?
I am endeavoring, ma'am, to construct a mnemonic memory circuit.
Still continuing to just be honest.
Yeah, they can't lie.
Tools for finely detailed work.
Oh, I'm gonna steal those too?
I like that. That could have been like 5 minutes worth of a scene, but they just like brushed over it. Like, yeah, he broke into it.
Because they don't, yeah. I mean, they have so much actually going on in the episode, they don't have to stretch it out.
And you belong in another place.
Like the 23rd century.
Captain. Even when he doesn't say it, he does.
Wow. I like how they're making her so smart. Like, she knew basically immediately something was going on. They do gotta get their shit together soon, though. They don't have very long.
But also, when McCoy comes through, he's gonna be crazy. How are they gonna deal with that?
Why does Spock call you Captain?
Nice jacket.
We served together.
We're gonna get one of those, seriously.
100 years or so from now, I believe. A famous novelist will write a classic using that theme.
Really being honest with her, Jesus.
Where will he come from?
A planet circling that far left star in Orion's belt. See?
What's even more wild is a century from where they're at is like a few years from right now.
Oh, yeah.
A century from
Shit.
1930. The way that the score was swelling over the background, and I was almost like, are we going to get a musical number right now?
I did feel like that, but did you see that news?
Yeah.
So he's getting glimpses into the future here?
Must be the future.
Yeah, but is going to be events when McCoy comes through in that timeline or the original timeline?
The President and Edith Keeler.
Oh, no, no.
A few moments ago, I read a 1930 newspaper article.
We know her future.
I saw her obituary.
They both can't be true.
No, 2 timelines.
She has 2 possible futures then. In his condition, what does he do? Does he kill her?
Or perhaps he prevents her from being killed.
What a puzzle.
We must find out before McCoy arrives.
Time travel is so stressful.
That in order to set things straight again, Edith Keeler must die.
They don't know which one's the right one to keep the timeline in order.
Kudos to Spock, though, for making anything work with those materials. Just shows how smart he is.
Wow.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
shit! He's here!
That was one of the coolest shots in the whole show so far.
What planet is this?
Knew that was coming.
Don't run! I won't kill you! I won't kill you!
Ooh. I like that they've just been going on dates every night.
I think that one day they're going to take all the money that they spend now on war and death.
And make them spend it on life.
Not yet. Still got a ways to go before that happens, I think.
We speak the same language.
The very same.
Look, fella, you take a...
Deranged.
Where are we? Earth, explain this trick.
He's still smart enough to be coherent about info. He's just a madman.
Or he really just can't, like, fathom that he's back in the past because he just doesn't, like, realize that.
They had cut, sew people like garments. Needles and sutures.
I like how this guy is still standing there. Like, I would probably, like, walk away at this point or run.
Get out of there, yeah. Oh, I think here he goes.
Wait, he's gonna go for his wallet?
Come on, dude.
Oh, no.
Was that his communicator? Or his phaser? Oh no, don't point it at yourself. Interesting phaser effect.
This episode is awesome.
You better sit down. Come on.
I can't. I gotta keep moving. I can't let them find me.
This is basically like Norman Osborn in No Way Home when Aunt May finds him. Oh, he was right
there. He was just right there.
This is how history went after McCoy changed it. While peace negotiations dragged on, Germany had time to complete its heavy water experiments.
Won the Second World War.
Because all this lets them develop the A-bomb first.
What the fuck did McCoy do?
Yeah, I know, Jesus.
Edith Keeler, founder of the peace movement.
But she was right. Peace was the way.
She was right, but at the wrong time.
She needs to die.
And all this because McCoy came back and somehow kept her from dying in a street accident.
Oh my God. They need to put peace off so we can win World War. Oh, so they do all that setting up of McCoy being crazy, like he's gonna cause something to, to kill her or kill someone, but no, he fucked it up by saving her. Oh.
I'm in love with Edith Keeler.
God damn it!
Jim, Edith Keeler must die.
Hard pill to swallow.
Looks like old Earth around 1920 or 25.
Would you care to try for 30?
I am unconscious.
I have a friend that talks about Earth the same way that you do. Would you like to meet him?
I'm a surgeon, not a psychiatrist.
I hope it means what...
Oh, God.
I could have broken my neck.
I must point out that when she stumbled, she might have died right there had you not caught her. Save her. Do as your heart tells you to do, and millions will die who did not die before.
Classic trolley. What is it called? The trolley, not paradox,
Yeah,
but kill one person or kill a whole bunch.
Well, you look just fine, Doctor.
Thank you.
Good to see the Boneses come to here.
What a great swerve of having him go crazy, thinking that he caused her death, but really, I'm gonna keep preaching about that.
If we hurry, maybe we can catch the cloud.
All right, how's this gonna end? I have no freaking idea. Let's find out.
Oh, Dr. McCoy said the same
McCoy!
thing.
Leonard McCoy?
Here we go.
He's in the mission. He's...
Stay right here. Spot!
Good, he's...
Oh no!
No, Jim!
Oh, he has to make the decision.
dead.
He knows.
Shaking his fist.
What happened, sir? You only left a moment ago.
What?
Oh,
We were successful.
they never explained how they could get back, did they?
Time has resumed its shape. All is as it was before.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, shit. Wow.
That was my favorite episode, I think. I think so. Oh my, from a hot start to the swerve with, like, where you think it has nothing involved with McCoy getting the shot and him going crazy, and then them, setting up this whole thing that he's going to kill this woman, but no, it's because he saves the woman, and, Kirk, falls in love, but remember, Kirk's first and really only real love is his ship and his crew, so I think that's what was running in his mind at the end there, because, they've talked about this in the comments, where it's like every time Kirk has broken through like a mental barrier, it's always his love of his crew and his ship and his duty that always, brings him back to the forefront. And even knowing all those, things. Oh, dude, this episode was so good, man. I mean, the time travel stuff is always a bit wonky, but there's some episodes where I'm like, all right, I feel like we've been going for 50 minutes here. But at the end of this one, I'm like, holy fuck, it's over.
Yeah.
It's like, I can go on about this episode forever, but what do you have to say?
Yeah, really good. I think for me, it's like I don't know which one I like the best, because they're all so different and completely different stories, and all have different great things about them. And this one is awesome, right? Even though we don't really see any of the Enterprise, it's a Earth set story, but it finally really, in my opinion, delivers on. I complained in the other episodes of they go to Earth or another Earth or whatever, and then we don't really dive into Earth. And in this one, it's not like they spent the whole episode traveling Earth in the 30s, but it's set in Earth in the 30s. You see him interact with humans in that time. You see Bones interact with the one, I think he's a homeless guy. We see the milkman, the soup kitchen, all these different parts of the 1930s. Just those little pieces were enough to be like, wow, this is a really good exploration of this cast on Earth in the 1930s, and I really liked that. The story, because of that setting, was very just a grounded human story for the most part, but then you have this crazy time travel ending, and while I'm not going to get into the nuances of the time travel, like I said during the reaction, that's my one thing. Time travel just gets the ultimate pass. I'll never judge it on how good or bad it is, because at the end of the day, none of it ever makes sense. That's my stance. But wow, I mean, for Kirk to have to make that choice, and the way he did it so suddenly, he didn't know when it was going to happen. Like Spock said, we don't know the exact time, but he had to do it suddenly in that moment, and he chose to save humanity, millions of people, over Edith, who he genuinely thought he was in love with. What a wild ending, and the way he says it at the end, let's get the hell out of here. This is an episodic show, but that, as a viewer, I know that's going to carry with Kirk through the rest of the series, in my opinion. That has to change him as a person, even if it's not going to show through in every episode, because it's episodic. That it's going to weigh on him, and it's going to weigh on how I watch the show.
Yeah, that ending, just you saying that gave me chills, because so many episodes end with all of them on the bridge, everyone surrounding Kirk, it's like having a laugh about Spock being not human or whatever, but that ending was just so dark in a way, where it's this is the harsh reality, where we had to make the right choice. Let's get the hell out of here. It's over.
We have people comment on our videos all the time that get mad at things we say. We do not care. If there's something we don't like about the episode, we're going to say it. I'm not holding anything back here. If there was more I had to complain about in the episode, I would. I mean, but there's really nothing there that I was like, oh, that's dumb or that's weird or wish they would have done it this way. I thought it was handled extremely well. Yeah, I think you probably like it a little bit more than I do. I mean, I don't know, I would at this point say it's my favorite, but like I said, it's in that top 3 scenario. I really enjoyed it. And it's definitely one that like I would rewatch, and if someone has never seen Star Trek, I could totally see this being like your friend, you know, watches Star Trek, oh, show me an episode to watch, and showing them this first, because it's not really spoiling anything, obviously, and it gets you in there. You get these great moments with the characters. I think it's a great, you know, one-off episode.
Yeah, just really quick, the science fiction stuff, the futuristic stuff, that's a great hook, but I think what keeps us here is that character stuff, man. That's a big part of it. You know, time travel's cool, but I'm really here for the heart of the big 3, and, you know, plus the other characters too. I love them all. You know, it's like that's the heart of the show, you know. You can write about whatever you want, you know, create any world you want, past, future, or present, but, you know, good writing and good relationships, you know, that's the human part that, you know, want the need to connect, you know, and they did a fucking great job of it. It's great writing. That's Absolutely. It. That's all I got. I can keep going forever, but this is too long. That's all I got.
So if you want to hear our full thoughts, full discussion on this episode, there is a little bit more in our Patreon version. So if you want to go and join the Patreon, again, just $5 a month, full uncut reactions, full discussions at the end of the episode, a bunch of other stuff there. But either way, thank you for joining us. If it's your first time here, make sure to like the video, spread this out to other Star Trek fans so we can grow this community and be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. See you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Well, Josh, we did it. It's almost over. Season 1, 29 episodes. I can't believe it. Nuts. It's, this was just like a random idea. You know, it's like, hey, we should watch this old show. I've never watched it, you know. Red Letter Media likes Star Trek. Let's watch the first season of the first ever thing about Star Trek. And holy shit, kicked off the channel into us having a Patreon, which I never thought would happen, which a link down below for that as well. And it's weird. Like, I'm excited it's the season finale, but also knowing the show, it's just going to be another episode. But not to say it's not going to be great. A lot of the episodes are fantastic, but it's like it doesn't really feel like a culmination. But still,
yeah, definitely keep my expectations a little tempered in that way of realizing this isn't a season finale in that way. If anything, the last episode probably is going to end up feeling more like that than this one would be my guess. But overall, yeah, the reception for us watching this show has been great the last few months. Obviously, we really appreciate that. If you want to see our full reactions to these episodes, we did start that Patreon that a lot of people are enjoying too. But even just, you know, moving forward throughout this show, it's awesome knowing jumping into the second season when we do that here soon that there's all of you guys here watching it with us. So, you know, we know that audience is already there. And yeah, that's really exciting. But I don't want to overshadow the fact that we are watching the season finale of this one, Operation Annihilate. I'm pretty excited. Don't know anything about it, obviously, but excited to jump into what is the first finale of a season of Star Trek, and we will have our comments afterwards, but we're only going to be focusing on this episode. We're going to be doing a separate, more long-form discussion video of the whole season in its entirety, so that'll be coming on the channel later. But yeah, I'm ready to just jump in, talk about this episode, and if it's your first time here by chance, we have a lot of new people to the channel too because of the success of how everyone loves, you know, the City on the Edge of Forever. A lot of people have been finding our channel through that episode, so make sure to subscribe if you haven't already and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. And to address one thing from last week, I thought that the mustache dude was Drew Barrymore's dad. Apparently it's not. So that's a mistake for me assuming that and not really, you know, looking into it. They just look alike. I'm like, I thought definitely that was Drew Barrymore's dad. So sorry to that actor. He's probably not alive. Doesn't care. But I'm assuming you weren't racist, sir, so my apologies.
Yeah, and I will quickly address, too, the comments. I loved that first people were coming in adamant that it was the first use of the word hell or a curse word on network TV. Then other people came in adamant that it absolutely was not the first time it was used. And then you had middle-of-the-road people come in that were like, well, it was one of the first times. So love to see that discussion and back and forth going on in the comments, too. That's great. But, all right, we're going to jump in here. Season finale of Season 1 of Star Trek, the original series. Let's get going.
Gotta bring in Sulu for the season finale.
The overall pattern of mass insanity destroying civilizations follows an almost straight line through this section of the galaxy.
What's your theory about the cause of all this?
There is no medical or scientific cause for what happened on those planets, Jim.
Fair enough.
We're picking up a ship on our sensors, heading directly into the Denovan Sun.
Anytime there's a lot of exposition like that, I feel like it's going to be a dense episode. A lot going on.
Yep. Quick little dump at the beginning to get you ready.
Out over H7.
Oh, shit! Everyone's here.
Full crew.
Reverse your course.
Oh, you can see the little ship on the screen.
Oh, I'm looking at the sun. Like, that's a ship? Are you sure, guys? I see it now. Yeah, that little guy.
He's too close, Captain.
So are we.
I'd get out of there. Obviously, it doesn't affect them.
Finally gone. I'm free.
Burned up, Captain.
Oh.
What?
I thought it wasn't affecting them, but no, they killed themselves, essentially.
They said they're finally free, though. Free of what?
That Denovan ship headed deliberately into the sun. Why?
There's one possibility. The mass insanity may have reached this planet, too. Your brother Sam, his family. Aren't they stationed on this planet?
What?
Yeah, didn't he mention a brother before? I can't remember if he did or not. Or if it was a comment.
I can't remember.
Please hurry. Help us. I don't have much time. They'll know. Please,
Errand,
help us.
this is Jim on the Enterprise.
So that's why he had a private transmitter. His family.
Contact broken, sir.
Reestablish.
And that's why he was so concerned about it, probably.
I'm not interested in your excuses, Lieutenant. Reestablish contact with that transmitter.
I'm afraid that's impossible at the moment, Captain.
Standing up for herself, but respectfully.
My brother Sam lives on Denver. He's a research biologist. That woman sounded like his wife, Aurelin.
Personal story. Oh, they're bringing Scotty.
Yeah, I like the stories where they bring in character, their personal details, because a lot of times they just show up at this random place with random events that have no connection, but those little details like this where you can show a little more light on their personal lives is always interesting.
Oh, look at this. This is a nice set.
I like that. They purposely put the camera way back up there to show, like, hey, this is all here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's not just a blue wall. Oh my god. Are they like a college campus or something?
They signaled us once. There should be someone there. Let's find out what's happening.
He's starting to talk like how they make fun of him.
And I was going to say, here comes the ADR. They're outside.
It did seem very off. Oh god, it's the Power Rangers.
Fire!
Damn! Oh, stunned though. Okay.
But I'm getting a very high reading, as though even in their unconscious state, they're being violently stimulated.
It's rough. It's rough. Do you think maybe it's like they're all just going crazy? That's got to be his sister-in-law.
Is this your brother, Jim?
They're not gonna kill his brother like that. Oh! It's him.
I was about to say, is it him just with the mustache? Oh, come on. Show us him one more time.
It is my brother. Was my brother.
Oh, no way.
I'm sorry, Jim. The boy is unconscious, but he's still alive.
Oh, he had a son?
Take charge of the landing party, Mr. Spock. I want some answers to all this.
I can't buy that his brother's just dead. Introduce him just to be dead? Oh, is he gonna have to tell her?
Jim? Sam, he's
dead.
Oh.
Oh, she's back. Nurse Chapel?
they're spreading, Jim. They need us to be their arms and legs,
Hopefully they didn't bring it on the Enterprise.
forcing us to build ships for them.
Oh, no.
Oh! No.
Alright, Jim's gonna have to adopt his nephew. No choice.
This poor kid's gonna wake up to a rude awakening. He's gonna become the Batman of the Star Trek universe.
My brother's son.
I'll do everything I can, Jim, to save him.
Yeah, maybe he won't even be able to survive either. Shit, dude. Kirk's losing everybody. Last episode and now this episode.
Uh-oh. He's going down by himself to figure it out.
He's back.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Let's go find out what it is. Set your faces on Force 3 to kill.
Damn. Not messing around anymore.
And we already know it will kill.
Maybe that stigma of him talking like that just came from ADR. Like, it's obviously not how he talks enclosed indoors.
That's a good point.
But when he's talking outside, he has this, you know...
The cadence.
It might just be from ADR. Yeah.
So they like parasites.
It's like a fucking pancake.
I was about to be like, oh, it's unaffected by the phaser. Then it just dropped dead.
Doesn't even look real.
Oh, they gave her a line. Nice. Space termite?
Ah! Oh, no. No! Rip it off. Come on, Jim.
Jim! Grab it! Thanks for the help, guys.
Kind of like the xenomorph.
You looked actually scared there.
What do they call the xenomorph when it's like the face sucker?
Ship surgeon Dr. McCoy is examining a strange puncture wound left by one of the...
Oh, punctured him, yep.
Oh, instead of a chest burster, it's going to be like a back burster?
Ew.
The readings have never looked like that before, not even on Mr. Spock.
It's really cool that they brought her back, though. I know she was like, I think she was dating Gene Roddenberry or something, but it's cool that they bring her back because it's like, she hasn't been here in so many episodes. To me, it just like gives it that little bit of continuity. Like, oh, she's still this nurse on the ship. Oh, did they get it out?
Pieces of some form of living tissue. I removed one from Spock's spinal cord, the other from your...
Oh.
His body's full of these tentacles, entwining and growing all about his nervous system.
Oh, no.
This makes me sick, man.
We're all stumped.
Oh! Too late!
Let's take Spock.
Spock's the strongest one, too!
Oh! Oh, my God. Oh, he's going for the neck pinch.
Oh, they teased that perfectly. Oh, take your time.
Take it down.
Wow. That was a great sequence.
That was.
These restraints will no longer be necessary. Nor will your sedatives, Doctor.
Do you think he was trying to fly into the sun as well?
Oh, yeah, good point. But I think he's totally bullshitting right now.
The mind can be controlled.
You're only half Vulcan. What about the human half of you?
It is proving to be an inconvenience. It wants this ship, but I am resisting. Let me help.
But we can't take any chances.
It literally infected the worst member of the crew to infect.
There are over 1 million colonists on that planet down there. Just as much your responsibility.
Oh, they're all, oh yeah, they're all infected with this shit. They can't leave.
Also, I totally flipped my opinion in that scene because of Leonard Nimoy's acting. Like, at first I'm like, oh, he's lying to them, bullshitting them, and they're going to let him free. But now I believe him, and they're not letting him free. He's going to break out?
Ah! The smartest guy on the ship is also the strongest.
Mr. Spock, I thought you were still confined to sickbay.
He looks pretty groggy, too.
The captain said no one was to transport down. Mr. Spock!
Ah! Oh, no! Oh, Scotty's getting up.
He's right there, Mr. Spock. Or I'll put you to sleep for sure.
What a shot right there.
Scotty, me and my lunchbox are going down on the planet, whether you like it or not.
And also, too, throughout the season, we haven't really seen much interaction between, like, Spock and Scotty, you know. For them to have that confrontation is pretty nice.
Since my nervous system is already affected, I don't believe they could do much more to me.
Jim, this is ridiculous.
Kirk, trust him.
Your logic, as usual, is inescapable.
Logic wins today.
Meanwhile, the crew member that he gave the neck pinch to is just laying in the corner of the room, just passed out.
No, you missed it. He got up.
Oh.
It was good. You saw him get up going like this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And he's just like, all right, I'll move on.
Time to go back to work.
Yep, back to work. Assaulted by your own crew member, back to work.
Spock goes to work with his lunchbox. That's what this looks like. Oh, jeez.
It's my boss catching me walking in late. Oh! Oh, there you go. One down.
This reminds me of the episode where everyone was like drunk or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. It's like almost like that, but like taken to another level.
Now, do these things give a fuck about you if you've already been bitten? That's the question. Like a zombie type thing. The one ship in the beginning flew into the sun because they were able to break free. Yeah.
Something in the sun killed that thing before the Denovan died.
They said heat didn't work, though.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that, too. And he said also radiation and stuff didn't work.
What other qualities or properties does the sun have?
Intense light?
It's bright. It radiates a blinding light if you're close enough.
You can't move Denver closer to the sun, Jim.
No, but you can move the equivalent of the sun to Denver.
Bones is just mad he didn't think of that.
Ready, Doctor.
Put on your mask.
Nice goggles. That's how bright I'm trying to have it in my house. Where do I get those bulbs?
It worked. We can do it.
Jeez, everyone trying to fit in the doorway at the same time there.
But what about the people who are infected?
Well, I don't know. Maybe trial.
Maybe. There's no time for maybes, Bones.
Gotta put Spock in there.
I am the logical choice.
I agree completely.
Unfortunately, you're both right.
Just keep your eyes closed.
I love that you can tell Kirk is like uneasy about this.
No warning.
Yeah, they didn't give him a countdown.
No countdown.
Yeah. Dude, those goggles are stylish.
Spock, are you all right?
The creature within me is gone.
Oh.
And I'm also quite blind.
Oh, what?
An equitable trade, Doctor. Thank you.
What is it?
I threw the total spectrum of light at the creature. It wasn't necessary.
You're telling me...
Oh, my God.
That Spock need not have been blinded?
Spock, Doctor, it was my selection as well. It is done.
Also, Kirk, you were urging him to do it.
Yeah, I was going to
we
say.
have no time.
Yeah, if he hadn't been like, we have no time, it's like, couldn't wait 5 minutes.
And I get it was for dramatic effect, but like, did Spock really just get up and start walking without being able to see anything?
It's like everyone on the planet will be cured, but now they'll just have these dead creatures everywhere, or are they just going to disintegrate?
Yeah, full disintegration.
Imagine the smell.
Oh.
Tell Spock. It worked.
You'll be happy to hear that.
It wasn't your fault. Bones.
I'm glad they gave him that. I didn't expect that. I thought they were just going to move on.
Captain, look. Mr. Spock.
I'm fine.
The blindness was temporary, Jim. There's something about his optical nerves which aren't the same as a human's.
Vulcans, yay!
The brightness of the Vulcan sun has caused the development of an inner eyelid. We tend to ignore it, as you ignore your own appendix.
They didn't even know what to say. They're speechless.
I said, please don't tell Spock that I said he was the best first officer in the fleet. Why, thank you, Dr. McCoy.
You've been so concerned about his Vulcan eyes, Doctor. You forgot about his Vulcan ears.
Oh.
Alright, well, I'm glad that you're all having fun joking around, but how about the fact that your brother just died? You gonna...
What about the orphan?
Yeah, is he okay? Did you tell him his parents are dead? Okay.
this felt like the beginning. Like, it felt like this could have been a first episode as well. You know, it's like big exposition dump. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, it's this. Oh, this doesn't work. How is this going to end? Nice little resolution with them busting Spock's balls and a nice little banter. Yeah, it's like this was another classic Star Trek episode.
I am serious about what I just said there at the end. Like, that's my biggest problem with the episode is that they use his brother as this setup at the beginning and then literally kill him off immediately. It was funny to see William Shatner in a mustache, but kill him off immediately, and then there's really no emotional... there's a couple they throw in there while his wife is still alive, but after she dies, there's really no emotional moments of Kirk, like, coming to terms with this. And I understood in the moment, like, oh, well, he's dealing with this dire situation. He doesn't really have time to, like, mourn his brother. But then after that, it's all over. They're, like, joking on the bridge. It's like, did he even have a funeral? Like, unless they're implying that all of the dead people, like, weren't dead and came back, but they didn't say that. So, yeah, that's very, very weird to me. But putting that aside, fun episode for me. Parasites are like terrifying and very disgusting to me, the thought of them. So anything that has to do with that, like, Alien or James Gunn's Slither or any plot like that, always is super effective on me. So that really got under my skin in this episode, and I thought it was, like we said, it was kind of like the episode The Naked Time, but taken to the next level.
I wouldn't say this is my favorite, but it's definitely like a solid entry. Like, everyone was involved. Sulu not so much, but everyone had a little piece of the pie. The set, wherever they were outside, that was awesome. Yeah, I think the strongest parts in this episode were definitely the dialogue between the main three, and nice little resolution. And for them to introduce a twist like so fast, I mean, like when there's only like 5 minutes left, you're like, what? And then they can just write it off as, blah blah blah, extra eyelid. Let's make fun of Spock for that.
I had totally bought into thinking that it was going to be this season was going to end on this, like, not necessarily a cliffhanger, but just kind of like that character development of like, oh, Spock is blind now, and then going into season 2 of maybe fixing that in the first episode, or Spock's just blind the rest of the series, which I don't like. I would have been very surprised, but I would have been like, it's possible. But obviously that wasn't the case, and it ends up getting not thrown away. It was still an effective moment, I actually do like the explanation they came up with of his inner eyelid that they weren't aware of, so that's cool. A lot of cool moments in this episode. The Spock in the bridge getting taken down by everybody, him against Scotty. Definitely a lot of cool moments, but overall as an episode, yeah, I would just say it was solid, middle of the pack, probably for me overall. Some of it was really effective. Definitely one I would watch again. Definitely one I would revisit. It was a good time watching it. I was not bored at all during the whole thing, that's for sure. So,
and it's nice because there's so many times when I'm watching television or even movies where I'm counting in my head, like, okay, we're around 60 minutes. This is a 2-hour movie. Fuck. But with this, it's like they keep throwing stuff at you, and it's like, oh, like even at the end, like, oh, Spock's blind now. What? And I wonder if Spock being blind temporarily, there's a character in The Next Generation, I believe, named Geordi LaForge, who I think is blind. He wears a visor, so I wonder if something like this could inspire that. Like, what if there was a blind member of the Enterprise? So it's nice to see possible little teases, because I know one character from a previous episode with a god complex inspired a character called Q from The Next Generation. But I'm getting way ahead of myself here.
Yeah,
but
and I'm clueless to all that. So
yeah, a fine season finale that perfectly represented Star Trek. In my opinion, it's all there. Fine episode.
Yeah, the scenes with the big three, the dialogue scenes with the big three. That's another trademark from this season, and we'll talk more about it in our discussion video where we're going to talk about our favorite episodes, characters, all that stuff from the season. But I felt genuine euphoria watching this episode, watching the big three talking to each other, and just like, I don't know, man. Like, I love this show, and it's like. We're just getting started, not just with this show, but the entire franchise. But we're just getting started, and it's like crazy. Yeah, I'll leave it there. We'll talk more about it in that. It'll be coming soon, hopefully, that video. So stay tuned for that. Comment down below any thoughts you have on the season in general, as well as this episode. If there's anything about the season you want to comment on, maybe we'll bring up some questions or comments about the season in that video too. So comment those down below. And yeah, subscribe if you haven't, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for watching along with us this entire first season of Star Trek Original Series. Stay tuned for Season 2 coming very soon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. We'll see you next season.